Well. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. Great to see you here at the True Crime Cafe. Today, it is August 6th, 2024. And we're back during the day. I love it. Grateful to see you guys here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Today, guys, we're looking back at a case I've been obsessing over for quite a while now. The Ladybird Lake mystery, I guess we'll call it. There's been a lot of deaths that have come from this lake in connection to this lake, and it's just something I cannot take my eyes off of. We're also going to take a little bit of a closer look at one specific person that disappeared surrounding this lake, Mr. Martin Gutierrez, and some other aspects of it, guys. So I hope you're here for it. Again, guys, is there a serial killer in Austin, Texas, that's attracted to this lake? I mean, I gotta ask that question because I ask myself that when I see all these things. It's crazy. Also, before we get started on that Ladybird Lake itself, I got a missing child that I want to put out some info on as well. So please make sure that you're tuned in. Stay close. Listen up. Grab a seat. Make sure you hit that like button as you come through that door. Share this out with everybody. And let's get this dang show on the road. Here we go. Bam, hello and welcome back, guys. Here we are back at the cafe with together again. It's great to be back here with you guys during the daytime. I miss this stuff. I miss those of you that I haven't seen because you can't make it to the night shows. And guys, it's been a crazy month all the way around for me and everyone. Crazy, but I'm glad to be here with you all. So very happy to be here with you all. And I hope you're all having a great day today so far. Hope you had a great night. Thank you for those of you that tuned in last night. As we did some updates, it is great. It was great to see you all then. I'm grateful to have you all here, guys. Please to make sure, if you will, to hit that like button when you come through that door. And even if you're just standing there out in the hallway, kind of just watching from the corner, please do the same. Let's get this in that algorithm, make YouTube happy so we can stay happy. So please hit that button, guys, if you will. Share this out to everybody. I don't care who it is. Share it out to everybody. If they don't like it, they will like it. I promise you that much. If you got a neighbor, a dog, cat, mailman, milkman, the Rent-A-Center guys, whoever you got, guys, share it out to them. Let them know that we're here and what we're talking about. And I promise you, they'll have some sort of an interest in it. Please do. Please do. Please do. Welcome in, everybody. Find yourself a place comfortable to sit because we're going to be here for a little while talking about this again. We're looking back into the case that I obsess over, the Ladybird Lake case. And we're going to be looking a little closer at somebody that went missing around and surrounding this case, Mr. Martin Gutierrez. Very sad scenario. One of the many, guys. One of the many. And I'm going to be doing more and more with this case as I dig deeper and deeper with it. So I appreciate you guys being here for it, supporting it, and wanting to know the answers as much as I do. Great to see you all. Great. Speaking of, let's see who is here today, hanging out in the cafe. Miss Doodlebug, welcome back to you, dearie. Good to see you. But first and foremost, I want to thank my Blue Crew for being here. You guys are amazing. I could not, would not, never will, should not try to do this without you. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you for everything you do, ladies and gents. SRB, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Miss Wisdom Speaks. The lovely Miss Sherry's in the house as well. Butterfly 71, great to see you. Sarah Tequila, hello and welcome back. In Stitches, welcome. Great to see you. Good to have you here. Mittens for Kittens, hello. Good to have you back. Steven's Adventure, great to see you. Always a pleasure. Miss Andy Rose with the nails. I love you, Miss Andy. Good to have you. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Miss Kim Marin, always a pleasure. Love you, Kim. Love the shirt. Let me see. Show. Mr. James Tate, thank you, sir, for joining us today. We appreciate you so very much for being here. Miss Barandy B, the OG in the house again. Thank you for joining us. Mystic Butterfly, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining us. Duty, my Doodlebug. Good to have you here, dear. Thank you for joining us. CZ, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Steven's Adventure, of course. Let's see. Show. I think I got Mr. Willie, Truth Nation Uncensored. Thank you for joining us today, Willie. Good to see you, brother. I hope you're having a great day. Hope the family's well. Aaron B, what's up, brother? Good to see you as well. Green Eyed PI's in the house. Thank you for joining us, PI. We appreciate you and your green eyes. Miss Victoria Burgess, great to have you. Doc Holiday's in the house. What's up, my friend? Good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. And I appreciate you so very much. Mind and Monsters, Mom is in the house. Thank you for joining us, Mom. Great to see your name in here. I appreciate you. Miss you. I was worried about you. I ain't talked to you in a while. Kells 420, hello and welcome back to you. Miss Rowe, great to see you. Crimson Moon, hello. Welcome back to you. Groot's in the house. Good to see you, Groot. There's Miss Leslie. Good to have you, Miss Leslie. Good to see you today. Whispers in the Shadows. Welcome back. I love that name, by the way. I love it. 12, ciao to you and what is going on? Doc Holiday is coming out of Virginia. That's awesome. Amore's in the house. What's going on? I hope you are as well. Mia More. Thank you so much for joining us today. There is the link to Mom's channel, guys. Please go check out Mind and Monsters channel. This lady is an advocate for the missing, an amazing person, amazing soul, a sweetheart, to say the least. Please go check out her channel, subscribe, show some love. You will not be disappointed. I appreciate that, Miss Sherry, for you dropping that. Thank you very much. Oh, good Lord, Miss Kim got a tornado in Buffalo. We've been under a tornado watch, I think, all day today, and we're supposed to be till 7 p.m. tonight. Dragonfly is in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you, Dragonfly. Thank you for joining us today. Guys, please make sure you're sharing this out. We got 55 amazing peeps in here today with 50 likes. We're almost there. A little over halfway, so share it out so we can get all the way if we can, guys. Come on in. We are going to be talking about Ladybird Lake, Mr. Martin Gutierrez, and what happened with that scenario. And we got to ask ourselves the question, guys, is there a serial killer in Austin, Texas? I got good reason to believe so. I hope you're all having a great day today, because I know I am, because I'm here with you. Come on down, guys. Come on down. What do we got here? Mitten says, I was craving spaghetti a la vongole. Might try to make it this evening. I'm not a big sea. Oh, God, I love it. It's good stuff. You ain't lying. You ain't lying, Mittens. Miss Flickery, A Foot. Miss Tracy Dellen, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Alicia J, hello. Welcome back, dearie. What the hell? We got side chicks going on in here. What's going on, 12? Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable, if you will. I know that made me really hungry. And don't be talking about no food because I ain't got none. I don't want to talk about it if I ain't got it, period. Not today. Not today. Thank you, SRB. There again is another channel for the lovely Miss Wisdom Speaks, our Miss Sherry there. This is your channel link. Please check it out, if you will. I promise you won't be disappointed at all. That's your hometown butterfly. Awesome. Thank you for that. Come on, come on. Come on, come all. Get comfortable. Share it out, guys. Bring some friends, if you will. Bring a date. Who knows? We got 12 and Doodle being side pieces here. I mean, it is what it is. I don't care. It is crazy right now. Weather's very crazy. I think it's all coming out of what's going on down there in the Florida area. I would venture to say some food, 12. Just eat some food. You'll be good with that. Robert Bell, welcome back, my brother. Good to see you today. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, you can't ever go wrong with bacon. That's true. If you're Miss Kimber, you throw some eggs in there and you got she likes her eggs and bacon, that's for sure. I hope everybody again is keeping Miss Kimber and Mr. and Mrs. Kimber. And don't ask me, Whispers. That was between Doodle and 12. They were having that conversation. But please keep your I hope everybody is keeping, I should say, Mr. and Mrs. Kimber in their thoughts and prayers. They had a doctor's appointment today. They're going through some stuff. Mr. Kimber is definitely not doing the best, but we're wishing for the best. And I hope to see that he's doing well. So, guys, please keep them in your thoughts and prayers, as we do with everybody in this family that's going through anything. Please, please, please. Miss Carrie Prazula, great to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's been a while. Great to have you here. Oh, my God. You guys are killing me with this food talk already. Come on now. Come on, everybody. Come on in and get comfortable, if you will. Please, please, please. Yes, anybody that is in the path of any one of these types of storms that are going on, guys, please, please be safe. Be careful. Keep your family safe with you at the very least, please. Come on in, everybody. We got 64 peeps in here, 54 likes. Let's try to keep that up to date. Hello, Miss Salty. Good to see you today. Great to have you all here. I appreciate you very much. KFC tonight. Oh, my gosh. I used to love KFC. I can't eat it no more. It's too much for my stomach. It's just so greasy, but I do love it. I do love it. I love that breading. I like their mashed potatoes and gravy, too. Damn it, you got me talking about food now. Good stuff, Tracy. That's good. I know. KFC is so good. Damn it, you guys. Stop now. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Hamburger macaroni. So, oh, my God. That's amore. You know what? I haven't heard anybody talk about that. That's something I didn't even know about. My wife's family makes that. They put a whole bunch of vegetables in there. Hamburger, macaroni. It's got like a vegetable base to it. It's really good. We haven't had that in a while here. We're going to have to do that. It's usually a wintertime type thing that we have. So, hey, Miss Carrie Prazula dropping the first super sticker, $10. That looks like it's a dancing pear. It says #1 fan. Well, I appreciate that very much, Miss Carrie. And we missed you. It's wonderful to see you here today. I appreciate you very much. Very, very much. Yeah, that. Oh my God. You guys are killing me. I didn't grow cabbage this year. I should have. I should have done that because I'm worried that it's not going to work the way we're growing thing. You know what I mean? Our zucchini's growing insane, though. I mean, every day I go out there, there's another one. They're all like this. It's crazy. Aaron B, yes. Getting them hunger pains, brother. That's for sure. Yep, that's exactly what we got going on here too. Stitches in Ohio. Oh wait, maybe you are from Ohio. I think you did say you were. Dancing pair. It is kind of cute, actually. Says #1 fan on the shirt, Mr. Kimber. Yes, prayers for Mr. Kimber, guys. If we can, please. You know we love Miss Kimber, and she's going through it right now with Mr. Kimber. So if we can, please just have a little extra thought about them and keep them in your prayers today. I would greatly appreciate that. Is Miss Andy Rose in here yet? Did she pop in here? Did I miss her? Did I see her name and say it and not even realize it? Miss Teresa S., welcome back. Great to see you. Welcome to all the meatballs. I appreciate all you meatballs in green. Thank you guys for jumping in here, jumping in the sauce with us today as we spill a little bit of that. I thought I did. Thank you, SRB. There she is. I know I'm losing my damn mind, guys. There's Miss Andy. Moonlit Baby, hello. Been a minute. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today. Yeah, we got both going on. It's stupid hot here. Okay. And then we also got the threat of these storms. I'm scared that we don't need no twister action going on over here. Period. Green meatballs. They're still healthy, Kim. Don't worry. I promise you. Miss Kim North of 54th. Hello and welcome back. Great to see you. 70 peeps in here now. 55 likes, guys. Please make sure to hit that button. It's just off to the right there when you come through the door. Just tap it, flick it, lick it, kick it, whatever you need to do. But please hit it if you will to make sure that we can get this in that algorithm. We hit 100 people, 100 likes. We're in the algorithm. YouTube's happy. We're happy. And on we go. Come on down, everybody. The weather's supposed to drop down this week to the mid to high 70s, which I'm good with that. I hope. DKM is in the house. Welcome back to you. Good to see you, Mr. Aaron. Welcome to the sauce, sir. We got a new meatball in the house, guys. Aaron B in the sauce. Jump on in here with the rest of us, sir, as we spill some of this stuff. August 22nd is when Caden goes back to school for his senior year. Last one, guys. I'm sad. I am sad. I miss my baby. Oh, I do. August 22nd is when he goes back. Thank you, Flickery, for licking the like button. That helps it. Appreciate it very much. Welcome to the family, Aaron B. We appreciate you, sir, so very much. Oh, wait a minute. You okay? Making sure you was a sir. I didn't want to insult you there. Come on in, everybody. Share it out again, just in case you missed somebody. Had to go back to the sauce. Absolutely, sir. Can't go wrong with the sauce. Got to keep the meatballs in the sauce. 76 here, but ringing. I'm sorry to hear that, Sherry. 76 is a beautiful temperature. I love that one. I do. Thank you, Miss Brandy B. And thank you to anybody that does donate to these links here. Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal, guys. These keep this channel running. They pay the bills. YouTube, StreamYard, all that fun stuff. And it keeps me coming out here every day as long as I can, internet allowing. But again, thank you to anybody that donates to those. We do appreciate that so very much. God bless. We don't expect it from you, but do appreciate every bit of it. So thank you very much. And thank you, Brandy, for that as well. And Doodle, thank you for that there as well. If you lick it, it's yours. Absolutely, Whispers, absolutely. That belongs to you now. That's what it's supposed to be, Kim. I thought, wait till after Labor Day or something like that. It makes no sense to have them go back for a few days and then they're off again. You know what I mean? It's weird. Alicia J. Come on in, everybody. 73 peeps in here now. We got 61 likes. We're getting there. We're going to get started here just a moment. Let's see. Kim says, I put gloves on and hit the DNA, the thumbs up. No DNA. Okay. I get it. I get it. Death Valley Tiger, what's happening? It does go by very quick. That was my baby. That was my baby, and I can't believe he's graduating already. I'm so sad about it. So many good times, so much fun, and it's gone. I'd go back. I'd give anything to go back and do it again. I really would. Thank you, Miss Brandy. If anybody wants to become a meatball and jump into sauce with the rest of us, there's how you do it. Click on that link Miss Brandy popped up there, please, and jump in here with the rest of us, guys. It's a lot of fun. I promise you, we got a great community and an amazing family in here. You will not be disappointed to become part of it. I can promise you that much. Amazing moderators. I have some great producers that help to produce this show. And just an absolutely amazing team. So once you become part of the family, it don't take long to possibly become part of the team. So come on in. Welcome, Miss Carista. Hello. About the title of your video, there is information that Paranormal Files Colin Brown has personal experience to do with missing men. I agree with him. You know what? I actually have, I think, a link that I'll be sharing today, Miss Krista, in regards to the Paranormal Files because of this Martin Gutierrez specific person. Thank you for that. And I appreciate you being here. And, you know, I've thought about that police officer theory a while back. That's a good point and a very good theory because it makes some sense. Appreciate you, Miss Krista. Thank you for joining us today. Come on in, guys. Oh, Lord. It goes by so fast. We fight and scream and yell and want to be 18 and 20 and 21. And then once we hit that, it's downhill after that. I'd go back. I'd give anything to go back and do that all again. I promise you that. I'd do it completely different. That's a fact, though. Other than my children's and my current wife, the love of my life. Moni in the middle. Where's she at? She's right here with us in the middle of the sauce. Hello, Moni. Welcome. I'm glad to see that you can get here with us now. I hope you're enjoying your holiday. From over the pond. We got some over the ponders in here. Matthew goes back to school in 14 days. Good old Matthew. We love our Matthew. Ain't no lie. That's a great point, Death Valley. I love that statement. I really do. I'm not here. My son turned 18 in May, and I'm still not here for it, Salty. So good luck with that one. Good for you. I just don't have the strength anymore. I want my baby back, period. My baby back. Not those. You know what I'm saying. Nick. Come on in, guys. 72 peeps in here. 65 likes. It's getting there. Please, if you will, hit that like button. Pretty please. Don't make me beg, folks. At least pretend like you like me just for a little while. There's my saying. That's going to hit a t-shirt, guys. I promise you. That's going to hit a t-shirt. And if everybody is interested in any of the True Crime Cafe merchandise, guys, we got it. I think everybody in here is wearing it some of these days. I got mine on. Miss Kim is wearing hers in her photo. I think Andy wore hers. She said to the doctor. They were asking about it. So, hey, get some stuff, guys. We got our awesome coffee mugs. Miss Doodle's been going crazy in there, making all sorts of things. I do believe I did, Butterfly. If you want to resend that, by the way, because I got to dig. I got so many emails. I would not be upset. If it's a problem, don't worry about it. I will go digging. He's the baby. Done this 3 times. I know where you're at, Salty. I did this 6 times. 6 times. But this one hurts. It does. This one hurts, and it's a little bit different because this, even though he's an ogre, this is my baby, and I'm not ready for it. Definitely not ready for it. Welcome, Critical Minds. Great to see you. Great to have you here today. I hope you're doing great. Ladybird Lake is Nashville's Cumberland River. Bunch of drug. Yeah, it's definitely a bad problem. Definitely a problem. They're saying the lake was cursed because of a drowning years ago. I've seen that too. For sure. Come on down. Let me see something here. I have a request. Mama Bear sadly is probably working and cannot join us today. Let me see something. Like I said, guys, the first thing we're going to talk about is a missing child out of Idaho, guys. That is going to be the first thing we get into before we get into the Ladybird Lake scenario. 1 second here. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, unfortunately, our lovely and awesome Mama Bear has got to be working. I think we're gonna have one of my other producers join me up here today for a little bit. Miss Andy, you guys know who she is. She's one of the producers for my paranormal stuff. She will be. Her and Molly are going to be running the paranormal channel that we're about to start up here soon. So Miss Andy's going to be joining us up here today as we talk about Ladybird and some other things, guys. So yeah, very sad, very sad. I did, Salty. I did. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. God bless. One of the producers doing what they do. They help me to produce this great stuff. Welcome, Miss Andy. How are you today?
I'm all right.
Thank you for joining me. All right. Let me see here. It's nice to have somebody to talk to. It gets lonely over here sometimes. Sometimes I feel like maybe people think I stink. I don't know. Oh, absolutely. SRB. We're definitely anything like this, especially. This is a problem. So to get this started here, let's see what we got going on. So we got this is an ongoing search for a missing 5-year-old boy is the highest priority in the city, says BPD chief. This is the child right here. Cute little guy. Says the Boise Police Department joined the Boise Fire Department and Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue for a media briefing, which I have a presser for you guys to watch on this too, real quick, with updated information on the ongoing search for Matthew Glenn, who went missing while celebrating his 5th birthday on August 5th at around 5:45 p.m. after he walked away from his home near State Street and Almosa. BPD Chief Ron Winiger confirmed that the search is continuing for 5-year-old Matthew and is one of the, if not the highest priority in the city right now. Thank the Lord. Winiger also confirmed that the child's mother has been cooperative with officers in their search. The Boise Fire Department has confirmed the waterways from Veterans Memorial Parkway into Eagle are being searched for Matthew. But the water search is being conducted as a precaution. There are no signs of foul play in Matthew's disappearance at this time, according to BPD. Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue is also working to locate Matthew. At the press conference, they announced that they will be increasing their search efforts in areas that reviewed last night to ensure nothing was missed. The Boise Police Department has launched a tip line specifically for the missing child, guys. If anybody lives in this area, knows anything about Matthew, the number there is 208-373-5411. Again, 208-373-5411. Winiger also asked the residents in the area to check their property and security or doorbell cameras for any video of Matthew. Sounds so familiar, guys. Sounds so familiar, and I hate it. BPD is not seeking volunteer assistance in the search at this time, but if that changes, an announcement will be made by the department. Now, the newest update as of today at 11 a.m., Boise Police Department has announced a media briefing, which I'm going to play that next, to update the public on the search efforts to find 5-year-old Matthew Glenn, who went missing around 5:45 on August 5th, which was yesterday, of course. Another update as of the 6th, it says that he is still missing as of this morning, but police have set up a new search site behind True Hope Church down the road from where he was last seen. They are also setting up search drones to cover more ground. With any information, police contact Ada County Dispatch. A 5-year-old boy has gone missing around 5:45 August 5th. The boy's name is Matthew. He is nonverbal. He is wearing a gray Batman pajamas, and he's walked away from his home near State Street in Alamosa. We will update this story as news information comes. Again, there is the number there. So I'm gonna. There he is again. I'm guessing that this child is possibly autistic as well.
He is. Yeah.
He's
such a cutie. Look at him.
He's adorable. Adorable.
Yeah, they've said that he is autistic and drawn to water and was barefoot.
Oh my God, you guys.
Yeah.
I can't. I
Deja
don't.
vu, y'all.
Oh, for God's sakes. I
Hope
can't
they
do
find.
this thing. I'm telling you guys. I'm going to drop the presser right now for you guys. This is unbelievable to me. I don't understand it. I just don't anymore. We have to pay attention. We have to protect our children. This has to stop, you guys. This is insane.
What's crazy is he was at his own birthday party, and it sounds like the mother just looked away for a minute and he walked away. And
I pray to God
been able to find him.
I want to know what the area around where the birthday party was looked like.
I believe Molly, I think it was, already looked up and has a map in Discord of all of the RSOs in the area, and there's a lot.
Jesus Christ. Of course. Of course.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say anymore, you guys. Hold on a minute, everybody. Thank you, Molly. Let me check something here. Oh, for God's sakes. Are you kidding me?
It's bad.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Matthew went missing in this area.
And every blue dot is an RSO.
Wow. Molly, what the terrain in this area, when you pulled it up to do your mapping, because that's what Molly does. She's an amazing, I call her a mapster. But anyway, what does the terrain look like? Is it mountainous, Molly? I know they said that they pulled in the mountain search team, but is it very like mountainy and stuff like that? And is there a lot of, well, there's a river there, it looks like.
There's a lot of like streams, creeks, river in the area.
I know. I'm there with you, Salty, but damn, look at the map. Jesus Christ. This is insane.
Yeah, we're not going to make any accusations, but it's definitely worrisome.
That's very scary, yeah. I know. And that's true, Sherry. We can't run directly to that facts, but there's a lot there. I just got to say there's a lot there. That's all I'm saying. Right in the middle of town. Okay. And if it's a busy area, anybody could have grabbed him. It doesn't necessarily have to be an RSO. That's fact, guys. Or he could have just wandered off somebody. I'm kind of with SRB on this. I'm a little more concerned about the water, especially considering that the child is autistic. We know how that works. This is insane. Barefoot, nonverbal, 5 years old. Wow. How wide of an area is this map, Kim? Molly, do you know what the grid is on this, as far as mile wise and stuff like that? Yeah, it's a downtown city area, so that's another problem. But we do have to, I mean, guys, looking at this map, granted, we don't want to go right to an RSO situation. I get that, okay? When you see this many points that are pointing, that show that there's that many of them around, it's an automatic fear that pops out regardless, okay?
It's definitely a big...
Yeah, big deal.
Yeah,
It is.
don't want
So
to jump to conclusions, but yeah.
you still got to think about it and look at it in that sense. Welcome Kathy Toland is all autistic in a lot of senses. Yeah, it's a thing that we've seen a lot, that they are a lot of senses drawn to water.
It's
Right.
calming. It's very calming.
It's relaxing and calming to them because
So when they're having sensory overload, like at a birthday party,
yeah,
you might want to take a little walk and go sit by the water.
A lot of people. That's a lot of people. You know, I don't know who was all hit his party, but typically anything more than 2 or 3, you bring them in around this child. He may not be able to handle that. You know, he doesn't know how to
sensory overload.
Receive it, so he wanted to separate himself. 1 second here. Boom, 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 boom. Bingo. Thank you, Salty. All right, guys, let's pull up this bing, bang, boom. That's awesome. True Hope Church. This is where they held the press conference we're about to watch, but this is also where they have their headquarters set up, I believe. So this is a map of the area from what I'm seeing. Thank you again, Salty. This is a big area, guys. Okay, here's where here's the church right here. So we have all this around.
Very densely populated, so it could have been like somebody in the neighborhood picked him up, or
anything. Yeah,
somebody driving through.
A little 5-year-old little guy that won't speak to you. He's not going to yell. He's not going to scream. He's not this. Somebody could have grabbed him, or he could have just be sitting out somewhere hiding because he's scared too. But this has been since yesterday, guys. You know, we're heading towards 12 hours, or no, I'm sorry, 24 hours. I didn't mean to say 12. That's a problem for me, big time. And I don't want to go through this again. These 4 parents, good God, on the child's birthday of all times too. Yeah. So let's do this first. Let's throw this presser up here, guys, so we can get an idea, because we're obviously not going to let this go. And we're not going to ignore this, because this is what we do. 5:45, Kim. As of yesterday, that was the last time he was seen. Thank you again, Andy, for joining me, hon. I appreciate you.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Boom. There we go. All right, let's see what they have to say, guys. Pay attention to this, please. That way we get all the details. I will be taking notes on this, and I hope this does not turn into what we all know that it can turn into. That's all I'm saying out front. Welcome, Canadian cat ladies in the house. Good to have you here. Good to see you, darling. I hope you're doing wonderful, and it is so great to see you here today. She says, hello, everyone in chat. Hey, Dago. What a sad case this is. I hope they find him soon. Tracking device is something I would use. I swear to God, anymore, you guys. I know it sounds ridiculous, inhumane, but anymore, it almost makes sense to have our children chipped the same way they do animals.
I don't like that idea, though.
I don't either. Okay, I definitely don't. I don't like it, but like something, you know,
it's a slippery slope though when we start microchipping people. Like, I understand
you are
the
right.
reason for it with children. Like, I mean, you can get those little GPS trackers and sew them into their clothing or something.
Apple tags, that's what they do, you know.
Yeah.
And that is something that I think at this point we need to start doing at the very least. Put Apple tags or tracking sensors in their shoes or something, guys. I mean, come on. This is
SRB did say they can have it removed later on.
That's a good point. I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous, but I'm to the point now where like something's got to give. Something's got to happen. Now cell phones, we do it with cell phones and AirTags. Salty's right.
But those things can be thrown out too.
Yeah. The babies is where we need to do this in some senses, maybe the little ones. There's a way to do it, I think, where it would be okay and they can be removed. This is starting to scare me in a bad way. If you guys know what I'm saying. Welcome, Granny Annie. Thank you for joining us. And again, they're asking people. This is almost the same exact scenario with that we had with Sebastian. Check your yards, check your cameras, do this, do that. We're checking waterways. It's again and again, guys. It's got to be enough sooner or later. Welcome, Virginia. Good to see you. No, and I'm that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't put a chip in my child. I don't want to do that. I was using it as a reference as to like something's got to give somewhere where we can figure a way out to do something. You know what I mean? Because it's just becoming too much, too often, too bad. You know. So, all right, let's hear what they got to say here.
The area where Matthew went missing specifically was at about State and Alamosa. Police investigators have been looking for him again since about 5:45 last night. This missing 5-year-old was last seen wearing gray Batman pajamas. He's about 3 feet tall, 30 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. Again, we are waiting to learn more information from Boise police about what happened here in this situation. I know that our Jude Binkley is on scene right now, so he will be able to ask some questions to investigators as we start this news conference that we are expecting to start here at about 11 o'clock. It's a minute after that right now. This news conference was supposed to start right at 11 o'clock. It was pushed back, and then we were told that it was going to start at 11. But again, you are watching breaking news coverage here. We're awaiting a news conference on a missing Boise boy. Again, 5-year-old Matthew, a nonverbal child that has been missing since 5:45 last night. We know that deep into the night, really overnight hours as well, the community, dozens and dozens of people were searching for this boy in this area. We don't want to speculate about what happened, but we do know that there are parts of this neighborhood that are deeply wooded. There are some canals. There's a lot of busy streets. So there's a lot of questions from the community and from investigators about what exactly happened here. But first and foremost, we know that the community, the extended community, I've seen messages on social media from people driving into Boise to help with the search last night. We know that search teams were out late last night, even into the late night hours, even though we do have a lot of sunlight this time of year in Idaho. It did get dark, about 10, 11 o'clock last night. I do understand from investigators and from people that were out there that overnight, for the most part, the search was called off because it was too dark and too difficult to continue. But I know that folks were out there early this morning. We're not exactly sure what type of update we're going to get from Boise police. We do know that they are leading this investigation. Boise police actually is the ones that put out a social media alert yesterday that was basically described.
No, Allie, but there's something else about the case I wanted to look into. Quite a few things, actually. I appreciate you jumping in. It's great to see you. Right now, we're looking at a missing child, another Matthew Glenn. His name is autistic. He's 5 years old. So we're talking about that first, and then we're going to get into the Ladybird Lake thing. But again, thank you for joining us, Allie.
It would be really cool. I think it would be helpful. I think if somebody could create a line of jewelry that has tracking devices like a microchip in them so that it doesn't look like an AirTag. Because if somebody's going to snatch your kid off the street, they're going to check them for an AirTag.
A necklace, a bracelet, something.
Yeah, something with just like a cute little pendant that just looks like, regular jewelry, but has a microchip.
That would be awesome. Absolutely awesome. That's a great idea, actually, Andy. And you can make it look like a Fisher-Price necklace or a Fisher-Price,
right. Or it could just even be like a little, you can do like a little butterfly for the girls, and like the body of it would be the tracker. You just wouldn't be able to tell.
Right. Thank you, Doodle. Salty says that they have them. That's awesome.
They do. That's awesome.
I need to look into that then. Especially for my grandkids, something like that. There's no way that this is okay. It's just not okay. When the scenarios start becoming to mimic each other in so many ways, the only difference we have here is that we're in 2 different states. Okay, it's a problem. So, yeah, I'm gonna look at that then. But that is a great idea, Andy. I'm gonna have to pull it up and look at it at some point.
And because we have the technology now that these microchips, these tracking devices can be little itty bitty. You could easily hide it on a bracelet or a necklace.
They chip animals' ears with these tiny little things, and that's you know? So if they can do that, they can definitely put it in a piece of jewelry. That's for
I
sure.
mean, my dogs are microchipped and the chips are smaller than a grain of rice.
I mean, you can take them off, yes, but that's typically not something somebody's going to pay attention to at first.
Right, if it looks like a regular piece of jewelry.
Yeah, the solo shoes, right? But here we have a child that's barefoot again. So if you put it in a shoe, it's not doing you any good, okay?
Right.
You know, there's got to be, you can't put something in every piece of clothing they own, okay? There's
and the air tags are expensive.
Yeah, they're very, very expensive. Shouldn't be, but they are.
And I'm sure somebody who's looking to snatch up a child is going to check them for a tracker.
At this point now, because they know about it. Yeah, and people listen to what we talk about. That's a fact. So if you put it in a shoe and this child's wearing those shoes, that's great. What about these kids that are going barefoot and they're disappearing? That doesn't help. That's another problem. So we got to figure something out with this. We really do. This child, Allie, is missing from Boise, Idaho. Earring, yeah, boys and girls both wear those now. That's very true. Not all boys choose to. So, you know, that could be another option too. Welcome, Nicole. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, it's just strange to see another barefoot child go missing. And I wonder why. He was wearing pajamas and he was barefoot. So it sounds to me like he was done for the night after the party, maybe winding down or whatever, but still.
He may have just gone to the party in his pajamas. I mean, I'm 5 years old and going to my birthday party. Hell yeah, I'm going to wear my favorite jammies.
It could have been a Batman themed birthday party too. So you know what I mean? The barefoot thing is what kind of bugs me a little bit. I don't think it really means anything. I think it's just kind of one of those things that is happening. It's just like a coincidental scenario. It's weird, but it's that. So, all right, let's get through this here and see what we have, what we can get out of this. I'm taking notes. Anybody else, if you want to, I would. That way we know what we go for. And hopefully we won't have to go very long looking for this child. Hopefully he's found safe and sound and is home with his mom by tonight, guys. That's my prayer and my hope with this. So we'll see.
And it came out about 15 hours at this point. The original Facebook and social media message from Boise police asking if anybody had seen Matthew, the 5-year-old wearing gray Batman pajamas. Anyone with information was asked to call Ada County Dispatch. At this point, again, if for any reason that this rings a bell that you saw a child yesterday in the State Street area, maybe around VMP, maybe more closely to Alamosa, State Street in Alamosa, which is the area that we're looking at over here. If you were to go further west down State Street, so continue past this police car that you're looking at, the Willow Lane sports complex is in this area. There's a few apartment complexes, a few businesses on the other side of State Street. So a lot of eyes out there in the community. Of any chance that you saw a young boy who you can see here, this is the 5-year-old Matthew. If he looks familiar, maybe you saw him wandering around yesterday evening around State Street. They are looking for any information at this point. If the pictures you're seeing of Matthew right now look familiar, you are asked to call Ada County Dispatch 208-377-6790. Again, this is Matthew. He's a 5-year-old wearing gray Batman pajamas the last time he was seen. Matthew is nonverbal, and the information from Boise police, again, that was put out about 15 hours ago, was that 5-year-old Matthew walked away from his home near State Street in Alamosa around 5:45 yesterday evening. Again, he walked away is the way that Boise police have described this. Again, as it is a nonverbal child, that does make the situation a little more complicated. So we are, again, standing by as the community, and I've seen a lot of messages really across social media from the Boise area, the Treasure Valley area. The community is very concerned about this little boy, and we're seeing some traffic come in and out of this parking lot. I'm not exactly sure if this parking lot is actually the True Hope Church parking lot, or if this is actually one of the apartment complexes nearby. If you're familiar with this area, the Terry's is across the street. You can see over there in the top right-hand corner of your screen. This is, again, State Street that you're watching the traffic come down in the east direction. So we are standing by here with Boise police ready to do a news conference. We were under the impression this was going to start at 11 o'clock. So we are going to circle back here in just a moment. I'm going to take a look at some of my notes here and see if there's anything else we can relay to you here in the next few moments. So we are going to step aside just for a second. We will keep this shot up and we will rejoin you here in just a few minutes as, again, we are waiting a news conference about a missing Boise boy, 5-year-old Matthew, a nonverbal child that walked away from home at about 5:45 last night on State Street and Alamosa, again, just down the road from State and VMP. He was last seen wearing Batman pajamas that were gray. 30 pounds. Investigators tell us that he has black hair and brown eyes. We're trying to figure out more information about what this news conference is going to cover. Again, we are standing by. I understand that some Boise Fire, Boise police officials are just getting on scene there for the news conference. So a fluid situation. A little bit of backstory if you're just joining us. This alert came in about 15 hours ago from Boise police, originally asking anybody with information to call Ada County Dispatch. You can see here up on your map, right off of Alamosa Street and State Street. So it's actually very close to where the news conference is. If you look at this map here, you may recognize some of the areas kind of near the Willow Lane Sports Complex that you would see south, really on the bottom left of your screen there. This is pretty adjacent to the neighborhood. There's a number of other parks. The Boise River and some neighborhoods are even further south to this area. And then, of course, as you can see on the right side of your screen, a lot of homes and a lot of neighborhoods are over in this area as well. Investigators, though, again, about 15 hours ago, asking the community for some help, looking for this child. From what I've seen on social media and heard from, family members and me that sometimes they find that people in the general public and law enforcement say that every piece of information let Ada County Dispatch know. This is the Boise Police Chief, Ron White.
All right, here we go.
We will take this live news conference right now.
And I'm the Chief of Police here in Boise, and we are here to update you on some information and to tell you about what we have been doing in the search for a missing boy. Young Matthew Glenn, 5 years old, went missing yesterday afternoon, early evening. About 5:52 p.m., our patrol officers responded to a call near this location for Matthew. He's a white male juvenile. He is about 2.5 feet tall. He's got brown hair. He was wearing Batman pajamas with a yellow collar, and he was attending his 5th birthday party with his family and friends yesterday. He is nonverbal and he has autism, and he walked away or wandered away from that party. Matthew has not been seen by anybody since then, and we responded with initially patrol officers, but very soon after created a large-scale search effort involving a number of people and a number of entities, not only immediately, but throughout the night and continuing into today. A little bit about Matthew, if you see him. He may make loud noises as a way to get people's attention. He is drawn to water. He walks on his toes, and he does not have any shoes on that we know of at this time. I spoke with Matthew's mother just a few minutes ago. Understandably, she is very distraught and is overwhelmed and praying and hoping for the safe recovery of Matthew, as are we all.
Yes, guys, he did say it was Matthew's birthday party he walked away from. There was a 7-minute police response to this. Okay? The last time he was seen was 5:45. They responded to the call at 5:52. That's 7 minutes from the time that he was last seen to the time that they received. They came just, I don't know what the hell I'm so just right now. From the time that the call was made, or he was last seen until they came on scene. Sorry about that. My mind is going nuts right now. So that's interesting to me that it was 7 minutes and that nobody has seen this child at this point. Like, how far could he have gotten unless somebody grabbed him? Okay, that's my problem.
Did they say if they brought dogs in immediately?
Not yet. Hopefully we're going to get to that point here. I stopped it right there for that reason.
That's crazy with 7 minutes. I mean, how far can a 5-year-old get?
Yeah, if that's the timeline is right, That's a 7-minute response time from the time he was last seen till the time they got on scene. How did you get that far unless somebody grabbed this child? That's what I'm worried about. Okay.
Very concerned.
Okay. That's what I don't understand, Critical. That's what I don't understand. So let's hear the rest of this.
After the initial response from our patrol officers and the search began last night, every available resource that we could call on was brought to bear. We had drones and have had drones searching throughout the night. Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue personnel responded immediately and began to help. They provided tracking dogs, ATVs, UTVs. Every resource has been engaged in this search. The Boise Fire Department responded. They have been searching. We have certainly concentrated on every potential place that Matthew could be found, including waterways in the area. Last night, we sent out what's called a code red message. It's a phone alert to people in the area. So for a 5-mile radius around here, a message went out to every available cell phone and landline. We believe we reached approximately 69,000 people through that effort, and they expanded that and sent an additional message out this morning to an 8-mile radius around this location. Boise Fire Department personnel walked the canal last night. They're doing it again tonight. They have a number of resources. Chief Mark Niemeyer will detail some of the efforts the fire department has been making, and we are also grateful for the support of the Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue folks who have been out searching, and you'll hear from one of their directors here shortly. We have been doing door-to-door searches, asking people to be able to get into their backyards and look at virtually everywhere we can. We have a partnership, and we train together with our local law enforcement entities and agencies around us. We have what's called a CART team, a child abduction response team that has been activated, and those personnel are here working. I want to make a note that just because a child abduction response team has been activated does not mean we have any reason to believe that Matthew has been abducted. We don't have any signs of foul play. We don't have any signs that he has entered the water. We don't have really anything to indicate where he might be at this time, but we are looking at every possibility and trying to cover every base as we search for Matthew. Obviously, this is one of the, if not the highest priority in the city right now. We have activated.
Lori, that's a good question. Does anybody know where this party was held? Was it at his home, a relative's home, a venue of any sort? I don't think anybody knows that right out of the gate.
Yeah, I don't think it's been said yet.
Okay. We'll have to look at that too. Thank you, Lori. Avery says at home. Okay. Double check that to make sure. But that's what I'm saying. I can't get past this 7-minute response time. If that's true, then somebody had to have grabbed this child. That's the only way this child got that far away, or got away to where nobody saw him walking barefoot in Batman pajamas, which are very brightly colored. Oh my God.
Virtually every personnel member that we can. So detectives, community outreach personnel, patrol officers, you name it. We have people here and helping and working on the search. And our partners from Garden City, Ada County Sheriff's Office, Meridian Police are all here as well. Idaho State Police, we thank them for their efforts and for them sending personnel, because this is a very large priority for us. Detectives are looking for any evidence or information regarding criminal activity or an abduction, but there is no indication of that at this time, just so everybody knows. I mentioned earlier I spoke with Matthew's mother.
Thank you, Nicole.
She's been very cooperative and helpful in the search, and we have every reason to believe that she is doing her level best to help us answer questions and give us every bit of information we can have to make this search successful. Our heart goes out to her and to her family members, certainly in this time of overwhelming trial and a difficult time as she worries about her son.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Don't tell me that, please. Oh, Jesus Christ. Andy, what's his last name again?
Glynn.
Glynn.
G-Y. It's Glynn.
Son of a bitch. Oh my God.
Are they just assuming that he drowned at this point?
BPD chief says they found him in the canal. Oh my God.
Prayers for his family. Awful.
God damn it. Give me a second, guys.
Can we get some dubs in the chat, please? Some dubs. Yeah, thanks, guys. It's just awful.
Okay. Everything I just tried to clarify everything, but it's everywhere now. It's not in YouTube yet, but God damn it. Why? Okay, so we're not even gonna watch. We're not watching the rest of that. There's no point at this time, and I don't want to hear any more about it on that aspect of it. If everyone could please just take the time to say a prayer for this mother and this family and this little boy. Because again, hold on a minute here.
And before, I don't think anybody in this community would do it, but before anybody wants to blame a parent, just think of how horrible that mother feels right now.
We're not going to do that.
Yeah. Nobody here would do it, but I'm sure there's some people out there. And, you know, I'm sure this woman feels bad enough.
I do agree. Where did you find that at? Oh, wait, is this it?
Of the investigation. So,
okay, here it is. That was quick. Good God. Again, just say a prayer for this little boy, his family. How horrific.
To immediate family.
Absolutely horrific. This is not at all what I was hoping to have to talk about. Okay.
But sadly, Matthew was found in a canal about a half a mile north of us in this area. So it is heartbreaking to have such a conclusion to this effort when we had so hoped to find Matthew alive and well. But we very much appreciate all of our partners, all of those who have come out to help, both from governmental agencies as well as Idaho Mountain Search and Rescue. They were integral in this search. A member of their search party, accompanied by a Boise police officer, were the ones who discovered Matthew's body. So at this time, we don't have a lot more information to share, but the investigation is ongoing, and all of the other arrangements and things that need to take place will be taking place over the next few hours. And that really concludes our search part of the investigation. So sadly, that is not the news I'd hoped to share with you when we last spoke, but it is the reality of where we are right now. Any questions?
I know this is tough. You obviously told the mother and the family. Do you have officers and or counselors with her right now?
We do have personnel with her and with the family. Our victim witness coordinators have been here and in contact with her throughout the ordeal, but they are definitely with her right now and helping through that process. Obviously, everyone involved is distraught, and it's a very difficult time for them. So we would certainly ask for privacy for them at this point, but we also recognize that this impacts members of our community as well. We have had lots of people coming and showing up and calling and asking how they can help and what they can do. So we appreciate all of the outpouring from this community in this event. But we would ask now is just the beginning of the time for healing, which may take a very long time, certainly under these circumstances.
There was no doubt a very comprehensive and thorough response with all the search tools. Is that different than years past? Have we seen kind of a response that protocols grow? Or?
Certainly, every situation is a little bit different, and we always try to learn from everything that we do. But this, I believe, is a search commensurate with the circumstances, and it's what we believe is appropriate. And we wanted to pull out all the stops that we had, all the resources we could put into play, obviously in hopes of finding Matthew. The waterways were obviously a significant concern from the very beginning, and so we focused a lot of our efforts and a lot of our search efforts in that area. But sadly, that is where Matthew's life was taken in the water.
Chief, is there any reason to believe that this was anything other than a tragic accident?
At this point, it does not have any indications of foul play. We don't have any indications there was anything in play other than a tragic accident. Certainly, we will continue the investigation and be thorough in everything that we do related to this. But at this point, we do not have anything to indicate anything other than an accident. Yeah.
I know crews were searching two different canals. Which one of the canals was the water canal?
I have to be honest, I did not hear which canal it was. I just heard that it was about a half a mile to our north. So.
I don't know when a good time, Chief, is to talk about canal safety. We spoke after the press conference about we have close to 500 miles of canals that stretch out through this lake, all the way from there likely be.
Yes.
Yeah, the dangers of this waterway, you cannot overemphasize the safety around.
Molly, can you map this a half mile north of the residence and see what that shows, if you don't mind, hon? I'm just curious at this point to see the distance and possibly the terrain.
Sadly, this is not the first time that we have lost a life in the valley here related to water, and unfortunately will probably not be the last, but we strongly encourage everyone to be cognizant, be aware. Those waterways are not playgrounds, and they are not recreational areas for sure. Obviously, that wasn't the case in this situation, but a general reminder to everyone, please be careful. They are not a place to play. Please always be doubly cautious and watch small children. And again, not to indicate that there was anything other than a tragic accident in this. Anyone who is a parent, myself included, knows how quickly that children of any age can get away from you and be beyond your control. But it's just frankly a terrible reminder of how consequential those types of things can be. And again, our hearts are broken for this family, for our community, and our prayers and thoughts are with them at this time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, a heartbreaking development. Boise Police Chief Ron Weiniger has announced that in the search for 5-year-old Matthew Glenn, they unfortunately did find a body in a canal about a half mile from where Matthew went missing, again, near the area of State Street and Alamosa. The police chief there thanking all the agencies and the community for helping over the last 15, 16 hours since Matthew had been reported missing about 5:45 yesterday evening. Again, not a whole lot to say at this point. The chief of police telling us that this is a tragic accident. They don't believe there's any foul play involved at this time. And there was a warning. The big talking point here is that little kids can go missing in a moment's notice. And so these fast-moving canals, these fast water-moving areas are very, very dangerous this time of year as irrigation season comes to an end. They may look docile, but these canals can move very quickly. Again, thank you to the community from the chief of police and to all the agencies out there for the assistance.
Okay. Well, this is rough. I gotta get rid of this now. That is definitely not the outcome that I was hoping for. Again, if we could just keep the family of Matthew Glenn in our prayers and him as well. Okay, Kim, thank you for joining us. We'll be here for a while. So keep your eyes open, guys. Keep our eyes on these kids. And again, please, at this point, I'm not blaming anybody for this other than circumstance. Okay. He's an autistic child. He had a birthday party, a lot of exciting situational stuff going on, and they just wandered off.
Yeah, sounds to me like it could have just been like a sensory overload and he walked away. And
I really hope that is all it is, and that it's just a horrific accident, which accidents happen, guys, no matter how bad. We don't like that. It does happen. My son was the same way. He was a wanderer. Thank God it only happened once because I sat on top of him. And even that time, it was horrible. It's a horrible situation in any way, shape, or form. I cannot imagine what this mother's going through, or any of the family for that matter, is going through at this moment. God bless each and every one of them, and I hope that they have support. And I just don't know. It's not fair. I will say that much. It's definitely not fair. All right, so excuse me. Moving forward, again, as you guys can see in the title, I know we're a little solemn now, and I'm sorry for that, but part of what we do when we bring these missing children out and to try to find them is we have to deal with sometimes the horrible circumstances that they can end in too. That's the hard,
not always a happy ending for sure.
Right. That is the hard part with this, guys. It's very hard in a lot of ways. That's part of what happens in this community, but that's why we all have each other. Okay. And that's why this community sticks together and supports each other when things like this happen. This is the absolute worst part of what we do, unfortunately. So, all we can do now at this point is, again, send prayers that direction, keep that family in our thoughts, and move on forward to the next scenario and hope that that circumstance it's very far few in between. I appreciate everybody being here to support the fact that we were trying to find him. That means a lot to me, as it does with everybody in this whole community. I know that. So give your little ones an extra hug today, and just keep your eyes on them, guys. That's all I can say. Do the best we can as parents. Yeah, it was a half mile from the residence north of where they live, in one of the canals in Boise. I agreed, Aaron. I hope to God it was just what it was. It's just a horrible accident. The child took off, maybe lost his footing, got lost, fell in.
And that's what it sounds like. He wasn't that far from home, but I mean, I still have some issues with like, how did he get there in 7? Did they not bring a dog?
That's why I wanted Molly to maybe map that so I could kind of get an idea of the area going north from that area and how he could have gotten to that specific spot. You know what I mean? And if the river is a strong flowing river, things like that. I just was curious, and that'll kind of
he could have fallen in somewhere much closer to home and then got carried down to where they.
Because like I said, we're going on
24 hours.
24 hours, right? So it could be a little bit anything, guys. At that point, very sad, very sad, very sad. Exactly, Alicia. This could have happened right near his home if they're anywhere near this water.
Yep. And
down he goes, sadly. But again, rest in heaven, rest in peace, Matthew. It's just very sad. Absolutely, Cat Lady. Absolutely. Again, guys, thank you guys so much for supporting this, for being here to support this and to help us to try to bring them home. But sadly, this is what happens. Yeah, I know. Absolutely, Sherry. I know. This is the absolute worst part of what we do, you guys. It really is. And it hits us, all of us, I think, the same way. It hits hard. It does. And then you just got to push forward, guys, because we have to continue doing what we do. You know what I mean? There's just no way to not. Because it's going to happen again. I hate to say it like that, but it's going to happen again and again and again and again. And we have to continue trying to make sure that we can get people looking for these children when they go missing, or people.
I don't want to sound insensitive and be like, okay, on to the next, but like that is kind of what we have to do. We have to keep trying to find these babies.
That is exactly what we have to do. That's not insensitive. I do get it. Off topics. Someone in the chat said the other night that Crystal Rogers' youngest son is with Brooke's parents. Crystal's mother does have custody. We're gonna look into that, Nicole, here coming up soon. Trying to get documents and stuff like that. But yeah, we're gonna be looking more into that again. But no worries. No worries at all. Right now, though, guys, we're gonna be jumping. Yeah, you can't dwell or you will go nuts, guys. And I've been there, done that. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, absolutely. Avery, thank you for the super chat. Absolutely. I'm going to do that. Actually, I was planning on that. But I was trying to find a specific. Hold on a minute. Okay. All right, that's the best one I can find. And then after this, guys, we're jumping into the Ladybird Lake conversation. It's going to be kind of an open conversation as well. We're going to be looking a little bit more at Martin Gutierrez that went missing around this too. So again, thank you guys for being here for that. Right now, though, what I want to do is I'm going to put this up here so we can get a look at this awesome little guy. Okay. And then I'm going to ask everybody, no typing, no nothing, but to take a moment of silence in honor of Matthew Glenn. All right, thank you guys for that. Again, horrible accident. Just keep the family and himself in your prayers and thoughts, guys. That's all we can do at this point. And like Andy said, we just need to move on to the next situation and do what we can do. Thank you, every one of you guys. All right, so moving forward, you guys know that I have, I'm not 100% sure, Allie. I do believe at this point, the way it looks, yes. I don't want to say that that's 100% true yet because we don't know. We don't know at all. But at this point, it does seem to look that way. You know, I get it, Leslie. Thank you, hon. Very sad. So you guys know that I've kind of obsessed over this case, Ladybird Lake situation. I've looked at it a lot of times. We've talked about it quite a bit, different variations and different angles of it. And it's an issue. It's a problem. The way it looks at this point is it does look as though there's very possibly a serial killer romping through Austin, Texas. There's an MO to this. There's a situational ability, or not ability, but there seems to be situational issues with this case, if you know what I mean by that. I don't know, but I can't let go of this. I can't not look at this. I look at this all the time. I go back looking for new things on this. I've dug on things, read stories about it, this and that, so on and so forth. So here's another variation of it again that we're going to be looking at. You're going to see a little bit of some stuff that you've probably seen already with me and maybe other people. I don't know who else covers this, but and some new stuff too. And
so are we still at 13 bodies?
Yeah. There haven't been any new ones that I've found about. I've been looking and I haven't seen anything since April.
Still 13 too many.
There was too many after the first one. Agreed. Welcome, Dana Younger. So yeah, guys, we need to look at this and really look at this and keep looking at this because something's not right. Something's not right in this scenario. Something's completely wrong. There's been a couple things that have been changed up that maybe aren't affiliated with this situation, but it's still happening. Yeah, 13, weird number, isn't it? Welcome, Chris Salsa.
The man that you're going to be talking about today, is he the one? Was he deceased, or was he one of the ones? There was one man who said that
there was one that we haven't survived. Pushed. Yeah, that one we from, and I think we may hear from him again. this is a different scenario, but it's still connected to this, so we'll see. And again, Krista that came in here played into one of the links that I was actually going through to show you guys something on this, and she's right about that. So I'm going to start with this, and again, it just tells a little story and stuff like that from what some of the stuff that we already know, but it plays into everything that we're looking at. I really wanted to focus on this Martin Gutierrez today because others have, and there's some stories that are told here with it as well. So we're going to go from there, and then we'll just bounce on through it. And like I said, it's an open discussion that we can all talk about should we choose. And that's where we're going. So thank you guys again for being here. I know we've had some sad news to start with, but we have to move forward and onward and see if we can pull up any kind of info or any answers to this another horrible situation going on in Austin, Texas, that has to stop too. Welcome, 84. Good to see you today. So let's get to moving, guys.
Are the police still trying to say that there's absolutely no killer in the area?
Yep, that's what's killing me. The APD will not look at this in any way, shape, or form as if it's possibly, nefarious.
Well, they listed them all as accidental, didn't they? They were like, overdose and suicide and accidental.
Everything is listed as accidental. Makes no sense to me whatsoever, and I just won't accept that. I won't accept that. I can't accept that because it doesn't make sense to me. Sorry.
Well, wasn't there one man that they said had unalived himself, but they weren't able to find the pew pew near him?
Yeah. Yes.
So what, he did that and then threw it?
Yeah, that's how that works, right?
Like, come on.
Right. That's how that works. Exactly. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And for APD to look at this the way they are, and you're not seeing everything, or you're ignoring it on purpose for whatever reason. And it made me wonder, the fact was brought up at one point a year or so ago that this could have been a law enforcement officer that was involved in this. I very much agree with that.
That's interesting.
Because of a lot of the things that are done. Who better to cover up a scenario like this than somebody that knows how to cover that up, to clean that kind of a stuff up? You know what I mean? And I'm just saying, like, I'm not putting anything past this at this point. I'm really not. So just saying.
Plus, we see other situations where there are, and I'm not saying this is the case here, but there are situations where you see the police force is kind of like a brotherhood and they all protect each other and they might all be corrupt and all know what's going on.
It does happen. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does happen.
Not saying that's the case here, but it's a possibility.
No, but you have to be able to look at all angles on something like this. And we can't just say, oh, it's a bunch of bad accidents. Move on. You can't do that with this case because it's too much. There's too much that has gone into this. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but we're going to try to find out. Thank you, SRB. Let's see here.
All of these are purposeful. Something is going on in Austin, Texas. All of these are purposeful. Something is going on in Austin, Texas, and nobody's talking about it.
There's a mystery in Austin involving the deaths of at least 11 men and a lake, leading some to fear there's a serial killer walking among them.
Luckily for me, I think if I had hit the water, I may not have ended up surviving.
By the way, this video was put out July 26th through the Law and Crime Network, just so you guys know. So it's an updated video.
That man lived to tell his story and wants answers, along with countless families missing their loved ones. An Austin Police Homicide Sergeant is here to answer my questions.
Just over the years, there's deaths that happen in and around the water. Sometimes they're shootings, sometimes they're drownings.
Thanks for joining me for Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Since 2022, the bodies of 11 men and a woman have been found in Austin's Ladybird Lake. The lake, named for former First...
Annie, I'm not sure. I will go back and double check, though. Thank you for that and the reminder as well. Welcome, Captain Jenks. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today as well, brother. Appreciate you very much.
Ladybird Johnson is beautiful. It's a crown jewel of the Lone Star State's capital city. But the loved ones of many of the men whose bodies have been pulled from the lake feel the lake may be holding a secret. Even more bodies have been found in the lake over the years, including the body of Martin Gutierrez in 2018. Here's his brother, Mitch.
Martin, such a good kid. He was a little bit younger than me. He's like 6 years younger than me. Such a happy individual, very optimistic, painfully optimistic. He's such a great person. He went to Texas Tech, graduated, and he always used to come here to Austin all the time. And then when he graduated, he came and moved in with me. And so that's what ultimately brought him here to Austin. He was the baby of the
really
group.
Close. Sounds like you were really close.
Very, very much so. We went to the gym every day. Like, we did everything the same. We watched the same stupid movies all the time on repeat. Those kinds of things. I miss him a lot.
Wow. This is legit jalapeno. And this is why I'm dating.
That's a moment that Mitch loves of his brother getting a little grossed out by seafood. Neither one of them liked it. Mitch and Martin lived together. He remembers vividly that day in 2018 when he realized that Martin was missing.
Him and I were a victim of routine. We went to the gym, like 6 days a week. So whenever I got off of work at 2:30, I'd come home, clean the house or whatever, and then he'd get off of work at 5, and then we'd go to the gym. Like, we had a set routine that we did all the time. And I texted him, I was like, "Hey man, where you at?" And he was very dependable. He never missed a day of work. He was, always there, very predictable. And he didn't answer. And then we called his work, and he didn't go to work, which was unheard of. So we called around, called the buddies he was with the previous night, and they said that he had just left, and they didn't know where he was. And then so we called around, and I was like, well, maybe he's at his girlfriend's house, and he wasn't there. So we knew something was immediately off within like an hour of not making it to the gym. I knew something was off. And then the next day I went to like local hospitals, like Seton facilities, St. David's, asking around if there were any John Does that were found or brought to their facilities or anything like that. And that was.
Nicole, it's okay. He believes that he was pushed, Nicole, and I'll show you that too again. We saw it once, but I'll show you guys that again. He does definitely believe he was pushed. There's no doubt about that. So.
Was nothing.
Mitch Gutierrez filed a police report and started searching for Martin as any family member would do. He remembers what Martin's friends told him about the night that he vanished.
So it was a Sunday night. He went out to go meet up with some buddies that were just watching Sunday night football out there on Rainy Street. They went to one bar. They weren't there very long. Then went to another bar called Luster Pearl. From Luster Pearl, my brother was perfectly fine. And then he went to the bar next door called Alibi. By the time he made it to Alibi, he could barely even stand. He was slurring his speech. According to my friends, they were like, well, what's wrong with Martin? Like, it's not him. And I know my brother through and through. We'd go out all the time. We'd drink. And what I saw in that footage that the bar owner let us see, that wasn't him. I don't know what was going on, but from one moment he was okay, and then he wasn't. And so unfortunately with the bar, there's an inside area, and then you go to the back area where the bathrooms are, and then you can actually exit on the outside, which is what he did. So the buddies that he was with didn't even realize that he was gone. They figured, oh, he went to the bathroom or whatever. And then they texted him after, like maybe 10, 15 minutes, like, hey, where you at? No response.
Mitch Gutierrez went to bars looking for surveillance video as he tried to find his brother. He doesn't have video from inside the bar, but he recorded video on his phone that showed Martin walking outside of the bar.
There he is, looking at his phone.
The video is the last time that Mitch would ever see Martin alive. So do you think somebody spiked his drink or something like that?
I do. The behavior I saw from a kid that I've known my entire life, and seeing that wasn't him. I don't know what it was. Now, I know they did a very generic talk screen. They don't look for like the date, rape, drug, and all that, Rufalin and all this other stuff. Like, they only look for like alcohol and, THC, cocaine, all those other ones, which everything was unremarkable because we don't do drugs. The only thing he had in his system was alcohol. But what I saw in his behavior, my brother was a very stocky guy. Like I said, we went to the gym all the time. And when he exited that bar, he was like frolicking. It was weird to see his behavior that way. It wasn't him at all.
Martin's body was found 7 days later in Ladybird Lake. An autopsy revealed that Martin had drowned. The medical examiner labeled it an accident.
He had water in his lungs, but on the autopsy report, he had a large contusion on the back of his head, in the occipital region of his head. And I just find it hard to believe that, this kid was like the best swimmer in the world, but swimming aside, like it was like 20 degrees. There was no way he would ever hop in that water or whatever. They said it was an accidental drowning. There was no way. Like there's no logical sense for him to be anywhere near that water.
Mitch Gutierrez fears that someone harmed his brother, and he's not satisfied with the answers he was given about his brother's cause of death.
I'm in the medical field, not to say I'm an expert in autopsies and whatnot, but I'm an ICU nurse practitioner, and dead people don't bleed. So if you have a large contusion on the back of your head, that means you were bruising. That means you had to have time to bruise. Dead people don't bleed. And he had a contusion on the back of his head. They said, well, maybe he hit his head when he fell in the water. Well, if he fell, hit his head in the water, drowned, he would have never had a contusion on the back of his head.
I want to take just a moment to tell you about an amazing lip plumper and proud sponsor of Crime Fix called City Lips. It honestly has made immediate hydration since 2022. Off. That's promo code LAWFIX. Your order. Since 2022, 12 bodies have been found in and along Ladybird Lake. All were men with the exception of one. The lake is near the Rainy Street Entertainment District and 6th Street, which is lined with bars. Many of the families of the people who lost their lives don't feel like they have all of the answers about how their loved ones died and why. Most were ruled accidental drownings. The men who drowned had alcohol in their systems. The bodies found in Ladybird Lake have sparked fears that a serial killer is on the loose, targeting men. Facebook groups have cropped up where people discuss theories and fears. The feared serial killer has been dubbed the Rainy Street Ripper. Do you understand the fear there or the concern?
Sure. I think it's gripped the community. Just anytime that someone passes in or near a body of water and it seems like it could potentially be from a suspicious source, I can understand why people might be a little concerned, but hopefully it helps assure people that, like I said, we make sure that detectives look at every single part of this case that we possibly can. We want to make sure that this person wasn't hit over the head or wasn't, drugged at a bar and followed down to the water where they ended up falling in or were attacked or assaulted or anything like that. So we try to rule out as much as we possibly can. Obviously we all would wish that there was video all over the place to see exactly what happened as things unfolded, but we're left with the evidence at the end of the day, and we have to piece together all the actual physical evidence that we have, and that is, were there any signs of trauma? Were there any signs of foul play? Like, do we believe a weapon was used? Did the body have any defects like stab wounds or bullet holes or anything like that? And then just reviewing that toxicology as well to see if there's any commonalities between any of the cases.
Austin Police Sergeant Nathan Sexton says he's certain the deaths are not the work of a serial killer. How can the Austin Police Department be so certain that there's nothing suspicious surrounding the deaths of the people who've ended up in Ladybird Lake?
Sure. So just over the years, there's deaths that happen in and around the water. Sometimes they're shootings, sometimes they're drownings, sometimes there's other deaths, and they all kind of get lumped in together a lot of the time. But I think the concern for most people are the folks pulled from the water that appear to have drowned. So in all these cases, we'll send an actual homicide detective to the scene to assess the situation, to assess the scene, to follow up later on with the medical examiner to check on toxicology, which could take 3 months to come back. So all of that is looked at in its totality to make sure, was there any trauma to this person's body? Do we think that they were drugged? Was there any signs of foul play?
And have there been signs of foul play with any of these victims? I read a story that said that one victim may have been shot while driving and then ended up in the water?
That was an actual murder, yes. So there was a victim that was driving along a road and was just happened to be hit by gunfire and crashed off of through a little cement barrier and ended up in the water. So that's what I said. Some of these kind of get lumped in as all kind of being the same MO when that gentleman just happened to be driving along and was hit by gunfire that was involved by other parties that were arguing with each other. So he was unfortunately kind of collateral damage in a shooting that was happening around him.
Sergeant Sexton says the deaths that have been labeled drownings were sad, unfortunate accidents, but that doesn't mean that people believe that. There are fears that someone may be spiking drinks for nefarious purposes, but why?
And I was found at about 4:30 in the morning at the bottom of a ravine. Actually was right next to a river that would lead to Ladybird Lake.
Jeff Jones was in Austin for a bachelor party in June of 2023 when someone found him in a creek under a bridge. Did you physically end up in the water and somebody found you? I mean, do you know what happened to you from what you've been told, or?
Yes, it's mainly from what I've been told through the reports. My sister came down and was there the whole time, as well as a few other of my relatives, and they were taking notes and kind of trying to explain to me what was going on. But that is an odd twist to it as well. I was found right next to the creek where another individual a few years back also was found there. Unfortunately, he had passed away. But that lake, that leads right to Ladybird Lake. And I was found at about 4:30 in the morning after disappearing from the group at around 1. So it is a strange amount of time that I had, and then it was just kind of an innocent bystander who had found me and reported it anonymously. So it would be interesting to find out a little bit more about that person. I always thought it was kind of odd that why did they see me at the bottom of a creek and bed, in the middle of the night randomly? I had no idea what had happened because my recollection faded away while we were still at dinner. So to me, I woke up about a week and a half into it. They had me in an induced coma. And I had no idea where I was or what had happened. And I had, a bunch of staples all over my body. And it was quite a harrowing experience, I would say, at that point. It took me a few days to really even understand what was going on. And then they also had done a toxicology screen and they did find rufalin in my system. And there was no other substances outside of that.
Jones shared the drug screen results with me. It shows a presumptive positive result for benzodiazepines, a drug the DEA says can produce sedation and hypnosis. These drugs are used to treat seizures, anxiety, and muscle spasms.
There's no way to really know because I don't have, unfortunately, any memory of the actual event. But yeah, somebody had drugged me and either tried to rob me or, maybe it was part of whatever this murdering situation is. We're not really sure, but obviously something had happened. And it seemed odd too that a few of the other guys in our group also had gone home with, abnormally high levels of confusion and more than just typical intoxication.
Jeff Jones never filed a police report, but interestingly enough, after Jones spoke with me and we put in a records request for the run related to his fall from the bridge on 6th Street, Austin police wrote a report on May 16th of this year. The officer documented what he saw when he responded to the 911 call. The report says, the complainant stated he was suddenly awoken by a loud crash and observed that a male had fallen off the south side of the bridge. It goes on to say, the incident appeared accidental in nature. Therefore, we titled the incident Assist EMS. The rest of the report is heavily redacted with portions blacked out. It categorized the incident as a, quote, fall. An Austin police detective told me they had the report written to document the incident since Jones started speaking about it publicly, so they felt it should be documented. I've requested an unredacted copy of the report along with the 911 call. At the time of this recording, that second request has not yet been.
Why is anything redacted on this report? I want to know that.
And why did they not do any kind of report until it was requested?
Thank you. Thank you.
Like, that should have been immediate. Like, I don't care if somebody was drunk and fell. They did tests and found that he had been drugged.
100%. So if again, that's the first question. Thank you, Andy. Why was there no report put out until it was requested? And then when that report comes out, why is there so much redacted from it? This is a report of a accident. What are you redacting and why? I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Weird. That's a problem. Okay. And if you saw what they had, if you look at this paperwork, folks, look how much is redacted from this. Like most of it.
That's sketchy. I don't like that.
That's beyond.
What are they hiding? What are you like? Yeah. What are you hiding, guys?
What and why is redacted from this report, guys? This is insane to me. Welcome back, Molly. It's okay. And Park, thank you very much for that. Gifted a membership to the cafe. I don't see who got it because of this thing screen here, but whoever got it, welcome. Congrats, and it's great to have you in the sauce with us. It's very odd, in my opinion. I've never seen an accident report have anything redacted from it other than like an address, a name, or a phone number, possibly. That's it.
If it's truly an accident, why hide all this stuff?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
What's the point if it was just an accident?
Flickery got it. Okay, congrats, Flickery. Welcome to the sauce. Thank you, Sherry. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what the hell are you redacting and why?
That's weird.
From an accident report. Something's wrong with this. And this is what I think Krista was talking about. There's more to this too, guys. We're going to see something else here coming up after this that leads into that a little bit. And it's got me thinking. It does. Unless they redacted the victim's medical info. I mean, that's possible too, Chris. But for what reason? Unless the victim asks you to do it. I don't know. Maybe that's a good point, though. I'm glad you brought that up. It does seem like a lot to be redacted, guys. I mean, we got 2 paragraphs and everything else is gone. That makes no sense to me. Something is definitely wrong with that. Okay.
Wouldn't an incident report just say what was observed of injuries at the time that they rescued him, not necessarily like typically, all of the procedures and surgeries and all of that? So there shouldn't really be. That's a lot if they're just covering, just redacting like, oh, he had this injury.
From the police, yes. Now, an EMS run report, which is what I've filled out millions of those, okay? That may have medical information, medical history, so on and so forth, because, of course, we take that down when we're running somebody into, from an accident scene or whatever. Not this. This would not nor should not have a medical history, medications, anything like that on it. This is a police incident report, folks, not a medical run report. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you, guys. You rock and roll. We hit the algorithm. We can breathe now. That's awesome. Thank you, Sherry. And God bless you guys for that. We appreciate you. That's okay, Molly. That's okay. I didn't know that you were gone. I had asked you, Molly, if you could find, they said it was a half mile north of the boy's residence. And I had asked if you could map the canals that run north of the residence by about a half mile so I could see the terrain in the area. If you don't feel like it, Molly, it's okay. But if you can make a map of that, I just wanted to see it. That's all. But thank you anyway. Yeah, that's a lot to be redacted from in an incident report because I don't expect to see any kind of EMS, anything from an EMS report in this. That's all I'm saying, you guys. So on we go.
Doubt. It categorized the incident as a, quote, fall. An Austin police detective told me they had the report written to document the incident since Jones started speaking about it publicly, so they felt it should be documented. I've requested an unredacted copy of the report along with the 911 call at the time of this recording.
Wait.
The second request has not yet been fulfilled, but stay tuned. Do you guys have any reason to believe there was anything suspicious surrounding the incident involving Jeff Jones?
No. And I, from what I had heard, he just had no recollection of the events of that night. But the officers that had responded out there found him at the bottom of to find him on the ground. So again, without like video or anything definitive to show that there was any foul play. Everything pointed to the fact that he had just fallen.
The fact that Jeff Jones ended up in the hospital still shocks him a year later. He still has a lot of questions and doesn't know who may have placed something in his drink.
It was definitely quite a revelation. I mean, I had never really contemplated my own mortality at all. I'm in my mid-30s, so it's not even something you think about, really. We had actually heard about it when we were going down. There was about 6 or 7 of us on a flight down from Boston together on Thursday, and we had heard of the disappearances of people, and we were kind of joking with one another, oh, watch out for the serial killer in Austin. And, to wake up and then realize that, it could have actually been a target of somebody in that exact situation we were laughing about was definitely a shock. I had heard about it, but I obviously did a lot more research afterwards, started realizing that I fit the profile of, a 20 or 30 something male who've been disappearing at an increasing rate over the past few years in Austin. So it's really unfortunate. And I don't know that I believe that it's really a serial killer, but I do think that the drug is that, these drugs that can knock you out are very prevalent and easily available for people down there. And if you want to take advantage of someone, it's a great way to do it. That you completely incapacitate someone within an hour or so. So I think that may be the real issue, is just that drug is kind of running rampant around major cities.
Drugging of drinks has been a problem in major cities for years. In response to concerns over drugging drinks in Austin, the city has launched the Sip Safely program. They did that in April. The city's website includes advice like never leave your drink unattended, watch your drink being poured, be cautious about taking a drink from someone you don't know, and use a drink cover and watch for others in your party. One Austin City Council member pushed for the program, citing what's been going on at the bars in Austin for years.
We have seen instances where there was a KXAN article in 2019 where physicians have noted an increase of ER patients coming in from downtown bars who display unusual non-alcoholic related symptoms. When asked if the cause was from druggings, the physicians have often said, yes, I think it's definitely possible.
The city also stationed EMTs along Rainey Street as part of a pilot program. An Austin Travis County spokesperson told me that EMTs had actually stopped several people leaving bars from wandering toward the water. Now the city is looking at whether that program should be implemented full time, but it all comes down to money and the city budget. Despite the pilot programs designed to keep people safe, so many questions remain about how and why these men have ended up in the water.
We can't explain why it seems to be mostly men, but I can say that from the Austin Homicide Unit that we look into every possible aspect that we can in all these cases, and nothing has led us to believe that there is any sort of killer, especially serial killer, at play here.
Meanwhile, Jeff Jones still has questions about what's going on in the bar district in Austin and what happened to him.
Yeah, I think it's something that really needs to be addressed at this point. I mean, with the fact that you have this many people disappearing in your city, whether it's a serial killer or not, I feel like that's not good for tourism. And you would think that they would want to eradicate that issue sooner than later. It's crazy. But yeah, hopefully, me having these conversations can get some awareness and at least help people be a little more safe when they're down there, and in a few other cities around the country which seem to have kind of similar issues going on.
Thankfully, Jones lived to tell his story, although he has some lingering effects from falling 24 feet off that bridge.
I'm still on some pain meds. I luckily have gotten off of most of them. It was pretty intense at first, but I do have 2 very large rods in my back connecting, actually 4 rods in 2 places in my back connecting the spinal cord, the areas that were damaged, and those are actually supposed to come out this summer. Shockingly enough, they aren't permanent. But I still can function fairly normally with it. It is a little painful sometimes, certain activities, but really I'm pretty lucky. And I also did have a puncture wound. A branch went through my elbow, my left elbow, and I've lost some range of motion there as well, which I'm in physical therapy for. But overall, it hasn't negatively affected my life, which is really lucky.
But no one has more questions than the loved ones of the families whose brothers and sons are never coming home. Mitch Gutierrez feels like he still doesn't know what happened to his brother Martin.
That kid was the salt of the earth, and he deserved better. He is not a person that should have been pushed aside. He's a better person than that. He deserved better. And all those other people that died too deserve better than that. And the city didn't do. They didn't do anything. And they just said it was accidental. It's not fair. He's too good of a person. All these people were too good to just be thrown to the side. And nothing's been done. And the city needs to do something. And they need to do it faster because people will continue to go missing.
Will these families ever find out what happened to their loved ones? Were they all drugged? Or were some intoxicated and sadly just ended up walking into the lake? They may never get the answers they need or want, but they say they'll continue to push for answers. So what do you say to the public out there who's got this legitimate concern about people ending up in the water?
I think whenever people are out, especially in the bar districts, hopefully people keep an eye on their friends. I think a lot of people end up becoming incredibly intoxicated, which often leads to some people ending up in the water. And I can't speak to exactly how folks end up in the water, right? Every case is completely different. Some of the folks who are homeless sleep by the water and may use that as a bathroom. So there's all different circumstances in all of these different cases. But I hope it helps make people feel a little bit better that through our homicide unit, we look at every possible thing that we can in trying to rule out any sort of foul play. And there's just no signs that or any evidence leading to any kind of conclusion that anyone is being killed other than the ones that we've already classified as homicides.
Sergeant Sexton says there have been cases investigated by the robbery division where people have actually drugged bar patrons to rob them. This woman was named a suspect in incidents going back to 2022. But Sexton says these are separate cases from the drownings. On July 5th, a man's body was found on a trail off of Ladybird Lake, raising fears about a possible killer on the loose.
This call for service was responded to in a timely manner. Call text advised the complainant located a white male with apparent life-threatening injuries to his body. The Austin Fire Department, Austin Travis County EMS, and the Austin Police Department arrived on scene, and unfortunately, the victim was pronounced deceased at approximately 5:45 p.m. This is not being investigated as a homicide at this time, and all investigative steps being taken are routine measures. At this time, this is being considered an isolated incident, and there is no known threat to the general public.
Sadly, Austin police say that man died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He was not the victim of a homicide. And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. We'll continue to follow this story and keep you updated on any new information.
Okay.
Wait, I guess before I forget, I just want to point out, I thought that they filled out an incident report after he requested it. They didn't. He asked them to. They didn't do that until he started speaking publicly about it.
They started making noise about it, right? See? Why?
That's sketchy.
No, that goes above and beyond sketchy, folks. That's crazy. Absolutely, Andy.
Yeah.
Now, we did have another one July 5th, guys. Now, here's my thing. We've seen a lot of different variations of what has happened with some of these people. There was one like Martin was found with a contusion on the back of his head. I don't believe that happened from falling into the water. I'm sorry.
Sounds like someone knocked him upside the head and then pushed him in the water.
And like you said, dead people don't bleed. That's a point proven fact, guys. Okay. This one from July 5th was found on a trail very, very, very near to Ladybird. And it looked like it was self-inflicted, they said. I'm not going to believe until it's proven to me that that's what that was. Anybody can make it look like anybody did that to themselves with no problem, folks. Just telling you. It can be, okay? Now, if they've done all the whatever you do, you know, the scientific methods and this and that to prove that, but I don't think they're spending that kind of money, that kind of time, I should say, on this investigation for whatever reasons. It doesn't seem like they are. By the way, welcome to the sauce, Chris Dohaney, and let me back this up real quick. Thank you, Park, you so very much for gifting that membership. We appreciate that so very much. And again, Chris, it's great to have you in the sauce with us. Chris says, I would assume that incident reports would be filed anytime cops respond. There should be.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing. They should be. Damn, why aren't they? You know what I mean? That's another issue I have with this. Thank you, Doodle. I don't get that, guys. Thank you, Doodle, very much. I will look at that too. So, yeah, that's a great point that he made. I would assume incident reports would be filed anytime the police respond to a call. That's protocol, folks. They're supposed to be. Yeah, nobody likes paperwork, but I don't care. That's your job. That's what you get paid for. Bullshit. Sorry.
I mean, even my father's animal control officer for our really tiny town, and anytime there's somebody who even calls about a stray dog, he's required to fill out paperwork and a report about it. So why wouldn't the police fill out a report when somebody was found in the water and they had to be called?
See, this is where problems come
injured. Like, yeah, this is weird.
This is why people think the police are sketchy. This is why they think they're corrupt. Because they do stuff like this. And people are going to continue to think that as long as they continue doing stuff like this. That it's real simple to do your job, period. Okay. And the thing that I have issue with, hold on a minute, guys. Sorry, I had to blow my nose and I didn't think you guys want to hear that. One of the things I have issues with, okay, is that these people are being drugged. They're not just tripping and falling over the side into the lake, okay? They're being drugged. That's a problem. So, hey, Firefly, good to see you today. I don't know what the deal is with this. Robert says these aren't accidents. They are. Yeah, I just said they're being drugged. Sad that LE are saying accident drownings. These men aren't just jumping in that lake with clothes on. APD needs to do some. I agreed. I do agree.
Well, even if it is accidental drownings, they need to be looking into who's drugging them. Because if they're not being hurt and then thrown in there, there's still something going on where somebody's in these bars putting substances in their drink.
Very much so, yes. Very
even
much.
If you're not trying to look for a murderer, you still need to look for who is putting what in their drinks.
Mm-hmm.
It's all just weird.
Yeah, it's definitely got a what was I trying to say? A bit of a suspicious tone to it, okay? At the very least. I'm trying to find the next one here. I was going to show you guys. Oh, here we go. Sorry. So again, leading back to let's see here. One second, sorry. 1 second here. Where the hell did it go? Okay. I got a couple other things I'm throwing at you guys just to kind of wrap this all up into one big ball. I don't know why I can't talk today. To see what we come with at the end. You know what I mean?
22-year-old Julio Santos III was home in Austin for a week after graduating before he was set to start a new job in Seattle.
He was just a great kid, just an amazing guy.
But his life was cut short While his death certificate says drowning, his sister, Melanie Raymond, doesn't agree.
I think he was drugged. I think he was overserved. I think he was lured over there.
She says any sight of the lake can be triggering.
I picture him, in the river. I picture somebody hurting him, and he's just left.
At Thursday's city council meeting, family members of others who disappeared or were found dead in the lake called for more safety measures.
I think they're connected. They're too much the same to be a coincidence.
The city says at this point, there's no evidence of foul play in any of these cases.
It's like, APD's reading from a script, and it's the exact same things. And if they were different, why would they be saying the exact same things? So yes, I think they're all connected.
City council passed a resolution calling on the city manager to come up with a safety plan, including exploring the capacity to have park rangers patrol and EMS stationed on the trailhead.
If they are adopting resolutions to pacify, that's not enough. If they're going to adopt a resolution and take 10 years to do it, that's not enough. So far, all we've received are empty promises.
The city manager is also tasked with looking into halo cameras for the area and working with bars to prevent.
This is a point that I was making before. I talked about this before, Granny. Thank you for saying this. If like the young frat boy, cops were swarming him, it is a gig, bartender drugs, security kicks him out, cops follow and rob, or whoever. In Tennessee, we watched 2 cops swarming that frat kid. That's true too. That was true. I mean, it could be, you know what I mean? It could be a thing, and that could be what it is. Or it could be something along those lines with other people besides the police involved too. And I looked into the theory about a group doing this. Okay. That this is their whole thing. They travel from state to state doing this too, but it seems to be stuck, at least in Austin, with the same scenario here. And they're not, all these other things we're finding out, not filing incident reports on this. That's that completely changes the situation.
That's the part that gets me, because we know that there are groups that, might be working with bartenders in a lot of tourist, cities. You go to like New Orleans, there's a lot of people being drugged and then robbed and all of that.
Right. And why is law enforcement dragging their feet?
Right. That's the thing that gets me here is like, why are they not investigating it more? Why didn't they do a report until the guy started talking publicly? Like, it's not passing the smell test. It's fishy.
And when they ask him, when he asked them for the reports, it was kind of ignored at first. And then when the guy starts talking mess about this and that,
then they finally write one up. And then when it's released, it's all redacted except for like, oh, he was found and cops were called.
So what are they protecting? What are they hiding? It? You cannot look at that report and tell me that is not because they seem to be hiding something from the public. Why? And what? And that's the thing. 13 guys. We've had 13 happen.
And if the redacted information was just his medical history or something like that, like someone else had suggested, he would be able to FOIA request an unredacted version of it, and he could release it himself if he wanted to.
Right.
So why is it that when he requested a copy of the report, it's still redacted when it's about him?
Now, here is another thing too, and I kind of like this. I'd like to believe in this remark or this statement. I'd like to, but Crimson says, okay, so what if they did make reports, but they are keeping part of the reports secret as to not incite hate mobs? That is a good point. Had any of them been reported to have been SA'd? Sorry, I don't know how else to say. No, you're okay, hon. That's fine. I don't know for a fact. I've never tried to get autopsies and stuff like that. I'm going to try to look at them though. I want to see stuff like that. I want to see what else. And Firefly followed that and says, good point. Maybe the public isn't privy to their investigation just yet. Maybe not. Okay. And that's something else I want to think. Maybe they are looking into this, you guys. Maybe they are. Okay, and maybe it's a quiet investigation because they have to be, you know what I mean? To catch somebody at something. I would love to believe that that is what is going on at this point. Maybe. I'm still a little weirded out by some of the way that it has happened, okay? If they're doing some kind of a sting operation or something like that with this, okay, great. It's time. But I hope nobody else loses their life during this. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? That would be great. I would love to think that that's possible. I would love to believe that that's probably that is something that's going on. I don't know, but I just don't like. I don't like the way some of this has been portrayed, I guess you could say. It does make me question things. It does make me look at it at least twice and go, why are these things happening? I don't know. This has always been an issue with me, this case from the beginning, and that's why I'm looking at it like I am. The lake is supposed to be a place where nobody's supposed to be anyway. They're not supposed to be swimming in it or going anywhere near it. So I don't know. Let me finish this here and then I'll shut this down.
Prevent over-serving alcohol.
We should be able to have fun and not have to worry about, our loved ones being found in the river and being told, oh, they just drank too much.
Last week, the city announced patrols. There are already temporary lights and fencing, and a permanent infrastructure plan is in the works. 8 years after losing her brother, Raymond says this time she hopes the momentum keeps going.
I think it is different. This seems to be bigger. There's a lot more attention. I hope it won't fizzle out. Again, I hope it doesn't.
Okay. Now, with some of these cases, I believe that, there was water found. Some of them there wasn't. I don't know. And of course, whatever law enforcement is doing, one thing I will say that I do know for a fact, they're not going to tell anybody anything anyway, because this is going to drown out business. It's going to kill their business, and they don't want that for the city. That's something we do know. Part of the other reason why I was following this so closely was because of another scenario that was going on in other states too. So I don't know what's that?
Smiley face.
Yeah, and they kind of matched up to me. They were pretty parallel in the MO, the way
the victimology,
yeah, a lot of it, and that's why
I would be very curious to see if anybody lives in that area, if they've gotten any pictures of graffiti. I'll just say that.
I agree. If that's being done or not being done, in the smiley face, I do believe very possibly is probably just a copycat. In essence, it's still a bad scenario. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean it makes it any better, but somebody that's trying to take something and turn it into their own thing. I don't know. No, where was I at with this other scenario? I think this was it. Here, hold on a minute. Now, this is a bit different, but it's still, I'm showing it to you because it tells a bit of a different story that maybe it didn't go too far, okay? It's still a problem, and these things happen everywhere. I understand that. So that's not a problem, but this is in Austin as well, okay? And this is through downtown where this whole bar area is and all this other stuff, but still. 1 second here.
Yeah, so I was out with a group of friends downtown Austin. We had been at a couple bars, was, in no way to the point of blackout drinking.
Ending the night at Estelle's Cocktail Bar off 4th Street.
The last kind of memories I have were, hanging out around, the DJ booth upstairs near the dance floor. you know, dancing a little bit by the bar upstairs, and then FaceTiming, you know, my cousin, letting him know that I was getting into an Uber. And then I woke up the next morning in my bed.
To a gut punch discovery, cards and phone were missing, and so was a lot of money.
10 to 12 different charges at 3 different Walmarts near Katy, Texas, that accumulated to about $10,000. A series of $3 charges, and then $900 plus cashback withdrawals. In addition to that, I saw there was a Zelle payment for $1,000. There was a 7-Eleven charge. And there was 2 separate $1,000 withdrawals from my ATM.
An ATM on 5th Street and a 7-Eleven on North Lamar. Since then, Steve has been in communication with Austin police and many others.
It's been exhausting. I've spent over 100 hours of my personal time trying to find the right, you know, entity that's willing to have my back.
When we spoke with Steve, he had just received this letter from Chase denying his 3rd fraud claim.
We're sorry to learn about the incident you describe. We reviewed your claims totaling $12,877.48 filed on August 7th. We confirmed that the claims were denied because your PIN was used with no invalid attempts made when the ATM transactions were completed or after the card was reported lost.
How do you think they got your PIN number?
Really, that's a great question.
I don't remember anything that happened that night.
In February 2022,
I saw emails with Venmo charges, someone I don't know, and they equaled up to like $2,300.
we spoke with a man who shared an eerily similar story. In October of that year, police announced the arrest of 2 women for posing as rideshare drivers back in February and robbing victims downtown of thousands of dollars. In the police report for Steve's case, the detective wrote, a common criminal tactic used in the historic downtown Austin area includes picking up intoxicated patrons and pretending to be their Uber or Lyft drivers. The patrons will then either be robbed or driven around Austin with the express intent of getting as much money, compensation, or items from the patron as possible.
I feel pretty helpless. I'm hoping this message gets out, you know, to the public, at least let them know that there is activity like this happening. Anyone is really eligible to be a victim of this crime.
Our initial thoughts were
All right, now this one is from February. Somebody that, that whole thing with the PIN number thing, they have ways of doing that. It's a whole hack thing from my understanding.
There's also, I forget the exact name of the substance, but they call it a zombie drug, and it comes from a flower. It's totally legal, and it's easy to just blow it in somebody's face. And what happens is the person still seems not intoxicated or under the influence, but they will do whatever you say. And it's used in a lot of other countries to rob tourists. And like I said, like you just have a little bit of powder and you just blow it in somebody's face and then say, give me your PIN number, take me to your house and give me all your stuff. Like that's reports that has happened.
And that's,
I forget the name of it, but yeah.
I've heard cases of that, and you don't know what is going through your mind. You may not remember this, depending on how or what you were drugged with. You could have just told them what it was. It could have been somebody you thought at that moment in that cloud was your best friend. Hey man, I need the PIN so I can pay for the drink. Oh yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and boom, you're done. That's it. You know what I mean? So yeah, these things can happen for sure. Unintentionally. That's exactly what I'm saying, Crimson. Exactly, and that's. When you don't remember everything else, of course, you're not going to remember that either. So, yeah, that's a pretty sad situation. Now, that had nothing to do with Ladybird Lake, but I'm just showing you another scenario going on down through this whole thing, that this could all be intertwined together, you guys. You see what I'm saying? It could be that it's just, like they said, these 2 women that were working as rideshare drivers, blah, 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 robbing people. Maybe somebody tries to fight back. You got to defend. These women got to defend themselves. Hit him in the back of the head with something. Knock him into the river. or maybe it's two different things going on. Who knows? I'm just saying these things are all going on in this same area, and it's something to look at. Leslie said, sorry guys, I'm just trying to keep up with you guys too. I think maybe it's a girl who was hurt by a man. You know, I was wondering about that too. Okay, I was. Somebody sent me an email the last time I went deep into this and said that they thought it was a woman, and I kind of laughed at it. But nowadays, guys, I don't put anything past anything anymore. But somebody sent me an email probably about 6-7 months ago, and it said that I think, or great show. I love the whole Ladybird Lake thing, Dig. I'm glad you're covering it. But my speculation was basically that I think this is a woman whose husband or boyfriend left them for another man, and therefore this is her vengeance. And I'm like, wow. Like I said, I kind of laughed, like that's a little out there, but I mean, who knows? You know what I'm saying? At this point, who knows? Things are crazy in society nowadays, guys. Any of that stuff could be a very possible thing.
We also had the theory last time you were discussing this, where it was possible that maybe it was a group of people and that the women were doing the drugging, luring them away, and then the men were robbing or or killing them.
Well, 100%, because this still who just Critical just said it. New York and Missouri, or I'm sorry, New York, Chicago, it's happening all over the place. It's actually started to happen in LA as well. Different places. So yeah, absolutely. It could be Uber drivers. It could be a lot of different things. Hey, Brian, at this point, but these are so much alike to me. I don't know. I don't know. It could be male or female. Very true. This here is from February 5th. In another situation. I'm just trying to put some of these back together for you guys to show you what we've been looking at. You know what I'm saying? And then I have some other things that we're going to add to that.
That's for hopefully it's not our friend. You know, we just don't want it to be our friend.
Jaden.
Are you ready, Chief?
Yes, I am.
All right, perfect.
Okay, if that's the case, then where are the cameras?
Right.
They allotted all this money for this. Where's it at?
Yeah, I'd be curious to know if they've ever, if they went and installed them yet, because it's supposed to happen this summer and this summer's almost over.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've had people come at me about Tennessee as well, Critical, Riley, and New Jersey. That's why I got so attracted to Riley's case so fast, because of this, actually. It just was like, wait a minute, is this deja vu? Is it, I mean, I know these things happen, guys. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, I know these types of things happen, but when they start to happen so often in the same types of ways, the MO is almost identical in some senses. You got to look at it and go, wait a minute, let's look a little deeper. Do you know what I mean? And that's really all I'm doing. I don't know. I mean, it's just, hold on here. It's crazy.
Well, maybe by bringing attention to it and getting, the awareness out there, maybe something good will come of that. Maybe they'll look into it more.
Yeah.
Or give us some answers.
Right. So now we have, this is from a year ago. Okay. And this is when, let me see here. I think it was April 2nd of last year, not this past April, but last year. Another body was pulled. Okay. And when that happened, another family of one of the victims came forward and started talking again. This is the family of Jason John. Hold on a minute here.
New calls to.
Now, this is when they found the couple that just spoke. This is their son.
Address safety and lighting near Ladybird Lake after police found the body of Jason John in the water last night. John's family says he went out on Rainy Street on February 5th And that was the last time he was seen alive.
Now his loved ones and city leaders in Austin say something needs to change to keep a tragedy like this from happening again. Here's KVU's Ford Sanders.
A tragic end to a 9-day search.
But I think all of us knew that Jason had passed on because so much time has elapsed. We still had a little bit of hope, but then we received the word that they found the body in the lake nearby where he was.
30-year-old Jason John had been celebrating with a night out on Rainey Street on February 5th.
You know, Jason just received a promotion at work.
Family members say surveillance video shows him stumbling from the bars, but there are no cameras to show them what happened closer to the water.
I don't know if he was on the road. That entire road has multiple businesses and townhouses, but none of the cameras work. So that was our big complaint.
One of the biggest concerns his family and council members like Zoe Kadri have is how dark the trail gets at night.
I think you could have lighting on the trail while also be doing right by the environmental community. It'll make people feel safer, and it will make our community safer.
You can't see someone's face who's literally 2 feet in front of you.
You can see this trail next to Ladybird Lake, closest to downtown Austin, is pretty well lit during the day. But once night falls, you can see just how much darker it already is around 6:30. Well, give it another 20-30 minutes, it's almost pitch black.
I think this is a situation more than anything where you can find common ground and can find a place of compromise.
KVU News reached out to the Trail Conservancy. A spokesperson told us when the issues came up 2 years ago, some pushed for more lighting and others wanted to preserve the dark ecosystem in the area. But they say a project to improve lighting near Rainey Street will start in late spring.
We're not saying to put in high-powered LED beams where it looks like a snow globe. That's not what we're asking. We're asking for some sort of lighting.
Leaders say something needs to change.
It's horrific. This has happened to them. It's horrific. It's happened to folks in the past. But the one thing that the family told me, even before they found the body,
thank you so much, Les.
How do we make
Appreciate
sure
you very
that
much.
something like this, that the pain that we're feeling doesn't happen again?
In downtown Austin, I'm Ford Sanders.
Okay. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Back it up. Okay, now this is the next. Hold on.
Is there a serial killer in Austin? People from across the country are asking that question after 4 bodies have been found in Ladybird Lake during the last 2 months, even more over the last decade. Police say there is no serial killer and they don't suspect foul play. But internet sleuths are hard at work.
Well, a body was pulled out of Ladybird Lake this morning. Austin police say homicide detectives are investigating, but the case is not being called a homicide.
Austin police have confirmed that there has been no foul play in all of the cases, but residents say they believe there's a connection and there could be a suspect.
This can't be a coincidence. I was born and raised here in Austin. I've spent my whole life here, and it's never been an issue like this until the last few years.
This is not the first time a body has been found in the lake. Last year, there were multiple bodies found, renewing fears of a serial killer.
Austin police are investigating after a man's body was found in Ladybird Lake over the weekend.
Another grim discovery in Ladybird Lake Saturday morning.
Multiple individuals had called 911 reporting that a subject appeared to be deceased and was in the water on this end of the lake.
Jason John's body was found at Ladybird Lake in February, days after he disappeared heading home from Rainey Street.
Austin police this morning find the body of a missing college student in Ladybird Lake. Eleno Valle vanished from the St. Edward's University campus in South Austin back on February the 6th.
Christian Pugh was reported missing around 1:30 Sunday morning after hitting up Rainey Street. His flyers fill the area as the hours he was last seen.
chain continue to grow.
5 bodies pulled from Ladybird Lake in just 6 months.
They need to get to the bottom of it. I think something is foul play. People aren't just falling into the lake. I've heard different things. I've heard, it's drunk people, but I don't think that it can't be the case for all of these people.
This is odd, and not only the fact that there would be so many accidents in the area that previously had none, but also the fact that no one noticed.
I just think it's a little suspicious or kind of scary a little bit, I guess.
I do feel like the frequency of these events is increasing.
Do not go anywhere alone. Obviously, that's what's been happening. All male, all alone, gone.
In 2023, all of the bodies found in the lake were men.
We trust the city to get to the bottom of things, and sometimes maybe they're taking the easy way out and saying it's not foul play because that's the easiest answer for them, but I think there's more to it.
Sergeant Lee Nouse with APD says the incidents cannot be tied together.
At this time, this is not being investigated as a homicide. Our initial information doesn't show anything suspicious.
Police are not considering this a criminal investigation. John's mother's.
Rumors of a serial killer in Austin have been swirling for years. So something that's going to shock everybody in today's video is that I was with one of the victims of this serial killer or group of killers on the night that they went missing. This is a personal story that I have, and this is why I'm so invested in this investigation, because I know what happened, and I know that what the police are saying happened isn't true. Right now, the hurricane has taken out Courtney and I's power for a full week now. We've been without power for a week. I came back to our house to record this. It is about 94 degrees in here if you see me sweating, but I felt like I had to come back to really explain this to you guys. So Austin, Texas, if you don't know, is an amazing city. I moved to Austin personally in 2015 to attend film school at the University of Texas at Austin. I ended up dropping out of film school when the channel started taking off, and I'm so thankful to everybody for what they've done for me. But Courtney and I lived in Austin that entire time. Austin is where we fell in love. Austin is where I got married. Austin has a very special place in my heart. I made so many amazing friends, just made so many memories in Austin. And I'm sure you guys who have watched the channel for a while will remember that whole period of my life when I lived in Austin. But something's happening in that city, something that the police will not acknowledge is happening, something that is very dark and malicious and malevolent, and something that is shocking. This documentary is really going to blow your minds. But yeah, I'm not going to spare any time getting into it. Let's just dive right in. And we'll get to my personal story in a few minutes. So if you don't know how Austin is laid out, there's a huge, very tightly compacted city downtown area with 6th Street, the big party street, tons of restaurants and food. City Hall is down there. The state capitol is down there. And then intersecting downtown and I don't know what you would call really the other side of downtown for people that aren't there, but Austinites, obviously, Congress and going down on the road there. That waterway is Ladybird Lake. Now, Ladybird Lake, which is located in the heart of Austin, Texas, is a man-made body of water. This body of water was formed when a dam was built, and for years, this area around Ladybird Lake, which it's confusing because it's called a lake, and it's really not a lake, it's more like a river, but that area used to be called Town Lake, and it was renamed Ladybird Lake in 2007 after Lady Bird Johnson, Lyndon B. Johnson's wife, who obviously holds a special place in Texans' hearts. Back in the day, the shoreline of Ladybird Lake was described as being an eyesore. It was filthy. There was trash everywhere, shrubs. It was not a place that people really wanted to visit. And Claudia Lady Bird Johnson decided that she would make making Town Lake beautiful one of her personal priorities. So she supported a major cleanup, and she helped to establish hiking trails, biking trails all around the lake. And I can tell you, just having lived in Austin, I lived in downtown, we were on Ladybird Lake all the time. There's so much that you can go do there. You can go paddle boarding, you can go kayaking. I lost my iPhone in the river one time. Paddle boarding, that's a whole different story. There's a ton of outdoor stuff to go do, especially the hiking and biking. When Courtney and I lived downtown, we would hike and walk that trail almost every day, just taking our dog on a walk. So it is a very well-used area. There are hundreds of thousands of people that use Ladybird Lake every year. I'd argue to say millions. But interestingly, people haven't been allowed to swim in Ladybird Lake since 1964. If I could find it, I'm going to insert a video right now from me in college where I was actually jumping off of a bridge into Ladybird Lake, which is extremely dangerous. And I have been swimming in there in the past when I fell off of my paddleboard, but it's pretty strictly enforced. Nobody is allowed to swim in those waters. Now, people said initially that was because of runoff from nearby chemical plants from the city, leftover toxic materials in the water from the dam that was built. There's an abandoned power plant right nearby that people have said might have to do with it. But in reality, it's really because it's deadly. You see, in the 1960s, a family went down to Ladybird Lake on Mother's Day. They were going to enjoy a swim. It was a mother, her children, her husband, their father. They were all down there to have a great time. But unfortunately, two of the sisters, 8 and 11 years old, drowned in the lake. That was a very tragic event. I was actually able to track down some newspaper reports about that happening. But these drownings continued in Austin. In the following couple of months, there were 2 additional victims that were claimed by Ladybird Lake. And from that point forward, they shut down the swimming. Later on, they declared that you can't use motorized boats on the lake for recreational use. They also banned fishing, and people in Austin kind of jokingly referred to it as a no fun zone. No swimming, no fishing, no boating. You can kayak and you can paddleboard, but really you have to be very careful. And yes, there have been tons of accidents in Ladybird Lake. When I was living in Austin, I remember when a guy was fleeing the police and he crashed over the bridge.
Thank you, Molly. That is what I wanted. I appreciate it.
Into the water. Stuff like that happens, you know, because it's right in the center of a huge city. But we're not talking about those deaths today. We're not talking about random accidents or terrible misfortunes. What we're talking about today is a crime spree that has not only not been acknowledged by the Austin Police Department, but has been ignored. Victims' families that have been ignored. We're going to be talking to the families of victims today in this episode. And if you don't think that there's a serial killer or at least a group of individuals that are carrying out these killings in Austin by the end of this video, I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, now you get the vibe. Ladybird Lake is kind of dangerous. It's beautiful. It's serene. It's in the middle of Austin. People are on the water all the time. You can even see in my drone shots, I got people paddleboarding and canoeing. It's a very, very popular place to go relax, especially in the summertime months in Austin. But it's the drownings of these men that have caught people's attention. Today's documentary was brought to you by Babbel. Courtney, Connor, and I are planning on going international soon, and obviously when we visit a foreign country, we want to know a little bit of the language so that we can keep up with the locals. That's why recently I decided to download Babbel and start a new journey learning a brand new language. Immediately ruled Cole's death as non-suspicious. They never investigated this as a homicide, and I couldn't find any details on why they never looked into this or exactly how he had died. So this is going to be a pattern that you see begin to emerge. Because just a few years later, in February of 2014, a 20-year-old student from the local university, St. Edward's, was found once again floating in Ladybird Lake. This time, it was Alano Valle. He was a 20-year-old student at St. Edward's, and all of his friends described him as just the best guy, like somebody who wouldn't hurt a fly, someone who studied hard for his tests, who passed his classes with flying colors. He was always down to help people. And interestingly, there haven't been that many details that have been released when it comes to Alano Valle. But he disappeared. Then 10 days later, he was found once again in Ladybird Lake. And the Austin Police Department has never classified that as anything more than either an accidental death or a and I couldn't track down exactly what they said happened to him. And again that year, October of 2014, another man would be found in Ladybird Lake. This time it was Aaron David Rublik, who moved to Austin in 2011. Now, Aaron had been hanging out drinking with his friends on Thursday night before he eventually caught a cab and wanted to return home from Rainy Street, where he and his friends had been drinking. You're going to see Rainy Street pop up throughout this video. Rainy Street is a bar district in Austin. It is a very, very popular area. They kind of shut down the street so that thousands of people every weekend can go out drinking and partying. This is where a lot of the people have been going missing. There are theories that people are being drugged on Rainy Street. There's no concrete proof, but you're going to see this come up time and time again. So back to David Rublik, who was found in October of 2014 in Ladybird Lake. Now, he disappeared around 2 a.m. on Friday morning, and a day and a half later, he was found by fishermen who were on Ladybird Lake. Police said that there was no sign of trauma on David's body, and at the time, they said once again, it was another accidental drowning, just another tragic accident. But when 22-year-old Julio Santos III went missing and was found in Ladybird Lake, that's when people started to grow suspicious. So Julio was known as a very friendly, kind, loving individual, and his body was recovered from Ladybird Lake on June 7th, 2015. Now, they did a toxicology report on Julio, and they found that he had been drinking before his death, but they found no drugs in his system. He was found with all of his clothes on, except his belt was missing. And just like all the other victims before him, Julio's death was ruled as an accidental drowning. You'll see this many times. Austin police find these bodies, and they immediately, right afterwards, say that it was an accident and it was nothing more than an accident. Julio Santos' death, just like everyone else's, has never been explained.
In 2015, 22-year-old Julio Santos III was home in Austin for a week after graduating before he was set to start a new job in Seattle.
He was just a great kid, just an amazing guy.
But his life was cut short. While his death certificate says drowning, his sister, Melanie Raymond, doesn't agree.
I think he was drugged. I think he was overserved. I think he was lured over there.
She says any sight of the lake can be triggering.
I picture him, in the river. I picture somebody hurting him, and he's just left.
At Thursday's city council meeting, family members of others who disappeared or were found dead in the lake called for more safety measures.
I think they're connected. They're too much the same to be a coincidence.
The city says at this point, there's no evidence of foul play in any of these cases.
It's like, APD's reading from a script, and it's the exact same things. And if they were different, why would they be saying the exact same things? So yes, I think they're all connected.
City council passed a resolution calling on the city manager to come up with a safety plan, including exploring the capacity to have park rangers patrol and EMS stationed on the trailhead.
If they are adopting resolutions to pacify, that's not enough. If they're going to adopt a resolution and take 10 years to do it, that's not enough. So far, all we've received are empty promises.
The city manager is also tasked with looking into halo cameras for the area and working with bars to prevent over-serving alcohol.
We should be able to have fun and not have to worry about, our loved ones being found in the river and being told, oh, they just drank too much.
Last week, the city announced patrols. There are already temporary lights and fencing, and a permanent infrastructure plan is in the works. 8 years after losing her brother, Raymond says this time she hopes the momentum keeps going.
I think it is different. This seems to be bigger. There's a lot more attention. I hope it won't fizzle out. Again, I hope it doesn't.
Then they found the body of 35-year-old Fernando Domingo Ortiz. His death has yet to be explained. And after that, the body of 37-year-old Luis Ramirez. Luis was born in Texas. He had moved to Austin after high school, once again had attended St. Edward's University. He was a very smart guy. He had a double degree in psychology and political science. His passion was music. He really loved helping people. Friends of his said that he would give anyone the shirt off of his back. But once again, he disappeared and was found floating dead in Ladybird Lake. But once again, we still don't know anything really about what happened to him. He was found in the lake. They say it's probably an accident. There's no real finite answer here. And we get into 2018 at this point. And this is where things just exponentially explode and where my connection comes in. October 6, 2018, 25-year-old Christopher White goes missing in Austin. At the time that Christopher went missing, he was in town to attend the Austin City Limits Music Festival. I've been to ACL many times. It's very, very crowded. It's very hot. People get dehydrated all the time. But interestingly, after returning home from their night at the music festival, Christopher told his friends that he wanted to go check the water out outside of their rental property. He went without his shoes, his wallet, or his phone. This was very late at night in the pitch black. Later on, his body was found in the Colorado River, close to the rental property where his friends and him had been staying. And his toxicology report showed that there were a number of drugs in his system, along with alcohol. And now we get to Martin. Now, I actually sat down with Martin's brother, Mitchell, to discuss what he thinks happened to his brother. All these years later, 6 years later, authorities still are going with the thought and the theory that Martin accidentally drowned. His brother, his blood brother, Mitchell, does not think so. And there's no one better to explain exactly what happened than Mitchell himself.
Yeah, buddy. So my name is Mitchell Guiterrez. I live here in Austin. I've been here since 2006. My brother Martin was one of the victims off of Rainy Street. November 19th, 2018 is when he went missing. He used to come visit me all the time. He went to Texas Tech and all that. When he graduated, he actually moved in with me and my now wife. Would go out all the time. He loved Austin. He's such a happy person. We'd go to the gym every single day. It was like 6-7 days a week. We were the most boring, consistent people in the world, but we were happy. One night, we were out and about with dinner with my, wife and her family and everything. And I had to work the next day. It was a Sunday. And he went out with a few friends to go watch the football out on Rainy Street. He met them at one bar. And then, he didn't get any drinks or anything. And then he went to Luster Pearl, was the next bar they went to. And he had, according to his tab, and Len got him one drink and he bought one drink. That was it. By the time he got to Alibi, which was next door, he couldn't even walk. I looked at the footage. The manager was nice enough to let me know, let me and my family see the footage from Alibi. And he was like, kind of leaning off and he was just acting different, like very odd behavior. I've drank with my brother, for years and years, and I know his mannerisms. I know when something, and what I saw was not him. And then you see the footage where he goes to the back, like towards the restrooms. So everyone was on the inside portion of it. Well, there's an outside like deck area and you can actually go and get out the bar that way. And that's where he went. So none of the buddies saw him, when he left. And what I saw, he was like skipping, he's like a buff kid, like he was a power lifter, and he was like skipping out of the bar. I was like, what the hell is that, anyways, and then he made his way down towards Rainy Street near the Craft Pride bar, which was on the end, like of this like circle area, that little roundabout. And you see him just kind of looking at his phone, and then going across, and then, but he's just not himself. We were able to get some footage at the Towers of Town Lake, which is the last footage I have of my brother. And he's walking, and there's this like split where you go either in front of the convenience store or you go in this little like cul-de-sac. There's like nothing there and it's dark as can be. We looked at, the cops did back and forth, and we didn't see anything that looked like Martin going in front of that convenience store. So for some reason, I have no idea why, he had to have gone in this area. And we always took Ubers everywhere. We were very consistent.
Figure it out, Mom.
You know, but Martin was very naive. He was very kind, you know, whereas if someone said, oh, hey, I have a flat tire, can you help me? He would have been there in a heartbeat, you know, or someone screams for help, he's going to help. Like, ask questions later, help someone. And then that was the last I ever got. And then I woke up the next day, went to work. I worked 6:30 to 2:30, Monday through Friday. I had like the best job back then. And I'd always wait for him. I'd get our pre-workouts and everything ready. And at 5 o'clock, he didn't show up. I was like, hey, dude, like, where you at? You know, called him up, nothing. I called his work and he didn't show up for work. This kid never missed a day of work in his life, ever. He was very consistent. He was dependable. And so something was off. I called my buddy. He's like, dude, I texted him. I was like, where are you at, man? Like, you left the bar, you know, this and that. And I knew something was off immediately. Like I said, we were a victim of routine. We never broke away or steered from it. Then the search began. The next day, we were calling around, we were, you know, calling his girlfriend, all these things, like trying to piece together. Some buddies went to Rainy Street asking questions, all this. The next day, I went to Seton facilities. I went to St. David's facilities trying to find a John Doe or something that matched his description or anything like that. Any new admissions, traumas, anything, and nothing. So we got back, we put up a post on Instagram and Facebook, and it just blew up. And we had a news crew from like KXAN, Spectrum, Fox, all that. They were here like within hours. And so we were really able to get the word out to, you know, start this search. You know, the APD got involved and everything, the detectives, all that. And we started, you know, a whole process, and we were searching and searching, and we searched for a week.
It's been almost 3 days, and Martin Gutierrez is still missing. His friends and family searched for him all day today, but nothing turned up. They are not giving up, though. KVU's Patrick Perez is live on Rainy Street near downtown Austin, where they put up posters.
Well, Mike, this is a poster Martin's friends and family have placed throughout Rainy Street and the surrounding area. They're hoping that someone will recognize him from that picture and know where he is. Now, throughout the day, search crews have been in the air, on the water, and on the ground looking for Martin. His friends and family were out there, too, checking places he may have wandered off to in the dark. Many of them drove at least 5 hours just to help search for him. Martin's friends last saw him early Monday morning at the Alibi on Rainy Street. He tried to find a ride home, but he never made it. Nearly 72 hours later, his family hopes he'll turn up soon.
I'm hoping he's not in the water that had drowned. I'm hoping someone didn't hurt him and he's down somewhere and he can't do anything, or someone took him. I just don't want to think that he's behind a dumpster somewhere.
At a press conference earlier today, a detective said they don't suspect foul play, but an APD spokesperson later told me they haven't ruled it out just yet. Martin's family is offering a $5,000 reward to anyone who has any information about where he may be. They'll also be here tomorrow morning, bright and early, working on Thanksgiving to find him. We're live in downtown Austin tonight. I'm Patrick Perez, KVU News.
They actually had.
I'd like to know what it is that makes them not suspect foul play, if that makes any sense. Do you know what I mean? Welcome back, Andy.
Yeah, sorry, my phone overheated.
Oh, it's okay. I understand. And I sent Mom a link to Mom in Discord. If you're not working, not busy, and you're interested, if not, it's understandable, because I know you were pretty tight with this case too. So I just would like to hear them explain why they don't suspect any kind of foul play. Foul play can mean many different things. So I'm just curious. Like, I told you guys my theory that Mom just mentioned as well. The theory about the network of people that are doing this possibly all over the United States, not just here. There's many different directions I've gone with this. No, it's not a new body, Joe. It's just a new look at it. Welcome, by the way. Right. And that's why they're saying it, I guess. But they're never going to tell us that, is what I mean. So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, it does seem like all of the victims visited different bars. So I think we can rule out it being the bartenders.
One specific place. Yeah.
So I don't think it's like something to do with the bartenders putting stuff in their drinks. It's probably people that are just going around from bar to bar.
Yeah. I mean,
because that was one thing that I was curious about, is like, was it always the same bar? And it seems like it's not.
Right. Well, within specific bars, it could be. Other specific bars, it couldn't be. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it depends, I guess. Yeah. It could be such a wide variety and range of scenarios with that. So who knows? Yeah.
Or it could be a bartender who works at multiple bars.
That's true too. That does happen. That actually was something that was looked at in Tennessee when Riley went missing. Thank you very much for that, Brian. I appreciate you. Good to see you. Yeah, they do that. Some of them do work multiple places sometimes, you know. One works at one bar one day to get a full schedule. Sometimes you got to do that.
Right.
I just don't know. I don't know. And the MO did match up in some senses with Riley's case. Like I said, that's why I was so attracted to it, because I'm like, oh, here we go again. Now we're in Tennessee, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But I don't know. You don't know. You know, Riley's case was definitely determined to be no foul play involved, so on and so forth. I still have my questions about some of the things that happened there, but you know, I got to go with what they say, and that's what we have to do in some senses. That doesn't mean you can't question it. It is what it is. I don't know. I don't. There's so many questions I have with this. There are so many questions I have with this.
The Travis County Search and Rescue go out with their helicopters and look around, and they told us that he was not in the water. They were adamant that he wasn't there, and so I was ecstatic. I was like, oh my God, dang it. Like, that was my biggest fear. He was going to be in the water. And I remember telling my mom, like, he's got to be somewhere. Like, we got him, Mom. Like, you know, he's not in the water. You know, let's focus our searches elsewhere. Every day we meet up at the top of Rainy Street, and people would go all over the place to search around, put flyers up, whatever we could. The APD, man, they had 2 dumbass police officers that were actually going to local areas and asking for the wrong date. Like, I had their employees call me to tell me this because they refused to listen. And they're like, the kid went missing Sunday night, Monday morning. No, they're like, we want Monday, we want this and that. And I was just livid. Like, you know, this is their job. Get it right. And my brother isn't just either in front of the convenience store, or you go in this little like cul-de-sac. There's like nothing there, and it's dark as can be. We looked at, the cops did back and forth, and we didn't see anything that looked like Martin going in front of that convenience store. So for some reason, I have no idea why, he had to have gone in this area. And we always took Ubers everywhere. We were very consistent with it, like, you know, but Martin was very naive. He was very kind, you know, whereas if someone said, oh, hey, I have a flat tire, can you help me? He would have been there in a heartbeat, you know, or someone screams for help, he's going to help. Like, ask questions later, help someone. And then that was the last I ever got. And then I woke up the next day, went to work. I worked 6:30 to 2:30, Monday through Friday. I had like the best job back then. And I'd always wait for him. I'd get our pre-workouts and everything ready. And at 5 o'clock, he didn't show up. I was like, hey, dude, like, where you at? You know, called him up, nothing. I called his work and he didn't show up for work. This kid never missed a day of work in his life, ever. He was very consistent. He was dependable. And so something was off. I called my buddy. He's like, dude, I texted him. I was like, where are you at, man? Like, you left the bar, you know, this and that. And I knew something was off immediately. Like I said, we were a victim of routine. We never broke away or steered from it. Then the search began. The next day, we were calling around. We were, you know, calling his girlfriend, all these things, like trying to piece together. Some buddies went to Rainy Street asking questions, all this. The next day, I went to Seton facilities. I went to St. David's facilities trying to find.
If I disappear, guys, the trees are sideways here. The wind's blowing so hard. I think this is bad. So if I disappear, that's why.
Well, don't leave me here by myself. Maybe we should shut it down for now.
Well, I'm okay so far. We'll see.
All right.
Find a John Doe or something that matched his description or anything like that, any new admissions, traumas, anything, and nothing. So we got back, we put up a post on Instagram and Facebook, and it just blew up. And we had a news crew from like KXAN, Spectrum, Fox, all that. They were here like within hours. And so we were really able to get the word out to, you know, start this search. You know, the APD got involved and everything, the detectives, all that. We started, you know, a whole process, and we were searching, and we searched for a week.
It's been almost 3 days, and Martin Gutierrez is still missing. His friends and family searched for him all day today, but nothing turned up. They are not giving up, though. KVU's Patrick Perez is live on Rainy Street near downtown Austin, where they put up posters.
Well, Mike, this is a poster Martin's friends and family have placed throughout Rainy Street and the surrounding area. They're hoping that someone will recognize him from that picture and know where he is. Now, throughout the day, search crews have been in the air, on the water, and on the ground looking for Martin. His friends and family were out there, too, checking places he may have wandered off to in the dark. Many of them drove at least 5 hours just to help search for him. Martin's friends last saw him early Monday morning at the Alibi on Rainy Street. He tried to find a ride home, but he never made it. Nearly 72 hours later, his family hopes he'll turn up soon.
I'm hoping he's not in the water that had drowned. I'm hoping someone didn't hurt him and he's down somewhere and he can't do anything, or someone took him. I just don't want to think that he's behind a dumpster somewhere.
At a press conference earlier today, a detective said they don't suspect foul play, but an APD spokesperson later told me they haven't ruled it out just yet. Martin's family is offering a $5,000 reward to anyone who has any information about where he may be. They'll also be here tomorrow morning, bright and early, working on Thanksgiving to find him. We're live in downtown Austin tonight. I'm Patrick Perez, KVU News.
They actually had the Travis County Search and Rescue go out with their helicopters and look around, and they told us that he was not in the water. They were adamant that he wasn't there, and so I was ecstatic. I was like, oh my God, like that was my biggest fear. He was going to be in the water. And I remember telling my mom, like, he's got to be somewhere. Like, we got him on. Like, he's not in the water. Let's focus our searches elsewhere. Every day we meet up at the top of Rainy Street, and people go all over the place to search around, put flyers up, whatever we could. The APD, man, they had 2 dumbass police officers that were actually going to local areas and asking for the wrong date. Like, I had their employees call me to tell me this because they refused to listen. And they're like, the kid went missing Sunday night, Monday morning. They're like, we want Monday, we want this and that. And I was just livid. Like, this is their job. Get it right. And
so is this an accident, or were they doing this on purpose? I mean, I'm that doesn't make any sense. This is the police. They're supposed to be able to do these things. Welcome, Mom.
Hey, Mom.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are y'all?
Good. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I was wondering where you've been. I was a little worried about you.
Kind of a break. I just took a
That's
break.
fine.
It just gets real heavy, and sometimes just need to breathe.
Yes.
So Molly asked a question about the way that it flows. Actually, Ladybird Lake is technically not a lake. It is the Colorado River, and it was used as a cooling pond for a power plant.
Which is where a lot of the bad water stuff came into effect. But okay.
I'm still looking for the way it flows, though, because I'm interested to know how it flows as well.
Right, just to compare where they may have fallen in or been dumped.
Hold on a minute here. Yeah. Thank you, Molly. I got it. We'll look at that next. I don't know, Critical. You can't just say we don't know. That's the whole reason why we're looking at this. I can't just say that people are just falling in the water. Okay, the one guy, in fact, the one we're talking about, ended up having a massive contusion on the back of his head, and like his brother, who is a PRN, said that dead people don't bleed. Well, that's true. There's nothing to pump the blood, so something's off with that one. And the other guy said he knows for a fact he was pushed, so something's happening. It's not just that they're falling in the water. There's something else attached, at least with some of these. Okay, I have to say that I truly believe that that there's something off with at least some of these, and the fact that the MO is the same with a lot of these is what makes me look at it like I do. I'm not saying that it's 100% a conspiracy or that it is a serial killer. I'm asking, is there? Because there's a lot of people that are saying that they believe and feel that there possibly could be. So I don't know. Hey, Salty Grace, good to see you. And yes, bartenders do work in multiple places. And Miss Gina, 2 nights in a row. Good to see you. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Anyway, it's definitely a questionable scenario. I'll just put it that way. And that's what I'm doing. I've been following it for a long time too, Critical. I know quite a bit about it. I can promise you that. As well as the smiley face situation, as well as another one. So I'm not saying you don't know a lot. I'm just saying I know quite a bit about it too. And I have other stuff besides this that I've been following with this too. But a lot of it can be looked at as just people being drunk and falling in the water. There's no doubt about that. But there's other circumstances that I've questioned about this that make me go back and look at the other situations too, is all I'm saying. So
my brother isn't just a nobody. He's not a number. He's a human being, just like everyone else, and we just had so many inconsistencies with the APD, and it was tough, man. We had search. And then the morning of November 26th, about 5 a.m., I get a text saying, I have your brother. If you tell anything to the APD, I'll cut his throat and I'll send him to you piece by piece. I was terrified. I remember waking up. I was like, oh my God, he's alive. We got him. I woke up my mom.
later told me they haven't ruled it out just yet. Martin's family is offering a $5,000 reward to anyone who has any information about where he may be. They'll also be here tomorrow morning, bright and early, working on Thanksgiving to find him.
Okay, so Tracy says that Ladybird Lake flows south from plains of northeast Texas south to the Gulf of Mississippi. There we go, guys. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Like the Gulch in Louisiana, part of the Mississippi? Because the Mississippi pours into the Gulch.
So if it's going from the plains of the northeast Texas south to the Gulf, yeah, I guess that would be right, wouldn't it?
That's a shipping lane.
Going into the Gulf of Mississippi. So yeah, okay. I guess that would make it what it is.
That's
a little bit more
strong river. That's going out far.
Strong current for sure. And it's okay to have different opinions, guys, and to agree to disagree. That is part of what we do. That's the whole point. So there's no reason for anybody to be upset with anybody else if you disagree with somebody else. Please understand that. That's one of the big things we do here is we do respect others' opinions and feelings about something and still go on respectfully with each other. That's part of what this channel is based on, guys. So please remember that.
We're also like not trying to convince anybody of our opinions. It's kind of just like brainstorming.
Yeah, not at all.
Just talk about theories.
If it's just drownings, it's drownings. It is what it is. I just have questions, is what I'm saying, about certain things that I've looked at in a funny way, is all I mean. Flickery said she meant the Gulf of Mexico. Sorry. I was gonna say, okay.
Yeah, so that's the Gulch right there where the rivers all meet. That's called the Gulch in the towboat world.
Gotcha.
And it's a shipping lane.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Welcome, Holly Ramsey. Thank you, Mom. I appreciate that. And Flickery, I appreciate you looking that up too. And Butterfly, we'll check that. And Molly, thank you as well. Used to be called Town Lake. Yes, it did. That was something I had in my notes too. I'm not 100% sure of that, Critical. I'm not 100% sure on that. That's another one I've been following very closely as well. And I kind of looked at these both in the same way as a possible. Initially, when I first looked at Ladybird, I thought maybe there was they were a combo of the same thing, but I don't know. And I'm going to go back over that one again too eventually, because I'm still questioning myself on that. That's a good question though. It's a good question. On we go.
We're live in downtown Austin tonight. I'm Patrick Perez, KVU News.
They actually had the Travis County Search and Rescue go out with their helicopters and look around. And they told us that he was not in the water. They were adamant that he wasn't there. And so I was ecstatic. I was like, oh my God, dang it. Like that was my biggest fear. He was going to be in the water. And I remember
I did back this up a little because there's something I wanted to be reheard. I went a little too far though. I'm sorry.
We're telling my mom, like, he's got to be somewhere. Like, we got him on. Like, you know, he's not in the water. You know, let's focus our searches elsewhere. Every day we'd meet up at the top of Rainy Street and people would go all over the place to search around, put flyers up, whatever we could. The APD, man, they had two dumbass police officers that were actually going to local areas and asking for the wrong date. Like, I had their employees call me to tell me this because they refused to listen. And they're like, the kid went missing Sunday night, Monday morning. No, they're like, we want Monday. We want this and that. And I was just livid. Like, you know, this is their job. Get it right. And my brother isn't just a nobody. He's not a number. He's a human being, just like everyone else, you know. And we just had so many inconsistencies with the APD, and it was tough, man. We had search. And then the morning of November 26th, about 5 a.m., I get a text saying, I have your brother. If you tell anything to the APD, I'll cut his throat and I'll send him to you piece by piece.
That was something that was new to me. I had never heard that before. This right here. Now, it very well could be a troll. How did they get his text information though? I don't know. I don't know. This is a little...
Because sadly what happens is when law enforcement drags their feet and doesn't make missing posters for people, and like advocates like myself don't get a hold of the family quick enough, the families don't know what else to do. So out of an emotional decision, a lot of times they put their phone number on the flyers, and I have seen flyers made out of napkins. I've seen them made out of notebook paper with Polaroid pictures taped to them, all kinds of things. So a lot of times the family's phone number gets put out there because they're not thinking about it.
Right, because they're like you said, the desperation becomes a thing because they want answers and they want to know where their loved ones are. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
And families that don't trust local law enforcement will also put their personal numbers on there.
Sure. That
Michaela
happens a lot.
Standridge. That
happens
case.
a whole lot, actually. Yeah. So this was sent November 26th of 2018. If you guys can't read this, it says, "To whom it may concern, this is to let you know that Martin was kidnapped by myself and my men, and we request a ransom payment of $1,500 before releasing him alive." See, that's kind of weird to me. $1,500. Who the hell is going to ransom somebody for $1,500? You know, I've never seen
That actually makes sense to me. Because if they're doing this with a bunch of people and you're asking for a smaller amount, someone's more likely to have that much money or to be able to get that much money from friends and everything, to be able to pay it. If you're asking for like $1 million, you're not going to get the money you're asking for because they're not going to go to the police. You can't. So, I mean, that does kind of make sense where they're like, give me $1,000 and I'll release him.
Well, here's why I disagree a little bit. You're right about one thing, that the minimal amount. Yes, I'm right on board with you on that, Andy. When I say minimal, though, like, I don't expect them to be asking for $1 million, but at least 5 or 10 or 20,000. That's still a minimal amount of money compared to what most ransoms are.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't have that.
Oh, we lost him. I didn't know if it was my swamp signal or if it was the stream.
I thought it was me because my phone did it before, but my phone was overheating. So I was just like, oh, it did it again. He's got some bad weather, though.
Yeah, it's been pretty funky here, too. That whole hurricane thing. Just a big, huge inconvenience. He'll be back.
Hopefully he didn't lose power.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah, because he said it was getting real windy.
Ruh-roh. Hello, Tomboy. Hello, everybody in chat. I missed you guys. I just took a mental health break. Sometimes it gets really heavy around here on these streets. So I had to take a breather. So I didn't come completely out of character and show my arse. So I just stepped away for a little while. It was very nice. Let's see. We'll hold down the fort for a few minutes. I don't know if he'll be back. Yes, he froze. Butterfly says we had a lady that was followed by a road rage driver and ended up having to file a police report. APD didn't show up. Well, right there shows you probably a good reason that if and this is allegedly, in my opinion, the family's phone number possibly got put out on a missing flyer. The wind got him. Leslie, how are you, love?
Yeah, it definitely seems like a lot of the people in that area in Austin don't really trust the police and don't think they're doing their jobs, which at this point it's kind of understandable why some people think that.
Right, I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all.
Well,
Hello,
were you
Brian.
watching when we talked about the guy who he believes that he was shoved into the lake, but he survived and he had like all these injuries and everything. And the
No, I
police
just
never
got off work, so I missed some of it. Butterfly says she was involved in a hit and run. APD didn't show up.
and then they finally did a report, and then even then they released it and most of it was redacted.
That's crazy.
So it's weird.
Salty, he dropped off. I don't know if his power went out or if it's the weather, but we're gonna hold down the fort for a few minutes.
I think it's the weather.
Let me see if he's active on Discord. That's the best way to tell. Do 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 do. It happened Thursday. Let's see if he shows up on the. Nope, it says he's offline. He may not have no power.
He probably lost power or the internet's knocked out. Oh, you got the sirens and everything going, huh, Terry?
Terry's not far from him.
Right. That's what she's saying, is that there's the bad weather. They got the sirens and the wind is bad.
There was like I don't know. I think it was New York. Did you guys see that where there was like a tornado that
Buffalo.
touched down somewhere? Was it? Yeah.
It was in Buffalo, yeah.
It was a little skinny guy, but still, that's kind of an odd place to.
Oh, we've had them up here, but they're small, you know. What Joe said. Their sister was attacked on the street on Rainy Street, which is where a lot of these people are being found or being attacked, and the police told her she shouldn't have been there.
Well, Rainy Street's where all the bars are, right?
Yeah. But to go to the police after being attacked and the cops are just like, well, you shouldn't have been there. Like, really? Wow.
And I thought that Texas was a zero tolerance state. I know Oklahoma is, but I was thinking Texas was too. So that's kind of crazy for their police just to be lazy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gina. Gina's on the ball. I didn't even think about texting him. Phone's sitting right here in front of me. Didn't even think about it.
Oh, Molly says there's a tornado warning there.
Oh, wonderful.
All right, let's hope he's okay.
She was robbed, grappled, went to the hospital for a week. Wow, Joe, I'm sorry to hear that. Robert
and the
M. D.
police still just said that she shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, Robert Bell, that's what I was saying, is like, it's like Nashville. So Nashville, you don't hear about all the crazy stuff that goes on in that city. Like, you do not hear what goes on in that city. And I feel like with Austin being a tourist town like that, then they're going to do the same thing. They're going to brush it under. He's not answering. He probably lost power. I don't think we can end the live. We can't end the live.
No, it'll end eventually on its own. Because he's not up here. I just don't know how long it'll continue.
Let me see if I can get a hold of Mama Bear.
Well, it's our stream now. What do we want to do?
I don't think anybody else has an admin other than Mama Bear.
Yeah, we can't even screen share or anything. I was going to say, it's too bad that we don't have the ability to add more people. We could just have a party up here. Molly says, check Discord.
Yeah, Molly, that is crazy. She just sent me like the map. Ooh, Lord, it is storming, like big time storming, like ugly storming. Thank you, Molly. I hope he's all right. Does anybody know, does he have a basement? Because that's where
I
I'd
believe
be.
he does.
I'd be
Yeah, I
straight in
believe
that basement. I'd have grabbed me a cup of coffee on the way down and a cigarette.
Oh, we're only going to be up here until the StreamYard shuts it down. Because with Dago not being up here.
Yeah, I
We'll get
messaged Mama
booted in a
Bear.
bit.
She should be able to boot us if she sees it.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, he's back.
Hey.
Good God.
Did
How's the weather?
We lost absolute power completely. I can't believe it came back on that fast.
We kind of figured that that's what it was.
No, it was bad. It bad. Like my yeah, the wind was blowing insanely. So thank you guys for waiting. Hello, Summer, welcome. This is bad. That's all I'll say. Anyway, and thank God it allowed me to restore everything. I didn't have to go through all of that crazy stuff. Anyway, thank you guys for being patient and waiting.
You're good. I didn't know if you were coming back. I messaged Mama Bear and asked her to boot us. So we booted, you know why.
Yeah, well, if so, you're welcome to come back. If not, I understand. My apologies. Yeah, thank you, Salty. That got scary for a few minutes because my house was moving. Literally. That's how strong the wind is, and the trees were bent in half. Completely. Temperature dropped though, so I don't think we're in too much risk of a tornado, which is good. So
do you have a basement?
Oh yeah, we definitely have basements.
Oh, good. I told him I hoped you headed that way with a cigarette and a cup of coffee. So
yeah,
that's where I'd be.
That's about what would have happened if it would have gotten anywhere. My phone's dead, which was not helpful either. I need to plug that in too. I just realized that was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for letting me know, Salty.
Are y'all getting the bans from the hurricanes, or is it just nasty weather?
I think it's coming from the ends of it. Yeah, truly.
Yeah, we're going to be getting some of the remnants of it even up here in the next couple of days. It's supposed to be raining here like through the weekend.
SRB lives in the upper portion of where I live at and said it just went through there that we may be getting it. So here we are. So thanks for the heads up. 100%. What did you send me, Molly? Hold on a minute, guys. Oh, the tornado warnings. Yeah, they're around us, but we're not under one ourselves personally. Thank the Lord. Like I said, I think because the temperature dropped, that may have saved us because it was super hot and it was very still for a little bit, and then all of a sudden all hell broke loose, and it's still kind of still. It was weird the way the wind stopped blowing, but the temperature went down quite a bit. So that I'm grateful for. Yeah, Salty said that right there. They're feeder bands. More or less what it is, I'm sure. Oh, look at that. There's Miss Mama Bear. There it was. I don't know what just happened. Okay. She was in here.
Yeah, she just messaged me. I told her that you came back.
So she sees me and said, piss on it. I'm out. I don't need y'all. Bye.
I just wanted to make sure that your stream didn't just run, you know what I mean? Because that would have been bad if, like, we all fell asleep and the stream was still going. And
well, this happened to me the other night.
It would eventually boot us off.
It does after a while of silence. It just shuts down. It did the other night when my internet went out. Salty was up here with me, and it just kind of died. I did, and eventually she dropped out of the panel, and eventually it just shut down. But either way, I'm glad I'm back. That's all. But let's finish. Go ahead, Mel. What'd you say?
I said, me too.
Yes. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Let's see. What did I just do that for? Good Lord. Well, at least you guys kept each other company. That's good.
I'm just worrying about you with the weather out there.
Well, I appreciate it very much. Well, you enjoy them hamburgers, Walt. I was listening for the sirens in the background earlier. Thank God none of them gone off, because I would have jumped off here real quick if that was the case. But
Well, Terry said that they were going off where she is.
probably where she's at. She's about 20 minutes from me. So yeah, that makes about, which is so strange to me because it can move left or right, up or down, like in any second, but they don't. It's so weird. I don't know. I don't know. No problem, Doodle. All right. Let me get back to this real quick.
Call me to tell me this because they refused to listen. And they're like, the kid went missing Sunday night, Monday morning. No, they're like, we want Monday, we want this and that. And I was just livid. Like, this is their job. Get it right. And my brother isn't just a nobody. He's not a number. He's a human being, just like everyone else, and we just had so many inconsistencies with the APD, and it was tough, man. We had search. And then the morning of November 26th, about 5 a.m., I get a text saying, I have your brother. If you tell anything to the APD, I'll cut his throat and I'll send him to you piece by piece.
Now, this is what I was trying to read to you when I got kicked out of here. It shows November 26, 2018, 5:50 in the morning. It says, to whom it may concern, this is to let you know that Martin was kidnapped by myself, my men, and we request $1,500 before releasing him alive. I won't warn you not to tell the cops about this, but I assure you that his life will be taken if you do so. You will have his body at your doorstep if you act smart. I will do whatever you need. Please don't hurt him. When and where can I give you the money? If you're fast enough and you can do this, you will have him back today. Just go to Western Union or MoneyGram and send $1,000 to this details first name, JT Darrell Newberry Jr., Tulsa, Oklahoma, blah, blah, blah. That's just crazy to me. But anyway, I'll keep going.
I was terrified. I remember waking up. I was like, oh my God, he's alive. We got him. I woke up my mom. I was like, we got him. I was like, I'll do whatever you want. They were like, we know where you live. We have your phone number, all this stuff. I want you to drive to this area and I'm going to call you right back. And they were texting me and all this. And I was like, okay, whatever you want. And I looked at my wife and I looked at my mom and I gave them a hug and a kiss. And I said, if I don't come back, I will love you forever. But I will bring back Martin. You have my word. No matter what, he's coming back with me. And man, I'm sorry, dude.
No, it's okay, man. This is tough.
And I drove around. They were like, send 500 here to this account. We have someone in the HEB with you watching you right now. I drove around, man, all over Austin. I gave my wife my location. She was seeing me drive all over Austin. She was freaking the hell out. And I had a meeting with the detectives at 10 a.m. that morning. I had this whole template set up, man, of everything I was going to drill them on, everything they mismanaged, all the information that they should have gotten and all this stuff. And when I showed up to that interview, I told those guys, I have to go to this or else they're going to suspect. They were like, don't say anything. We have someone going there to where we have them stored. I'm going to send you a photo of them right now. And so I was like, okay, whatever you want, man. And so I showed up to that interview with my wife and a buddy of mine who worked for the Travis County Sheriff's Department. I was just numb, man. I couldn't focus. I couldn't, all I could picture was just my brother there because they told me, they were like, in the condition he's in, you're going to have to take him to a hospital as soon as we drop him off to you. And I mean, I'm just picturing my little brother, man, who's like the greatest person in the world, just, in that situation. And the police got a call 5 minutes before I showed up and they said they found a body on Rainy Street.
Austin police homicide detectives say the body pulled from Ladybird Lake yesterday is Martin Gutierrez, the man who went missing after a night out on Rainy Street.
And after more than a week of searching, loved ones are now mourning the 25-year-old. KXAN's Alyssa Gord is live from Rainy Street with the latest.
Cindy and Tom, you can actually still...
See, that's just sickening and disgusting to me that somebody took advantage of a situation like this to scam somebody on top of what they're already going through, knowing. That's just, I don't understand where these people come from and how they sleep and breathe every day. I just don't get it. I don't. It's so sickening to me.
Still see some of those missing flyers with Martin's face on them here on Rainy Street. We heard it from his family members first. A team of around 30 law enforcement actually searched in the very area where Martin was later found. Last Wednesday, they deployed boats and helicopters. Austin police say they had plans to do so again on Monday when his body was discovered. Martin's family and friends have spent the past week combing nearby areas for him. In fact, they searched for him along the trail right next to where Martin's body was eventually spotted. His brother Mitchell had become something of a spokesperson for the search. You can hear the worry in his voice as he talked to us on the trail last week.
He's just a good kid, and if he was to come up to you, you'd fall for him in a second. Like his personality swallows you.
Loved ones still don't understand why he disappeared. They say Martin was captured on surveillance video, behaving strangely and seeming intoxicated at the Alibi Bar on Rainy Street just before he disappeared. But the bar said he wasn't served any alcohol there, and his family says he only purchased one drink at the previous bar. But the sadness of losing him weighs heavier than any unanswered question.
Yesterday, an APD detective told us that they hadn't issued any warrants because detectives do not believe that a crime was committed.
They found him, in Ladybird Lake, face down. They were just scammers, man. They just wanted money out of me, and they got so much money out of me, man, by using my brother missing. There's a lot of fucking sick people out there, man. APD didn't do anything about it. It was just scammers, man. I had all this hope that my brother was going to be alive, man, and it was just swiped and just people scamming us, scamming my mom, my family. Like, it's some sick people, man. So they did the whole thing, the autopsy, said he had bugs in his body and all that stuff, man. He'd been in the water a while. The capillaries released in the body after about 6-7 days, and then he flew up. And so I anticipate he was there the whole time.
Just a little more than a week since Martin Gutierrez's family laid him to rest, his loved ones gathered tonight to pay tribute to him. Gutierrez disappeared last month after a night of fun on Rainy Street. A week later, crews pulled his body from Ladybird Lake just about a mile from where his friends had last seen him. KVU's Leslie Adamy attended this evening's memorial and joins us now. Leslie?
Well, Patrick, tonight's memorial also in a very somber place that was near where Martin was found. And although a very sad gathering for his friends and family, it was also a time to just remember who Martin was. And that was a brother, a son, and a great friend.
Martin had a lot of family and friends here, friends that turned into family, and it shows.
Typically, this hike and bike trail, a place to run and even play, but on Sunday night took a different tone, falling silent.
He made you a better person in all aspects. He took your best characteristic and made it better.
Family and friends holding tightly to one another, mourning the loss of the son, brother, and friend Martin Gutierrez was, but also smiling at the happy memories he left behind.
The sweetest, funniest, movie quoting dork I've ever known.
Martin was last seen in the early morning hours of November 19th on Rainy Street.
This isn't a situation that anyone would wish on their worst enemy. It was tragic, out of nowhere, unexpected.
And when he never returned home that night, family and friends immediately launched a tireless search, spreading from Austin to his West Texas roots and even out of state. But on November 26th, crews pulled the missing 25-year-old's body from the waters of Ladybird Lake. While their search may have come to an end, the family still has this message for others.
Be safe. Don't go into those dark areas. Make sure that, if there's any way we can improve surveillance or lighting in those areas, something that can be done so that no other family or other brother has to deal with this ever again.
And even with Martin now gone, Gutierrez says he'll always look up to his little brother.
Just to be humble, be kind, and see the best in everybody.
And I mean, of course, my brother wasn't going to be swimming in the middle of Ladybird Lake in fucking November, but he was a great swimmer. He was all this other stuff. But once again, I agree with Reagan on the inconsistencies with this autopsy, because my brother had a large contusion on the back of his head. Dead people don't bleed. The cops kept saying, well, maybe he fell off the bridge, he hit his head, and drowned. Well, if that would have happened, he would have never developed the bruise, because you have to be alive for blood to go to that area, create that bruise on the back of your head.
That's where my problem lies. That's where my issue is with this whole thing.
I love this.
So there's where my question comes into place, is if he was already dead, how did that bruise form on the back of his head? How was there a contusion? Because there's no bleeding that should have happened. That's the problem. I don't understand that.
If he did fall and hit his head, how long would it take
right back here? And his eyes
to form a bruise before he
face down in Ladybird Lake. He was, but
what did you say?
I was just asking if he had fallen and hit his head like on a rock or something, how long would it take for the bruise to form? Like if he hit his head and struggled in the water for 20 minutes before drowning.
It depends on the distance he fell, how hard he hit. There's a lot of factors that would go into play.
So
with
it's not totally impossible.
No,
it just looks weird because of all the other deaths in the area.
Right. Somebody could have hit him from behind though, with like a baseball bat or something. That's where I'm at with this at this point. That could have knocked him out and knocked him into that water. That's the problem that I have with this. And that's why I'm looking.
No, I just wanted to say that I think it is possible that he could have fallen but it doesn't seem likely. It seems like it fits along with all these other
Yeah.
mysterious deaths.
Well, and that's what, Mom said something. That's another reason why I brought her, because I know she was close with this case too. And another reason why I brought her up here, she made a statement in chat about something that we had talked about once before. And she's really stuck with that. And I respect that, because I'm kind of there too a little bit. Well, a lot of it, I should
just
say.
can't stop thinking about it. Like
No,
every
I
time
get
I
it.
think about one of these cases, it's like, they're not all males. Like that doesn't matter. Like that doesn't matter at all. You got to think, if Rainy Street's the hopping place, that's the 2nd Avenue of Austin. If you're looking, from my point of view from Nashville. So, for a perpetrator to be this, just not get caught over this many years, think about it. Women are good at planning stuff out. Women are good at not getting caught. Look how many women went free for how many years in 1,000 different cases. Like if you're in a bar scene, and you're drinking and having a good time as a male, you're not going to be alerted by a woman that's like, hey, let's go down and get frisky by the water. You know what I'm saying? Whack, back of the head, over into the water.
Absolutely. Sure.
See?
It makes
Did y'all hear
sense.
him? The old man said he'd be a goner.
And
He'd follow him straight to the water.
Yeah. Every one of these except for one was male. Okay. The MO is pretty much that. I'm sure there's been others too, but the ones that are recorded, there was only one female, from my understanding. And that's why it's like, this something is like, that's one of the main things that makes me look at this funny. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just calling him a horrible true crime husband for following women to the water. Y'all couldn't hear him in the background because I have the noise canceling my bit.
No problem.
You would think he'd know better. Not so much.
Hold on a minute here. I gotta reset everything now. Sorry, guys. Everything went out. So there we go. Okay. So this has got his cause of death listed as drowning. I don't know. See, they're just it's almost like they're just throwing a generic. Let's just handle it, cover it, walk away from it, and move on. He drowned. End of story. Move on. I don't like that. That's very possible too, Flickery. Very possible. So let me get this back up and running.
In the autopsy, his eyes were opaque, which means the sun hit his eyes, or oxygen, or something. He was never face down the whole time. They should have been clear if he was face down the whole time, and they were not. He didn't have anything in his system as far as a toxin. Don't do drugs. It was just alcohol. The agents that people used.
That's another thing too. That's a very big point. His eyes were opaque, meaning he was not face down the whole time. That's interesting to me. Yeah, and that's true, Annie. If the heart's not pumping, there's no blood. If you're dead, you're not bleeding. Period. So yes. Reportedly, he was a proficient swimmer with no history of seizure disorder, no history of illicit or prescription drug use. There was no known suicidal ideation or past suicide attempt. He was known to consume ethanol, alcohol when frequenting bars or his companions. Well, okay.
Nowadays are just so different. You got untraceable stuff, and they did a basic tox panel on him. I hear that they're finally getting their shit together and using tests now to check for rufalin finally, which is, finally they're listening. Jason John went missing last year. I saw the number. I got out of a 12-hour shift at the hospital, man, grabbed my jacket, a beanie, and went and searched for John, man. Jason for.
That's funny, Cap. I was talking about that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, brother. More than you know. Thank you.
A few hours, and I put on Instagram, if anyone wants to help, I'll be around here in this area, call me, if you want to search. I called the number that I saw, and by the next day I was sitting in a room with his family and his closest friends, telling them everything that I went through with Martin, with the police, what to look for, what questions to ask, all the things I could do to help. When Martin died, my family and I were a mess. My sisters, my brothers, we were all, and my mom, we were a mess. Jason's family was so different because they were able to push that pain aside, and they came at the city immediately And I've had some years to kind of, cope a little bit. And so I hopped on that train and I went to city council meetings with him. I met with city councilman Zoe, like I met with the Austin Parks and Rec Department, got to talk in front of like the chief of police and all this stuff. I'm like, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. Multiple people are dying, and it's going to continue, and it's going to continue. And then what was it, like 2 weeks later, Jonathan Honey, I think he went missing. And just, to have these people like, just look at you in the eye, man, just like, oh, well, yeah, we should have done that. It's heartbreaking, man, because, I know what my family went through, and I'm just seeing another family go through it. And another, and another, and another. And then finally, we made enough noise, and we were told to make noise. And we did all over Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, and whatever we had to, radio stations, news interviews, whatever I had to do. If I had an opportunity to bring up something about Rainy Street or my brother, I hopped on it, obviously. What's up? Appreciate your time. We made enough noise to where people were talking about a serial killer, like the Rainy Street Ripper and all this other stuff. And, they were like, do you think there's a serial killer out here? And in my heart, I know that there's something going on. You can't ignore the obvious telltale signs of all male, all, dark features, all off of Rainy Street, all these, ruled as accidental. Like, you just can't ignore this, man. Like, it's ridiculous. Do I personally think so? Yeah, I think there's maybe someone or a group of someones who are coordinating this. But city just continues to deny. That's what they do, right? They got to protect their city, and whatever money is coming in, like when South by Southwest was coming into town, they built up a fence real quick, because all this was hot. Oh, look, we're doing something, try to cover their ass. I mean, I was happy they were doing something. It was nice to actually scream for something and actually someone hear and listen and do something. And they finally started putting up lights, and I think they have cameras out there. I think they got one, maybe two, but they finally did it, man. But they still got a ways to go, and the APD really needs to pull their head out of their asses and just figure out what's going on. And I get it. Like, if you have an open case or whatever, you can't give any details, or if you're really searching for somebody, you want to give away your position or whatever. But I mean, they're closing all of our cases, man. As soon as they get that autopsy, they rule it as accidental. They closed my brother's case as fast as they could, man. It was tough, man. Like, we had all these unanswered questions that will never be answered. The footage I really wanted to see was from Luster Pearl. They wouldn't give us anything. They said their manager was out of town for the holiday. He comes in. They finally give the footage to the police. They gave the wrong date and deleted what we needed. I never got to see what happened to my brother in that bar. There was no repercussions for that. Nothing. They got away with whatever they were doing, whatever transpired in that bar that night. They deleted something.
What was
That's new. I didn't hear that before. They gave the wrong date, and then go ahead.
I was just going to say, either these cops are purposely messing things up, or they're just really bad at their jobs.
Well, once again, how often do we see people dropping the ball? Okay, it is what it is. It can be that. It couldn't be also be that they're okay. Here's the thing. I don't like to be Mr. Conspiracy Theorist, but this isn't really a conspiracy theory. Especially if you're a touristy area, and this area depends on the money that comes in from the touristy stuff, right? Especially the bars and all that kind of
stuff. You're going to want to keep it quiet because you want the tourists to keep
want people seeing. Yes, and if it gets out that you go into the Luster bar and you're going to get drugged possibly and SA'd or attacked or killed or robbed or whatever, people are going to stop going to that bar, right? Or even coming downtown.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's very possibly when they say cover up, that's what I'm talking about. That could be something that is being hidden because they don't want that to stop. That could be something that's being sent down from the mayor. I'm just saying. I don't know. We don't know, but I'm not going to put it to the side and say, nah, I don't believe that. That would be stupid in my opinion. So I just don't know. Okay, on we go.
The authorities, what did they actually claim they believed happened to your brother? Like, what's the explanation?
The main explanation that they had given to us was that he was maybe, going close to the water or went off the bridge and smacked his head and drowned, is what they were saying. That was their assumption. That's what I was told. And on the autopsy, he did have water in his lungs. he did. But the other things, you know, the contusion on the back of his head, his eyes, you know, all this stuff. And I mean, I don't claim to be like the best autopsy reader ever. You know, I've been a nurse practitioner. I've been in healthcare 16 years now. I've been a nurse practitioner for over half of that now. You know, working a level 2 trauma, I see stuff all the time. I don't know, man. I know bullshit when I see it, but nobody listened. And then after a certain amount of, I think it's like maybe a year or two, they just get rid of it. Like it's gone, you know, like you can't reopen stuff, like they guess delete files or whatever. But we weren't able to like pull up his autopsy stuff. I mean, I still have a copy of his autopsy. I say that shit and I've looked through that, I don't know how many times, you know, just back and forth. And you just do what you can.
Just real quick, they didn't note the stuff on the back of his head in the autopsy report?
They did.
And then they just acknowledged it as a fall. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think happened? Like what, after researching all this, what's the possibility?
So I think, you know, someone may have posed to be an Uber or like, hey, I just finished a ride. Like, I'll give you a ride here or something. But I think that someone got him to go out there and they hurt him. They hit him on the back of the head. Like I said, Martin was a big kid, man. So he was not going to be easy to take down. And so, I mean, he was already kind of acting weird anyway. So I'm like, all right, like that's odd. But then boom, like I think someone hit him on the back of the head and put him in the water eventually. Now, I don't know when they did it because there had to be enough time for his eyes to be affected like that. So I don't know the time period for that, you know, change to occur, but had to be long enough for a bruise to come up and for them to catch it on the autopsy. So I think someone hurt my brother, put him in the water. And then 6 days later, 7 days, the 26th, we found him.
Would your opinion be that a lot of these cases are related to each other?
I do think that in some form or manner that they are related. Yeah.
And what's your personal reasoning behind that?
Oh, like I said, all the similar characteristics that each person had, like all male, all off of Rainy Street or somewhere very close to it, all up into the water or near it. Like you just can't ignore the signs that, I mean, they're doing the exact same thing with each person that goes missing. So whoever's doing this has a I don't know, like a calling card or whatever the hell you would call it. Like they're doing the same thing to each one.
It's really strange because when I was there just recently, like three or 4 weeks ago, I was getting a tattoo earlier that day, and the girl who works for the artist that I see, she told me that she has a friend who's in APD who she asked about all this, and her friend apparently said off the record they suspect that it could be a police officer that's in the Austin Police Department. And to me, I could see, I'm not going to present any sort of theory.
What did I say before? It is not that far-fetched.
Now, the guy doing the interview, he's from the Paranormal Files.
Yeah, that's where he's
well,
from.
I'm gonna take what he says with a grain of salt because I know that he's
I know him.
Likes to embellish and exaggerate some things.
But that's not the first time I've heard that. And the only reason why I even came to that conclusion is because it was talked about the first time I ever touched on this. Somebody sent me email. People sent me emails all the time on the cases I cover and said, thank you, Doodle. Said, what better person to be able to keep their hands out of this than somebody that knows how to do that kind of thing? And I said, yeah, that makes some sense. If there is somebody doing it. This is all based on
Sorry, I was just going to say, especially if he's got buddies in the force who know about it and will help cover.
That's a little extreme for me to accept because that would have to mean that there's others out there that are sitting on this. For what reason, I don't know. I would be more amped to accept one person and only one person that knows about it because they're psychopaths, okay?
Right.
Now,
or maybe they know that the town would want to try to keep everything quiet.
It could be like a network. It could be a group of female police officers. It could be just a group of female. There's a lot of angles to this, you guys. It's just one more little speculative theory.
Well, I'm just saying, even if it's just one person and it is somebody who happens to be a cop, the others might not know who it is, but the person committing these crimes could know that because it's a tourist city, the town would want to keep it on the down low and maybe not investigate it as thoroughly as they should. So it would be easier to get away with.
Absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely. Are you still here, Mom?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right. On we go.
theory as being correct, but like every single person that I've spoken with, it's like the police malfeasance is just astounding in this case. Like, is there anything with your brother besides them getting the dates wrong that you feel like the police messed up in their investigation on?
Yeah, of course, because the majority of the footage we got, the surveillance from Craft Pride, from Alibi, from all these other ones, we did all that. Like, before they even got to like there, we were already getting footage, and I was sending stuff to the detective. Like, I was presenting him with all this shit. Like, you know, I get it. It was a Thanksgiving holiday. I didn't give a fuck what day it was. Like, my brother went missing. I don't care. You know, what the hell you're eating or what day it is, or if you want to watch the football game, I don't care. Like, you have a job to do. And my mom would like call him or like, hey, like, we got this footage here, my son's gonna send you something. Like, he would just ignore it. He would respond maybe a day or two later. We'd send him an email with everything, maybe a day or two later we get, I'm like, this is an active thing, man. Like, you need to be looking at your damn phone at all times. Like, I mean, and we didn't stop. We went from like 7 in the morning to as soon as it got dark. And even then after dark, well, I still had to pull my mom away from her searches. We kept it up. We never stopped. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was somebody that knows, you know, like, you know, and I know that like there's got to be somewhere like this little 50-50 split in the APD department that you think that there's a serial killer or not, or is it one of us or not? You know, like, I just, once again, like I said, I didn't trust anybody. I mean, I don't know if there's like a group or something like this, you know, why the hell would you ask for the wrong date? You know, like, you have all the details. You have it all over the news. You have it all over your police department on what's going on. And you go to this specific spot and you're asking. And not only were they asking for the wrong date, after the staff corrected them, they were belligerent and got aggressive towards them. Like it was their fault. They're like, no, we can give you this. No, we don't want that, you know?
So these police officers are going in, asking for the wrong dates. They're being corrected and saying, no, you don't need Monday, you need Sunday. And they're getting pissed off about it and telling them, no, they want Monday. Okay, ladies, questions, comments on that specific thing?
It's just all sketchy. There's so much about this that's just, the math ain't mathing.
It's like Butterfly said, the APD does not have a good standing with the locals. Like, they're not known for being a good police department. And, you know, you also have to look at a different end, not going down the rabbit hole of conspiracy theories. But look at all the officials, children, offspring, whatever you want to call it, that are caught in these cases.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know, even like famous Hollywood people. How many, you know, like the guy, I can't think of his name, that chopped his in-laws and his girlfriend up and put them in a dumpster and was caught on film taking them out of the car. You know, so what if it's an official, some kind of city official?
Yeah.
And that's the reason, is because they're being told, you know, do this, don't do that. Look this way, don't look that way.
I when I first heard that they were asking for the wrong dates, I took it as maybe they made a mistake. But to hear that they're getting belligerent after the fact and telling them, no, you're going to give me what I'm asking for, blah, 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 that's a problem, guys. That's not normal. You know, if they're asking for the wrong dates and they're corrected, the officer say, okay, my fault, my bad, whatever the hell you say. Then give me Monday. That's not how this guy's saying this happened. That's weird to me. I'm sorry. Very weird. So interesting.
Makes you think, right?
Yeah, it definitely makes a person think. I guess, what would you like to see them do or have happen?
If there's literally, you know, locations like these bars, you know, that are clearly giving wrong dates of footage and stuff like this, you know, like, ask for the day before and all the way through. Like, it's 72 hours and see what the hell is going on. See what happened the day before, not just the night of. Like, see what's going on and then what happened afterwards. What changed from this date to this date, and then check in the center and see what the hell is going on. You know, I just don't know why they wouldn't register, like, hey, we need to look, like, maybe a day something before happened, you know, or what's changed from this bar, what bartender was there the day before and what bartender is here now, or who's around in the area that looks suspicious. Like, do your job, man. My brother was the salt of the earth, man. He was humble. He was kind. He never said a cuss word. Name one person who doesn't say a cuss word that's 25 years old. Not one damn person. Like, he was the kindest person you'd ever meet. And those fuckers treated him like he was just a number, man. And my brother was not a number. He was a very, very loved person. Just like all these other people were very, very loved individuals. And they just get their cases kicked to the curb like they're nothing.
I've even noticed, like, they just found that body, what was it, last week?
Yeah.
And it's, regardless if that's not connected or if it is connected, I just think it's bizarre how in the press release they just go out of their way to say there is no serial killer, there's nothing here, you know?
So quick to the draw, man.
It's just bizarre. You don't see that ever with stuff like this. And the amount that it's been happening, how it's just exponentially, even when I lived in Austin, it's like this was not happening when I was in college, and then it's like dramatically ramped up.
I mean, I don't have the details of what was going on, but I had heard, like, like, I guess the guy's arms were crossed, his legs were crossed, but he had a gunshot wound and they called it self-inflicted. I'm like, okay. I mean, I know I'm not a detective, but whatever.
So do you think?
What? So this is the other victim that they found in June. Was it June or July we found the last one?
I think it was in July.
July. Yeah, that he passed from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, but they found him with his arms crossed.
And from what I heard, they never found the gun.
How did you inflict?
And he wasn't in the water, was he? He was on the outside, like on the.
He was on a trail
next to the water. Yeah, it was in July.
Yeah.
I just showed that too. So, that's really strange.
Yeah, I remember seeing pictures of it on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Twitter's not near as censored as over here, so you know, like they weren't crime scene photos. They were a local that had posted the pictures of the scene.
What exactly did you see, Mom?
A puddle of blood.
No, they didn't show the actual victim then.
No.
Okay.
No, but it was a puddle.
Gotcha. So if they found him with his arms crossed, laying or sitting or whatever the hell it was, how did he shoot the gun? Where was the gun? Where is the gun? Okay, that's what my questions are about something like this. And if none of that can be answered, then what the hell happened with this scenario? That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know.
And it's like the surveillance footage. I mean, I'll go back to Riley's case, you know. Why the hell was I having to find surveillance footage and feed it to Steve? Why was Steve having to go and reach out to these places like the Titan Stadium and get the surveillance footage? Why was law enforcement not doing it? Well, I can answer you that because, first of all, Metro's lazy. That's my personal opinion. And second of all, that takes away their money in their tourist town whenever it gets out that there are accidents, and I'm using my quotey fingers, happening in a place like that.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree, Tracy. You definitely can't shoot yourself and hide the gun or throw it away or something like that. And who the hell's going to
cross your arms and legs and just lay there?
Yeah, no. That doesn't work that way, guys. I've seen a few of those. Never in my life have I seen one like that. So, yeah, that's strange. Oh, my God. And again, it doesn't necessarily have to. Well, I just don't know. Large jurisdiction, you keep the bullshit quiet, right? I mean, this could be another thing, too, coming down from the mayor's office or the city. Oh, my God. What is he called? The city manager's office, because we have one of those here, too. Saying, you don't talk about any of this. This has been accidental. That's it. We're going to lose this, and this. If we put this out there, people are going to stop coming here because they're going to be afraid to come here. We can't have that. So you put this out and that out, and that's it. No more, nothing else. That's it.
It's reminding me of the mayor from Jaws.
Right.
They're like, there's nothing happening. We still have to open for the summer. Nothing happened.
That's exactly what the scenario is, though. And that does happen in some places. And a lot of smaller, this isn't really a smaller town, but in a smaller town, that depends on nothing but certain, like the town that I live on the outskirts of is I don't want to say tourist, but a vacation town.
Right. Like my town depends on the tourist money in the fall. We get the leaf peepers that come and they
Halloweeners
candle and they go to, so like my area depends on the tourists too.
And we had a couple things happen here that were kept out of the news in the newspapers because they don't want people not coming here, because come summertime, that's what keeps us alive in the wintertime, the city at least. You know what I mean? I've seen it happen. I've seen it talked about. We've talked about it in city council meetings when I still lived in the city before I moved out to the township. Why was this that this girl was SA'd at the bar and the picnic table out on the patio? Why did nobody know about that? Mm-hmm. Well, we kept it quiet because out of respect for her and her family, so on and so forth. She wanted everybody to know about it. What gave you that right? Well, no, that's not what it was, because it happened at one of the largest bars that has the outdoor bar and patio and all that crap that we have in the city here. And if you put that in the news, people are going to go, I ain't going there. That's a lot of money lost. That a lot of that money goes into the city. So I get it. Okay. But when it comes to something like this, people need to know. They need to be warned. The awareness needs to be there so that they can be careful and be safe. Okay. A lot of people, if they think that this area is a safe area and it's a comfortable place and things like this don't happen, they are relaxed. They don't watch as often as they would when they're not, and all that kind of stuff. That's the problem right there. So that's why we have to speak on these things, and it does need to be put out there, in my opinion. Yeah, Amity. All right, on we go.
Your brother was drugged?
I do. I really do, because like I said, I've drank with my brother, so many weekends, and all this. I know his mannerisms, his behavior, his sense of humor. What I saw that night was not him. I do believe that someone did. It's crazy too, man, because you look at 6th Street. 6th Street has like cameras, like 40 plus cameras on that one street, but they didn't have any on Rainy Street. 0. And that was like a booming bar area for the longest time, for years and years and years. It's not like backing down now because of all the condos, but I mean, for years, you got this other street that has a significant amount of individuals going, people flying, hearing about Rainy Street. I got to go to that place. And no cameras, nothing.
And that's just, once again, I don't get how that just gets skipped over when you think about security and safety in a city.
And Austin Parks and Rec told me that one of the main contributors for the holdback on anything like that was there was people complaining that it would affect the wildlife, like some birds. It would affect a few birds if we put lighting and cameras around the area. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you put a halt on this whole process with multiple of your residents dying, families suffering, and all this because of a fucking set of birds and some wildlife? Like, people are dying, man. Ridiculous. One of the things that upset me the most was when I finished giving my speech at this city council meeting. I gave everything I had to this meeting. I had my time at the podium to just spill my heart out.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mitchell Guiterrez, and my little brother was Martin Gutierrez, and I am in favor of Resolution 77. My little brother went missing November 19, 2018, and was found November 26 after several days of searching, over 12 hours a day with friends and family. Our family also had to wait 90 days for an autopsy report, which ruled it as an accidental drowning, which I do not believe. My brother and I were best friends, literally finishing each other's sentences. And he actually lived with my wife and I. I knew him like the back of my hand, and what I saw in that bar surveillance was not my little brother. I strongly and firmly believe that he was drugged at one of the bars on Rainy, and I can't prove it. This was back in 2018 when I brought up how safety measures needed to be implemented to prevent this from happening again. Not one thing was done. No lighting, no surveillance, no fencing. And worst of all, my family and I felt as if no one cared because nothing was done until more people died. Unfortunately, there's been a significant amount since then. According to my basic research, there's been nearly 12 since my little brother. And 1 is too many. The installation of halo cameras and permanent lighting is no longer an option. It's a necessity to provide answers for what is truly going on in the area. I also support EMS and park rangers patrolling the trailhead area as well on Rainy Street. I feel this approach will increase safety, not only for protection, but also for medical treatment. I know because I'm a nurse practitioner in the ICU here at St. David's, and it'll help. I've been asking for change for many years, but ultimately it's in y'all's hands. Just remember to hold your children tight when you get home, because multiple families like mine don't have that opportunity anymore. And we don't because of the lack of safety measures that should have been implemented years ago. Thank you.
I'm crying at the end, all this stuff, and I finally just get it all out. And some lady from the Austin Parks and Rec, comes up to me and thanks me for my speech and everything and how moving it was. And she asked me for a hug. And I was like, of course, ma'am. She gives me this big hug and everything. Come to find out it was her that's been like denying anything getting done. I had no clue. I just thought it was this lady being nice, and she was like the reason for the holdup on everything. And probably the reason that, people continue to die. And there's no coverage, there's no proof, there's no safety, there's no nothing. And she had the nerve to just ask me for a hug. I don't know if it was guilt or whatever the hell, but pissed me off.
What's been the response from like authorities or people you've talked to when you've suggested that it's not an accident?
Oh man, they just we don't have any proof of that. We don't have this. We don't have that. Like, I mean, they could literally probably see it happening and probably still deny. I don't believe they're telling us the full truth, nor will they ever tell us the full truth until someone talks. Like, someone eventually breaks and someone eventually talks. I'm just waiting for that day to come, because obviously I for days and days, I would just sit there on Rainy Street in my car and just hope I would catch somebody. On my days off of work, I would just sit there and just watch and just see if anyone was being unsafe or something, like that, somebody getting in a vulnerable spot or something, because no, the APD didn't do anything. And I did, and at night, all that stuff, my now wife was so mad at me, but I was just adamant that I had to do something. I had, like, someone else is going to go. And there was like 7 or 8 people in 2018 that were missing. People, kind of just lean more towards last year when all this stuff was happening, but, this thing's been going on for a while, obviously, with the exception of 2020, no one was at bars, right? So there was nothing then, but it's crazy, man. Not enough change has been implemented in the police department or in the city of Austin.
For me, it pisses me off because, you pay the police out of your taxes, and the whole point is they're meant to protect you. And especially a case like this, it's just systematic failure.
Yeah, I 100% agree, man. I'm gonna do it.
Well, is there anything else you'd like to say or include here before we cut the recording?
No, man, I appreciate your time, bud. It means a lot. And, my family and all that want to thank you for giving us this chance, to talk about him and get the word out there on, who Martin was and what happened and what transpired and what needs to be done.
Now, I want to thank Mitchell for speaking with me. That is a terrible, terrible story and event. And it's absolutely unbelievable to see the Austin Police Department just not caring to investigate these actual crimes. I mean, Martin was clearly drugged at a bar on Rainy Street where all of these men have been drinking right before they die. He was seen on security cameras walking around skipping. He had bruising on the back of his head, injuries on his body, and yet they still claim that it was an accident. This is after all those men that we just talked about. This is after all these people have been found in Ladybird Lake from similar, quote, accidents. And yeah, the more we dig into all of this, the more you're going to be convinced that this is not a lone wolf. These are not accidents. December 6, 2018, a man named Randy Lexvold is found in Shoal Creek in Austin. Now, Shoal Creek, like the Colorado River, where some of the other victims have been found, Shoal Creek feeds into Ladybird Lake. I actually used to live right off of Shoal Creek Boulevard in Austin. It is an Eerie area that is very isolated. Now, Randy had been visiting Austin to watch his daughter participate in the USA Junior National Swimming Championship. And while he was there in town, he went missing. A day after he was seen, his body was found. And when I tell you that his body was found in a very suspicious state, it was extremely suspicious. So Randy's lungs, when they did their autopsy, were filled with fluid. Now, seeing this, the pathologist thought he probably drowned. And even though to this day, his cause of death is listed as drowning, his specific manner of death or exactly how Randy died is undetermined. And that's because of the state that his body was found in. Now, when Randy was found in Shoal Creek, he had multiple broken bones. His collarbone was broken. His right thumb was broken. He had a broken femur and multiple broken ribs. Also, his head, arms, legs, and torso were covered in scrapes, bruises, and injuries. Now, his injuries, Randy's injuries, were actually so bad that when the police first recovered his body, they couldn't tell his age, they couldn't tell his race, and they couldn't tell his gender. That's how absolutely destroyed Randy's body had been. And still to this day, the police have no explanation as to how Randy ended up from his hotel in Shoal Creek covered in injuries, bruises, scrapes, and broken bones. The only thing that they said, though, is they know that Randy wasn't robbed because his personal items were found on his body. I believe it was his phone or wallet. It was something similar to that. People think he might have been hit by a car and thrown into the river. He could have jumped himself. But as is the case with all of these individuals, most of them were said to be happy. They were said to have been in sound mind. There would be no reason that any of these people really would have taken their lives in such a manner. And that's what's really strange. You see this in this case. All of these people vanishing, then a couple days later, winding up in Ladybird Lake. They're covered in injuries. Sometimes these injuries aren't even noted on the autopsy reports, the coroner's reports. We're going to get into that in a second. And then the Austin Police Department just moves on. And yes, like in Randy's case, to this day, his manner of death is still undetermined. Then on Saturday, September 28th, 2019, another body was found. This time, the person who had died was a 28-year-old man named Jake Waltrip. His body was found in Ladybird Lake near the Holiday Inn by a group of kayakers on Saturday the 28th, and he had gone missing a few days prior on September 26th after a night of drinking in downtown Austin. His official cause of death? Accidental drowning, of course. And now we get to my personal connection and why I think that there is something malevolent happening here. So in November of 2019, back before I was sober, I was asked by a friend of mine, Daniel, to accompany him and some other friends on a night out on the town. I had dropped out of college at that point. I was still trying to be friends with some of my college friends and making time with my YouTube schedule. And so I decided, yes, I would go. I drove over to their apartment. I met him. I met a bunch of his friends that night that were in town that we were going to go out with. And we headed to Rainy Street. So like I said before, Rainy Street is the bar district. And that night we were going out just to have fun. I had met most of those people there for the first time that night, other than my friend Daniel and one of his friends that I knew. But everyone else was new to me. And one of the guys that was there was a guy named Christian Pugh. Now, Christian and I talked a lot throughout the night. He was a really cool guy. I really enjoyed hanging out with him. I distinctly remember one of the bars that we were in. I was taking photographs of him and a girl that was with us that evening, and everything just seemed great. I had met some really amazing people. We had all gone out. But back in the day, when I used to drink, I'm sober now, like I said, I used to drink to get blacked out. And this was one of those situations where we were all drinking a lot. So at the end of the night, when that time came around, somebody called the Ubers that we were going to be getting into. We were on Rainy Street. Everyone got separated. We got in the Ubers, went back to the apartment, which was about a 15-20 minute drive from there. Everyone was really drunk. And when we got there, that's when people started to say, where's Christian? Where did Christian go? And I was at that point very, very blackout drunk. I had no idea. I had seen him. I had taken the photos of him. I showed everybody he was here at this point in the night. And that was it. So I ended up going home. My girlfriend at the time picked me up. We went back home. The next day I get a phone call from my friend Daniel saying, dude, you don't know anything about Christian. Christian is still missing. And I remember this being like, holy f***, like he's gone. And then came the detective. The detective called me because I was one of the last people to see Christian. I'd been with him all night, and they were already treating this as a missing persons report. I sent the detective the photos that I had of Christian. It was ended up being the last picture that was taken of Christian. That they ended up putting those photographs on the news at the time, asking people if they had seen Christian, if anybody had any idea where this guy had gone. But there's nothing.
This man's family is desperate to find him tonight.
Christian Pugh's family says no one has seen him since early Sunday downtown.
Our Patrick Perez spoke with Pugh's father about their frantic search.
Christian's family knew something was wrong last night. They planned to go to a comedy show together, but they hadn't heard from him. And now they just want to know what exactly happened here.
Something's happened, something's wrong, and I don't know what it is, but we need to find it.
Christopher Pugh is desperate to find his son Christian. The 21-year-old disappeared on Rainy Street early Sunday morning after a night of fun with his friends.
We found his car down in Slaughter Lane yesterday, untouched, so he didn't make it back to his car.
Christopher says his son took an Uber from Slaughter Lane to Rainy Street. The last charge on his card was at the Clive Bar on Davis and Rainy. Surveillance video from the Container Bar next door showed Christian dancing. His father says Austin police also told him of another video of Christian's friends waiting outside the bar for him, but he never came out.
He's not here. He's not called. There's been no activity on his phone. There's been no activity on his cell phone, on his credit cards, his bank card, nothing.
The search comes nearly a year since 25-year-old Martin Gutierrez disappeared on Rainy Street. Crews found his body in Ladybird Lake a week later. It's a memory that crossed Christopher's mind Monday.
We already went and looked at the lake today. No sight. None of the homeless people have seen him. Nothing.
Christopher says he and his family will keep looking for Christian and sharing these flyers until they get answers.
At this point, we're looking for anybody that might have some kind of information on what has happened to our child and where he might be at.
Now, Christian's father tells me Austin police will be out near Rainy Street tomorrow morning with search and rescue crews and some divers. If you know anything about where Christian may be, please call 911. In the studio tonight, I'm Patrick Perez, KV News.
Days passed, and a couple days later, they found Christian's body down right on the shore of Ladybird Lake, and he had been so badly injured that he was in a coma.
More than 2 days missing, now found.
He was in rough shape, but we were able to work with law enforcement and get the ambulance requested immediately.
Christian Pugh was reported missing around 1:30 Sunday morning after hitting up Rainy Street. His flyers fill the area as the hours he was last seen continue to grow. Multiple agencies like the volunteer group Travis County Search and Rescue assisted in eventually locating Pugh Tuesday morning alive.
We deployed a variety of teams throughout the entire area, and as one of the teams was beginning their search, they spoke to some local people that were in the area who reported having seen something.
According to police, Pugh was last seen here at Clive on Rainy Street when he was reported missing, but this is nowhere near where he was found. He was actually found south of Ladybird Lake, near the south end of the Congress Avenue Bridge, a drive that took us about 5 minutes. According to those who found him, Pugh was deep embedded into this brush right here, in between the water and the hike and bike trail.
How he managed to get from one to the other, who knows?
According to Casey England with Travis County Search and Rescue, Pugh was found conscious but in very bad shape and was rushed to the hospital.
It would have been difficult for a casual passerby to come upon him. It really took that combined effort with talking to some of the locals that were in the area and those combined search skills to make sure that all came together.
Last year around this time, a similar incident happened on Rainy. 25-year-old Martin Gutierrez was reported missing after going to the popular bar district. Crews spent days searching for him, eventually finding his body in the lake near the hike and bike trail. England says this incident helped prepare them in finding Pugh.
On that one, we came out and searched for a while for him, and we were actually able to take some of the lessons learned we had from that particular search and apply them to this search, which actually helped us in finding this gentleman that much faster.
No word on just how long Pugh was in the brush.
He was alive. Christian's, I believe, the only person who's been attacked by this group or person that survived, but he was in a coma for weeks. And I remember this and being unbelievably freaked out and thinking, what the hell happened? So right now we're at Rainy Street here in Austin. So back to my personal tie to this story. I was actually with that group of friends with Christian Pugh here on this street on the night that he vanished. So I have a tie to this story through this street, being there with one of the victims and seeing how he was not acting, you know, drunk or any different than any of us. And then all of a sudden he vanished. This is kind of the apex of the story. They actually have nicknamed this potential serial killer online as the Rainy Street Ripper. Rainy Street is a very popular street here. I know even in the time I spent living in Austin, Rainy Street exploded in popularity towards the latter years that I was here. It's a very, very famous place here in Austin. People come here, they come specifically from out of town to just come visit Rainy Street and come get drunk down here. But there's an evil that stalks these streets. Whether it's robberies, whether it's a serial killer, it's definitely something. Somebody is targeting folks, either while they're walking like streets like this, heading towards Rainy. Ladybird Lake is that way. I don't know. We don't know what's happening, but we just wanted to show you guys kind of Rainy to give you a clue of what it's like down here when these people go missing. Because it's right now, you got to imagine it's a Friday night. This is 1 o'clock a.m. So this is going to be the time when this killer or when these thieves are drugging their victims. They're starting to play on these schemes. And then in the next 40 minutes or so, when all the bars shut at 2, that's when they're going to really grab a hold of these victims. So this is exactly what it would look like. It's a Friday, everyone's out. It's a fun place, but it's goddamn eerie when you consider that, you know, is happening here. So on the night that we were out here drinking, when Christian went missing, we were actually at the bar right there, Clive. That's where we started our night. And the place where I took a photo of him and the last place that he was seen at was called the Container Bar. And it's actually no longer here. It's kind of crazy how stuff just disappears here in Austin so quickly. But yeah, it's just a little eerie to think about it. I don't even think I've been back down here since that happened. Weird. It's just strange. And you think about the fact that there could be somebody, there most likely is, at least a bartender, somebody associated with one of these bars down here that's spiking men on purpose with the intent to either rob or have someone kill them. It's creepy. Who knows who it could be? But Container Bar, where my friend might have been spiked, that's gone. So just weird, man. As I walked down Rainy Street that night looking around, it was like confronting a literal ghost from my past. Not only because I'm sober now and I used to drink out on this very street, but because of what happened to me and the person that I was with the last time I was there. Something you'll notice that's strange in this B-roll is how empty some of these bars and places seem to be. It was never like that back in the day. And I don't know if this emptiness is because of the fear of a serial killer that's running rampant through the city, but it's something tangible. There's an eeriness, a disconnect on Rainy Street nowadays. And that's because the Austin police are doing nothing to address this problem. That's because there could very well be a serial killer stalking this very stretch of road, or at least a group of organized thieves that are abducting men from this street, robbing them, and killing them. It's definitely a place you have to be safe when you visit. So Christian doesn't remember anything about what happened to him. He doesn't remember how he got there. He doesn't remember who did what to him. But I've had so many talks with friends over the years about this. Rainy Street and where we were at and where he was found, it's a pretty significant distance. And even, let's say I'm absolutely blackout drunk. I am hammered. I'm doing whatever I can. I'm really, really messed up. I just don't see any logical way where a young man, especially like Christian, who was 21 when we went out, I just cannot see how he would walk by himself down to the river. For what reason? And then trip and fall and somehow injure himself that he ends up in a coma. It has always not sat right with me.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christopher Pugh. I'm here to support item 77 for my son, Christian Pugh, who went missing November 16th, 2019, and was found on November 19th, 2019. He suffered some very serious injuries, and we need cameras in the Rainy Street district to start catching what is going on and what's happening with folks. There's too many people that have gone missing. There's too many people that have been injured. There's too many people that can walk off, and we still have absolutely no answers as to what has happened to any of these folks. Right now, I stand in front of you. 2 more people have died since the last time I came down here and talked to you, and I'm going to bet that we have no video camera on anything that happened with those incidents. And be quite frank with you, my son went off the Congress Street Bridge where tens of thousands of people pass daily, hundreds of thousands of people probably cross yearly, and there's not one camera down there working. Not one. So we really need for the city to not only add them to the Rainy Street district, but you need to add them all over the city. I mean, if people disappear out of 6th Street, West 6th Street, any of these areas, they walk off. Where do they go? If you catch them at the end of the street, no problem. But where do they go from there? My son walked a mile away from Rainy Street before he was found. And that really scares me that he walked that far. And the only camera footage that we have is on South 1st Street. The city had to go beg out of a hotel to get the information. That's not right. I mean, if you guys are relying on video footage to conduct your investigations, then you need more video footage across the city. There's no question about that. And on top of that, I would like to have my sons accident case reopened as a non-accident. I've said this multiple times. He got hit in the head. His hands were bruised. He was assaulted. There's no question about that, but I have no way of proving it, and it was closed as an accident. I can't stand here and continue to say it was not an accident. It was not an accident. I need for somebody to address that and start facing the reality that these are not accidents. There's something that's happening. I don't know exactly what it is, but we need to be able to trace it. So thank you for your time, and please go forward with Item 77.
Thank you, sir. He doesn't remember anything, so there's nothing more to the story. But I just don't see how somebody does that. How you walk by yourself all the way to the river and then injure yourself into a coma. Because that's what the police are saying happened. That is what the police are saying happens in every single one of these cases. These guys are walking to the river alone in the middle of the night, completely by themselves, either drunk, sober, whatever state they're in. And then they're somehow injuring themselves and falling into the river and drowning. And there's nothing more to it. There is nobody doing anything. There's nobody hunting or hurting or robbing these men. It's just a sequence of terrible accidents. I obviously didn't know Christian that well. I just met him that night, but I'm tied into this story now because I was physically there with him on the night that he disappeared. I've replayed the night many times in my mind thinking, were there any creepy people around us? Was there anybody who made a weird scene? Did anybody get extra drunk or was somebody drugged? I don't really know. There's nothing that stuck out to me about that night. It's definitely scared me a little bit thinking he was obviously targeting Christian because he was at the time a single man, or whoever this is probably targeted him. But I was out without any significant other, and I was could have been from the surface a single dude who was just alone too. Yeah, I don't think that he did it to himself. There's no way. And I was there to see it. But sadly, he wasn't even close to the last person that would be found. Now, Christian's dad thinks that Christian was hit in the head and he noticed that his hands were bruised, but no toxicology report was ever done. I couldn't even find any details. He doesn't obviously remember anything about being drugged, but I mean, it's just incredibly strange. And there have been drownings and deaths every single year in Austin for the last couple of years, but last year things really heated up. February of 2023, February 5th, 2023, a man named Jason John, who's otherwise known as JJ, went out on Rainy Street once again with his friends, and after the night ended, he went missing. The last bar that Jason was seen in was a bar called Cantina 512, and he had sent a text to his girlfriend that night telling her about how he had met a man who gave him a DJ card at this bar.
Our main thing is we want to find my brother. In good health would be great, but if he has passed, we want to find him. We want to have a proper funeral.
The John family is beyond frustrated as they move into day 8, wondering where 30-year-old Jason John is.
It is the worst nightmare for a family.
The family of Jason has flown in from New York to get answers. His oldest brother, Rinju, flew in from his home in Dubai to be with his family in Austin during this difficult time.
It's tough, but it's the most important thing for family to be together in a tough situation like this.
His family says they started to notice something was off when Jason didn't answer the family's weekly call on Sunday.
So I spoke to my mom on Sunday, and then she's like, oh, Jason didn't pick up his phone, which happens time to time. We all get busy in the time difference.
But alarm bells didn't really go off until Jason's family was told that he hadn't been back home at all on Sunday, leaving his dog Ruffles alone.
The key thing is, okay, maybe he went out, he stayed at a friend's place, his phone died, it's all possible. But as soon as we knew that she was at home for hours on end and Jason wasn't back, then we knew something was wrong.
Jason was last seen out on Rainy Street with his friends on Saturday night. Fox 7 Austin was told he left around 2 Sunday morning, believed to have walked home on the Ladybird Lake trail.
We have footage of him until the end of Rainy Street. At that point, once he takes that turn, we don't know what direction he went in.
Rinju says that walk home should have taken 18 minutes. However, there's only 10 minutes of footage of his brother.
So what happened in the last 8 minutes?
The remaining 8 minutes of his walk home left undocumented due to the lack of cameras in that area.
Did he go in the water? Did he go on the trail? Did he go back on the road? Was he kidnapped? There's no concrete evidence.
Rinju says it took 6 days to get the ball rolling in his brother's case. Now, local leaders like Mayor Kirk Watson have joined in on the plea for answers.
It's great. We just wish it came sooner.
APD is investigating. Teams have been searching the area, including the lake, for days now. Whatever the outcome, this brother hopes change comes out of this.
We want that trail to be lit up. It's hard to believe in 2023 that entire trail
Welcome,
has no
Sarah.
cameras on it. There's no very little lighting. It's incredibly dark over there. That has to be fixed.
Really, really bizarre. Now, video surveillance shows Jason walking back to his apartment after the bar. He was the first of his friends to leave that night, actually, to go home. He's seen on camera shaking hands with the bouncer exiting the venue. It shows him walking, but then the next morning, Jason's friends and roommate realized that he had never returned home. And this was huge. Jason's parents immediately flew down and they started calling everybody. They started going anywhere and everywhere that Jason had been. They were tearing up the streets searching for their son, but there were no signs of him. There were huge groups, search parties organized. People were combing Austin, trying to find Jason or JJ, and no one had any idea where he was. And even though Austin police searched the river multiple times with divers, with sonar boats, Jason was eventually found in the same place that they had searched many times and in the same place where he had been reported missing, in Ladybird Lake. Jason had alcohol in his body. He had no illicit substances, no medications in him at the time, and he was just 30 years old when he died. Again, this has not been fully explained. And on the night that he died, Jason, who was visiting, said, "I love Austin. I never want to leave Austin." His friends heard him say that. So his parents decided to bury him there in Austin, Texas. And JJ's parents believe that somebody hurt their son. I'll let them share their thoughts with you. Now, Cliff, on the 25th of February, was out drinking once again on Rainy Street. He had a wife and children, but sadly, he didn't come home, and Cliff was eventually found floating in Ladybird Lake. He was deemed an accidental drowning once again. Shortly afterwards, 33-year-old Jonathan Honey went missing. He was once again a smart, athletic guy. And on March 31st, 2023, Jonathan Honey was seen at a taco truck in the Rainy Street area. Again, Rainy Street. And a few hours later, his friends reported him as missing. Then shortly afterwards, on March 1st, April Fool's Day 2023, Jonathan Honey's lifeless body was once again pulled out of Ladybird Lake. He was the third victim in 2023, in the first half of 2023. And once again, he was a young man. He had been drinking on Rainy Street. He had been out on Rainy Street. He disappeared after leaving that area, and he was found in Ladybird Lake. Unexplained how he ended up in the river. Once again, APD not classifying any of these deaths. Keep in mind, every single death that we've covered so far has been immediately classified by the Austin Police Department as being an accidental death. Not any of them have been treated as suspicious. No suspects have ever been looked at, to my knowledge. And then we get to Christopher Clark. Now, I actually spoke with the mother of Chris Clark's child. She had been on and off with him for 10 years. They were good friends for most of their life. And what she's about to tell you guys about his disappearance and eventual discovery in the river is really going to blow your minds. Can I have you just introduce?
This is why I wanted to show you guys this, because this is giving person to person experience as to each one of these scenarios and how they happen, insight into all of them. And, you know, it would have been hard to get a hold of all these people. So I'm grateful for this show that was put out, and that's why we're watching this way. Because we've seen all the other stuff on this. To be able to get experience, not experience, but like firsthand conversation from family members, very close people to the victims, I think is very important to understand each scenario and how it is likeness to the others. Do you know what I mean? I think this was done very well, and I'm very appreciative of it. I don't know, Andy, thoughts on this at all so far?
Yeah. Like I said before, like I'm not the biggest fan of Colin, but I think with this, he's done very well with it.
And he's doing this way different than what he does the other stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah.
This is very seriously made, and he's doing for a reason. You know, he was close to one of these people too. So,
right.
You know, absolutely, Sarah. I appreciate you being here, and that goes for all of you guys, because this needs to be seen and heard. I'm not crazy, okay? I'm a true crime creator on YouTube, and I look at things in every aspect. I look at things with every possibility in mind, with an open mind. But at some point, you got to step back and look at it and go, something's wrong somewhere. Something's not right in some point, and let's look at it. That's all I'm saying. So that's why I wanted to cover this, in my opinion, too. So like this, I mean, because we've looked at them all separately. We've seen what the news reports were on each of the victims. We've never had this type of an input on this, and I really do appreciate it. So again, thank you guys for being here.
Introduce yourself first.
Regan Aparicio, the mother of Christopher Clark's son. Chris, we grew up together. We met in 2009. We met in high school, and then shortly, I want to say probably like 6 months after, I became pregnant with our son, his only son. And then we had a relationship for about 10 years on and off. The last couple of years after we separated, we just still remained friends because we have a kid, and there's just, two different people on two separate paths. He did have an addiction problem. He was addicted to PCP, and he also had mental health issues. I know like a lot of that played a part of them not wanting to investigate what happened to him, because at the time he was listed as what Austin Police Department call transit, which is homeless. He lived with me 2 years prior before his death. I let him stay with me because he was trying to, get better, trying to change his life. And he did. He was working. Addiction is a hard thing to deal with. He wasn't a bad person. Not only did he take care of my son, when he was able to and he was around, but he also did a lot of babysitting for our close friends. He loved the kids. He worked for the city of Austin at the Austin Park and Recreations. Everybody loved Chris. Super funny, outgoing, always joking around. He didn't care if you were crying about somebody's funeral. He was going to make a joke. Like, he was going to laugh. He didn't care. And he was just a good person all the way around. Everybody has their own problems and their own issues that they're dealing with. And unfortunately, addiction and mental health was one of his. He did lose his grandparents. He still has his mom that he was living on and off. So he wasn't homeless. He just chose to be on the street. So he actually had places to go. But I saw him April the 9th, which was Easter Sunday. That was the last time I saw him. He was at the Walgreens on Airport here in Austin. We didn't really talk briefly because we just hadn't been on the right page recently. And so we just kind of, hey, goodbye, whatever. And then we just kept going. That was the last time I saw him. So I already knew he was fine. I saw him every day because I checked on him every day. I knew where he hung out. I just went by, made sure he was good, whatever. Then Monday came around. Through that whole week actually came around and I didn't see him. Normally when I'd be on my way to work, I didn't see him out hanging around or anything, but I didn't think nothing of it because he also had some run-ins with the police department just because of his issues that he was dealing with. But anytime he'd go to jail, he'd always call. So I already knew like something was up because he didn't call. He always calls and nothing happened. But I still really didn't think because I'm like, it could be anything. And then they found him Saturday, but I didn't find out until that Sunday. When they contacted his mom. His mom contacted his best friend to call me and let me know. And they just said that they found him in Ladybird Lake. They didn't know how long he'd been there. From the moment when I found out, I immediately went to his mom's house because I didn't believe it. Like, I'm talking to you right now, I'm talking about it, but I still really, I can't believe, it just doesn't seem real. So I went there, of course, it was very, very, I was distraught, I want to say. I was crying. There was a lot going on. I had to figure out, how am I supposed to tell my 12-year-old son that his dad is, dead in the worst possible way? It was just a lot of things going through my mind. Who could he have been with? Why was he there? Was he there? And the moment that she told me that it was real, his mom, I instantly, and it called me crazy or called me not, I instantly thought the police did it. Because I knew that before he went missing, or I didn't see him for that week, he had an encounter with the police. They don't mention it. They never mentioned it, but I did after, because immediately I started trying to do my own investigation because no one was trying to help. They were just like, he was homeless. How could we tell? That's exactly what the detectives say. How can we find out what happened to a person if they were homeless and we had no trace of it? Mm-hmm. That's wrong, because just because you can't find out, I'm sorry, but I grew up in East Austin. Me and Chris did. And the streets talk more than anything, especially when you're hanging out. And East Austin never used to be a good place to be around. Now it is because it's gentrified, but back then, no. And you pretty much know someone. Everybody knew him around. So for them to say they didn't know because he was homeless, or they can't find out because he was homeless, it wasn't right to me. So I instantly started finding out how to request records, things like that. And then I came about the ticket. Supposed to be he got a trespassing ticket. This would have to been either that Monday or Tuesday. I have to go back in my files to give you the exact date, but it was either that Monday or Tuesday he had an encounter with the police at the same place where I saw him last, which was on Airport, except he wasn't at the Walgreens. It's a plaza actually there. And in that plaza, there's a restaurant, fast food, Golden Chick. I don't know if you're aware of that. It's there. Yep. So he was at the bus stop at Golden Chick, and he had issues for him not to go on the Golden Chick property because he was panhandling. So when I found this out, of course, all this information, it took me a long time to get some of the stuff because I had to pay for it. I had to request it. It's just a lot to get that information. But once I got it, they didn't really give me the trespassing ticket because they never really issued one. When I requested it, they gave it to me, but they blacked everything out. So I couldn't, there was no point for them to give it to me because I couldn't read what was on the paper. But I know they didn't give him a ticket.
So more redacted documents.
I'm also getting the feeling with this one that they were like, it's another case of it's just another homeless person. And that makes me so mad.
And that's
so mad when that happens.
Yes, you can very easily pass this off as that in a lot of places. That happens here a lot. It's very sad.
Well, it makes me so mad when these, people, they don't take it seriously. And they're like, whatever, it was a homeless person. Whatever, it was a hooker.
That's right. Thank you. And
still
it reminds
a human.
Me missing kids that are runaways. Yeah. Thank you.
It's still a person, and they still died tragically. They deserve to have their death investigated.
What gives you the
right
right
me so mad
to pick and choose what human being deserves to die or to live or die or to be important or not important? That's my thing with these whole types of scenarios. I hate that.
And then there's like, I'm not saying that this is the case here, but with some cases too, they're like, it could be a racial thing. It was a
Sure.
homeless black man with a drug habit. So a lot
Not
of people are
important.
going to be like, whatever.
Not important. Nobody's going to miss
No,
somebody
it
to take
shouldn't
care.
matter. It shouldn't
Yep.
matter. I'm just saying that in a lot of cases, they're going to be like, black homeless man on drugs. And
That's what I'm
that's so
saying. Yeah,
messed up.
it
So
is.
messed up.
Listen,
Everybody deserves respect and deserves to have their case handled properly. They deserve justice.
100%. We had a period of time here when a lot of our prostitutes were going missing and then being found deceased. It barely even made the news. It didn't even make the news.
Right.
They didn't.
That could be a serial killer, and people are just like, whatever.
Yeah, right, and that's the thing. People don't seem to get. Okay, granted, it's a prostitute. There was a choice she made in her life, but she's still a living, breathing human being, and has possibly children of her own, brothers and sisters, and friends, and mother and father and aunts. She's part of somebody's family. You guys, she's a living,
Right.
breathing piece of a person. And how do you just say, well, she was a prostitute? Because she chose to do that in her life, because at some point in her life she was struggling.
A lot of those women are trafficked too, or they're
Right.
being controlled by a pimp. Somebody, like, they don't. Once
Yes.
they get into it, they can't get out of it.
But it was infuriating because they wouldn't even put that on the news. They just said they found a body.
Oh, another dead prostitute.
That's all they said.
Yeah.
They found a body and a lot of it was coming out of the truck stops, so on and so forth. So therefore, in turn, I believe that what we had going on was a trucker that would go back and forth regularly and just was doing what he was doing. So it did stop eventually, and they never did catch anybody, which is creepy to me. But it is what it is. But they are still important. Just like
It
when
just it makes me so mad that some people are just treated like they're less than because of where they are in life, or whatever.
Who are you? Who are you to make that choice? That's not
Exactly.
Nobody has that right.
Everybody deserves justice and equality and everything. It just makes me so mad.
We are all the same brothers and sisters under this one God, you guys. There's no difference. I don't care what color you are, what choices you make in life. We still have the same hearts beating in our chest, the same blood running through our veins. Shame on you if you don't think that, okay? When I called the chief of police for Cleveland Metro, well, don't waste so much of your time, sir. A lot of these kids are runaways. What the fuck did you just say to me?
And a lot of runaways become victims of trafficking.
Like that. It takes seconds. That's all it takes. This child runs out that door and turns a corner. Somebody grabs them. It's over. That's all it takes. Yeah. How could you say that to me? I was so pissed. Sorry for my language, but that makes me so mad. That's what I'm saying. None of these things change who we are as people, you guys. Nobody has the right to just decide that whether it's important or not important. That's bullshit to me. I'm sick of that. Again, my apologies for the language, but that kind of stuff, no way. Sorry. But you're right.
It's understandable that you're mad because, it makes me really mad too that so many of these people, they're like, well, it was someone who was homeless, or, oh, it was a prostitute. Like, who cares? I care.
I do.
And you should care.
Absolutely do. Yes, I absolutely do. We all should. Because we don't know.
Well, that's what I'm saying is everybody should care. Like the police, the investigators, the detectives, you should care. It was still a person who was killed in your town.
That could be a family member of you yourself. What if it's your brother, your sister, or your aunt or uncle or cousin or one of your children or something ends up in that situation? You're going to care then. What's the difference? There ain't one.
But they don't care because maybe somebody made some poor life choices that landed them in a bad situation, so they don't care.
100%.
It makes me so mad.
It is. And CZ, all life is priceless. We are all God's children. Amen. 100%. 100%. That's why I love this community, because we all have the same thinking processes when it comes to that type of stuff. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate you so very much.
No human life is worth less than another. I don't care if they're on substances, if they're living on the street, if they're selling their bodies to survive. I don't care. We are all equal. They deserve justice. Yep. They deserve help. They deserve that.
Yes.
Just like the rest of us.
Very much so. Very much. Like I said, God forbid this is one of your children, your mother, your father, your aunt, uncle, your cousin, your sister, your neighbor. You would think differently about it, and there should not be the possibility for those things to be ifs, ands, or buts, guys. That's just all there is.
Well, and I
So
think a lot of people also don't realize how easy it is to become addicted to something or to end up homeless. A lot of people are one paycheck away from homelessness.
yep.
A lot of people start off on prescription medications and develop a dependency and then turn to street substances
And it happens
when
to everybody.
they can't get their medication anymore. You know, it's not always a matter of, well, that person, it was their choice, they messed up, they ruined their own life, so they don't deserve justice. And
Right.
I don't agree with that at all.
Guys, and these things happen and can happen, will happen, do happen to anybody. Your doctor, the police officer, your favorite YouTuber can become homeless. We know these things can happen, guys. It's right
Absolutely.
there on the clip, right on the edge. It can happen at any time. So before you judge something, somebody, or some situation, please step back and go, what if it was me? That's all you got to do. Remember that. Remember who we are. When I tell you guys all the time to love yourselves and love each other, I truly do mean that. Because we are all we got, guys. We don't have nothing else but each other. And we have to trust each other. We have to support each other, lift each other up, and protect each other, because there is nothing else, period.
And to be there to demand justice for each other when nobody else
100%. That's what this is all about. Yes, justice. Because, again, being the voice for the voiceless. We cannot sit back and let these people think that it's okay to just let it be what it is, because the victims cannot speak for themselves. Who's going to do it? We have to. That's all there is to it. We have to. Just say, remember the plan of the creator. Amen to that one, Sarah. Thank you for that. Sorry, guys. I didn't
Sorry
mean to
about the little rant.
Yeah, I didn't mean
sidebar.
to go crazy, but once you get rolling, you guys have heard me do this before. So on we go. Thank you, Andy.
Yeah.
Because I actually have video footage of the encounter from the body cam that I requested, that they couldn't, because when they came to try to give him the ticket or arrest him, he wasn't on the property. He was at the bus stop and he was asleep. And this was after I had seen him that Easter Sunday. So in the video, it just shows 3 or 4 officers approach him. Before I even watched the video, I knew that they already knew who he was. And of course, the video played and they knew exactly who he was. He was asleep on the bus stop. They approached him and told him, like, you know, he knows he's not supposed to be there. He was very aware. So they can't say that, you know, oh, he was so drugged out or whatever they want to say, that he didn't know. He knew, because his response was, but I'm at the bus stop. I'm not at Golden Chick. So I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm literally laying here. The officers did go away from him and they discussed amongst each other. This is on the footage. And they basically, one of them, I guess he was new, a rookie, and he asked about him, and one of the officers knew exactly who he was. They knew where his grandma used to stay. They said exactly that, you know, all the issues that he had, and that he constantly gets calls when he was living with his mom. They would get police calls when he'd be at his mom's house. So I knew they already knew who he was.
Okay, so I'm going to go talk to him just to make sure I can remind him that if we do come here, he is. Hey, Christopher? Christopher? Hey, Christopher. What? You okay, man? You need any EMS? Yeah. You all good? What's going on with you today? You need money? Yeah. Well, Christopher, I'm here to tell you, man, you can't go back to Golden Chick. You have a criminal trespass notice there. If you come in here there, we're going to have to arrest you. I'm at the bus stop. I know you're at the bus stop. You can't be at the bus stop. If you just back to the Golden Chick, they have a criminal trespass on you. So if you go back there, you'll be arrested. Do you understand that? I'm at the bus stop. All right, I'm just talking to you. You're okay? No EMS needed? No. All right, you have a good day, okay? Yeah. You dealt with him before? Yeah. We'll be getting more calls on him later. So they didn't identify him last report. They just said we'll do a supplement now, dude. So it's like, what's your experience with this guy? Same very similar thing, like criminal trespass? He used to be, yeah, but he used to never be listening all the time. Like in Cancer Con, we arrested him many times. And I think it started. He used to live off out 16 Park. He used to be chill. Like he used to give us free stuff at Michelle, and then he started getting a criminal trespass notice over there. And he just went down the hill. Like every time, try to take him to jail or something, put her in handcuffs, so he'll probably fight. So that's good enough. Just don't do drugs. His mom stays at 6200 Loyola in that first building on the left, so there'll be calls over there for him. Yeah, Thursday night's over here, man. Jesus. Let's go back up 6 crimes on that thing. Okay, I gotta go to the radio show. Okay.
Complaining and advising a male not to resort to harassing his girlfriend.
Oh, so we got something cool going on?
No, to carry
You'll do like
my male.
a knuckle swab search warrant?
After that, nobody knew where he was. Nobody knows where he went. Nobody knew where he was. Nobody seen him. I asked some of the homeless people that he would hang out with that I knew of, like, where did they see him last? And of course, I can't really believe, everyone, because there wasn't any valid info. But one thing in particular stuck out to me. One lady said that she saw him with a Caucasian man that they had never seen before. And then another person said the last time they saw him was on East 7th Street near the HEB. And if you live in Austin, if you go straight down Pleasant Valley, you hit the lake. So I was like, okay. But I tried to retrace all his steps. He would go do day labor work. There's a day labor on East 7th Street, literally right past the HEB. And I know he would go there and do day labor work to get money some days. So I thought there, but they couldn't give me the list of the names because they said they'd have to call corporate. It was just a whole big deal. And then at that time, I was trying to plan his funeral, doing all that by myself and trying to raise the money. And it was a lot going on, but I kept in contact with the pathologist. That's who I started with next. When the detective, he kept ignoring me. She basically, when they gave me the autopsy report, basically she said a lot of stuff they couldn't evaluate on him because they kept blaming the water, about him being in the water too long. They couldn't do certain things because he had been in the water too long and, all this and that. And I was like, okay, but you can't tell me if he had a heart attack, did he have a stroke? Did he overdose? Because that was another thing I thought. I was like, well, maybe, he overdosed, somebody panicked. I walk the lake a lot, and I used to. A lot of homeless people, they go down in the trees and in the wooded area, which is very close, and they live in there.
Yep.
Hang out in there, do drugs in there, whatever they may be doing. So I already know, it is a possible chance he could have been hanging out there. But my thing about it is they tried to say that he put himself there. I don't think Chris put himself there. And I know he didn't because he did Boy Scouts and he liked to be outdoors. He actually was one of the people that taught my son how to swim. They go canoeing all the time. We went as a family, no matter the relationship between me and him, all the time to South Padre. He loved being in the water, beach. He was more outdoorsy, really outdoorsy. He could survive outdoors. He taught my son things and me. So I know he didn't just put himself in the water. But they couldn't tell me. The pathologist said she couldn't tell me if he had a heart attack, if he drowned. She just said there was water in his lung, but they couldn't even tell me that. So I felt like I was being lied to. And I still feel like I'm being lied to. I reached out to the detective multiple times. He only talked to me 2 times or 3. The first time was at the beginning. He basically said that what I told you, he doesn't know. And how can he know? Because he was homeless and they were going to do what they can, but they never investigated. I went to the lake every day by myself. I risked my life. One particular thing that stood out to me, one time when I went, I encountered a man, a Hispanic man. And I did call the police and let them know that this happened. They seemed to not care. I went to the lake to just ask, have y'all seen this man? Has he been around here? And there was a Hispanic man. He didn't seem to be homeless, but I couldn't really tell. He was walking. And I said, hey, do you know this man? And I had a picture. And he came really close to my car. And he said, that's Chris. And everybody, you would have to know Chris to call him Chris. So I'm like, I didn't even have to say his name for him to say who this was. And I said, yeah, have you seen him? And he said, who's asking? And this is after he's been dead. And I'm like, I just want to know, have you seen him around here? I'm looking for him. And he goes, but why? And then he started to back up and get kind of antsy. And I was like, well, I'm his baby mama. I'm looking for him. I've been looking for him. And he actually died here. So I'm trying to see what happened. The man ran. We're at the lake. And I'm at the spot where they found Chris in my car. So he takes off running. I immediately park. Don't ask me why I did it, because I was alone and I probably shouldn't have been doing that. But I followed him. And because I wanted to know, why are you running? You must know something and you're just running away. And so I ran. There's a bridge down there, the Ann Butler, I guess is what they call it, the green one. He ran in that direction, but I guess you would have to know the lake to be knowing the ins and out, which I don't. I just know you can get on the bridge and then go around. So I got on the bridge and we weren't far and he was gone. The guy was gone. So I was like, dang, where did he go that fast? I know he didn't jump in the water. Where did he go? So I walked the trail and I had my taser and I was by myself and my adrenaline was up. So I guess that's why I kept going. And when I got halfway to the trail, the guy was on the opposite side because you can go in there, I guess, if you want to walk in the woods. And he was on the opposite side already and I heard him. He changed his shirt. He had a muscle shirt when I had the first encounter and he put on a black t-shirt. You can see across the lake where he ended up at. And he was on the phone. There was really no one around because it was I want to say evening time when I went. And the only thing I heard him say on the phone was they're walking around and they're asking questions. So by the time I walked all the way around, which probably led me to Canterbury Street for me to enter where he was gone. And I never seen the guy again. I went multiple times after that and I never seen the guy again. So I called the police, I let them know. And then the detective, they just said, I shouldn't be doing that and putting myself in danger. But I'm like, you're not doing anything. Nobody's going and asking, because all you need to do is ask.
That's interesting.
That's real interesting. Who's he talking to on the phone, first of all? And why are you saying they're walking around and they're asking questions?
And to have a change of clothes in the woods.
Yeah, why did you change
Dude,
your
what are you
clothes?
doing that you've got a t-shirt just stashed in the woods?
Well, I mean, if he's homeless, they do that, but still, why did you change your clothes? Why did you change? And why did you run? Why did you run from this lady that just asked you a simple question about
Right, you could have just said, sorry, haven't seen him.
But not to mention that, oh, that's Chris. Chris. You know this guy. You call somebody and you're talking about they who are asking about this guy that you know that is dead now. What the actual hell? You know what I mean?
That's weird.
See, this is what I'm talking about, you guys. These are the things. If this was just, they were drunk and fell in the water type stuff. Okay, fine. But there's too many other things like this that take you down one of these other 52 paths or 13 paths. Let me say it that way. To a different story that you can't just walk away from. And I got issues with it. All of it. This is a new story. This is, again, why I wanted to see this and you guys to see this. Because these stories are not told about Ladybird Lake. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy.
It's not to say that they're all connected and all being taken out by the same person or same group, but it's still there's something going on and the police aren't properly investigating
Not
it.
doing what they should be doing. Yeah.
They're kind of just brushing it off like, oh yeah, another person died.
Yeah. If nothing
Don't worry
else,
about it though.
Right. If nothing else, there's the crime. It's not being treated as if it should be. It's being brushed under the rug. It's being, tossed to the side. It's being ignored.
Not thoroughly investigated.
There in itself is a crime, you guys. There is a reason to look at this in itself. If nothing else, to make these people do their jobs. Right. Stand up and do what you're supposed to be doing for the community that you work for. The community that pays your paychecks. Do your job. Damn. This is the kind of shit that pisses me off to no end. Moving forward. I feel bad for this lady. I really do. Because, each one of these family members, Mitchell Guiterrez, this woman, and the other people that they've lost their loved one, and they just want answers. One answer.
Smart lady, though. She brought her taser with her when she went out there. Good absolutely. For you.
Good. Yeah, absolutely.
Smart girl.
I mean, it's I hate to say it, Sarah, but you're real close to being right about the way we're sick of the bullshit, guys. It needs to come together. It needs to go back to where it's supposed to be. It's enough. No matter what the situation is, enough is enough, okay?
Well, more people need to start caring more about their fellow humans again.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people have just stopped caring about each other.
Well, guys, I say it all the time. Everybody got so complacent and everybody started minding their own business and started not caring and not worrying. Bullshit. That's enough of that. I told you guys, when you see something, you got to say something. Stop minding your business. Something don't look right. Something don't sound right. Get your ass in there. Say something to somebody. Alert somebody. That's why these people are disappearing and they're coming up missing and they're ending up dead. We have to stop minding our business when it comes to that kind of stuff, period. We have to protect each other.
Yeah, and when it's stuff like this, we've got to make some noise. I mean, there's the police aren't doing their job, in my opinion, for this case. I mean, or for all of these cases with this lake, with Ladybird Lake. So
guys,
the only thing we can do is make some noise about it, demand that they do something.
You guys know I'm deep in this case. I'm full of notes on this stuff because I want something to change with this. I want these people to get answers on what happened, and I want this to stop. It's got to stop. Okay,
The
there's too many
victims
people that
deserve
believe it.
justice. The families deserve answers.
Amen. Thank you. Absolutely. That exactly. Stop worrying about offending people. Do the right. Thank you. I need to get that made. Doodlebug, if you're in here, we need to make that a t-shirt right there.
Yep.
That needs to be a t-shirt. We put our little cafe thing on the corner and say, stop worrying about offending people. Do the right thing. Thank you, Sarah. I love that. Damn. It's awesome. Or either that or can stop minding your business and do the right thing. There you go. I believe it goes beyond APD. They went to city council and still nothing. Well, and that's, yeah, you know, mom has talked about that kind of stuff before too. It starts somewhere, okay? And mom has gotten laws passed and things done because you just can't sit and be complacent. You got to stand up for what we believe in, guys. We got to stand together, stick together, and make it happen. That's all we can do. Sitting here and watching it happen doesn't fix it. Doesn't change it. So, hey, Jeff. It would make a great bumper sticker. I agree. Good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing good. Thank you for joining us today. On we go.
They'll tell you, like, I was doing whatever I knew, what I can do. And that pretty much was it. I kept going and I kept going. Me and my best friend and one of Chris's best friends, we actually went because, like I said, people were living in the wooded area in the lake and they had like tents. I have pictures where we went inside the tent. Like I was doing dangerous things. I was like, you know, we were in places there that we probably shouldn't have been. I just was trying to get answers because I was looking for his shoes. I knew he wore Crocs and I knew he died in the same clothing that he had the encounter with the police. So what I saw in the body cam is what they found him in. Didn't find the Crocs. Crocs are missing. The only items they were able to give me from the funeral home after it was investigated
Welcome, Taylor.
was
You're
headphones
okay.
and a lighter. Nothing else. I asked for the clothes. I kept being told, and call me crazy if you want, but I'm gonna say maybe the funeral home had something to do with this too, because when I kept asking for the clothes, at first I was told they're being investigated by the police. We can't give them to you. That police have. Then I would call and ask the pathologist and all of them, okay, when y'all are done with the clothes, I want the clothes because I wanted them. They said they didn't know where the clothes were. I kept being pressed from the funeral home to cremate him. I do have some of the photos because I paid for it of him after, and I had already seen the photos of him to see. Nobody knows where these clothes that he had. And in fact, I was told that he was cremated with the clothes, and I've never heard of that either.
Yeah, they don't do that.
See, every time I hear that somebody has been pushed enthusiastically to cremate somebody after a crime has been committed, possibly, I always second guess and think that over twice. Look at it again because there's usually something suspicious about that. Okay, that
And
alone.
they never cremate somebody with their clothes on.
No, I've
You're
never
always
heard.
cremated nude.
That's another note that needs taken. That's weird.
Yeah, they never cremate people with their clothes on.
So you wanted to destroy those clothes as well.
Mm-hmm. And why would they say that they needed to keep the clothes for the investigation and for evidence and all of that, but then they ended up not even investigating the case? They just cremated him with the clothes.
It was an accidental death, according to them, right?
Yeah, so if it was just an accidental death, then why do you have to do an investigation and keep the clothing for evidence, and then you turn around and you cremate him with the clothing, which never happens?
Mm-hmm. That's a definite note that needed taken for sure.
Like, what are you trying to destroy? Is there someone else's DNA on those clothes?
Yup.
Did he fight back and draw blood on his attacker?
Mm-hmm. Yup. Interesting, guys. Very interesting. I'm really glad that we're going over this for sure. Captain Jenks just said they can't cremate until all next of kin sign off. Why were they pushing for it? That's another question too. Why? What if he wanted to be buried? You know?
Right, and you don't know his religious beliefs. Some people's religions don't allow for cremation.
Right.
And these people, you know, in a lot of sketchy cases all over the country, they seem to want to push for like, oh, well, you got to cremate immediately.
Yeah, these are the things that make you wonder, like, whose pocket were the, whose pocket was the funeral home in?
Yeah.
Seriously. Or who was in the funeral home's pocket. That's what I'm getting at with that. You know what I mean? Something's off with a lot of this. It really is.
Never.
Which brings me back to something else that was weird. So before they closed the case, I kept bugging the detective. Like he wouldn't answer, but I would leave message, leave message. I kept calling until he finally basically talked to me. He asked me like, what was I trying to do? Basically, like what was I trying to gain from all of this? Because they didn't have any information. And I told him like, if you really say that you don't know what happened to him, you really say that y'all say that he put himself there, this and that, y'all really don't know, y'all can't find out. Then show me the crime scene photos. Show me those photos. He kept saying like, no, we don't want to do that because you're mental. You don't want to see. I did want to see because before we cremated him, they really only let me see him for 2 minutes. My mom can contest to that, and his cousin, because we were the only 3 allowed. And that was a very shady situation too. So he agreed to meet with me before they closed the case, which was at the end of August, like right after he passed away. So I want to say like 4 or 3 months afterwards, we met in the end of August. I met the detective alone. I have video footage of that. Mind you, we made this appointment like 3 weeks before me going there. Went there like around 10. He didn't call me back until 10:30. He only shows me like 6 or 7 photos. He claims there was more. Like I think I wanted to say he said like 99. Mind you, I have all this written down. I just don't have it with me right now. But there was more photos that he could have showed me, but he only chose to show me like 9. And I asked him, I said, well, you knew I was coming, so why didn't y'all have it? He said his printer wasn't working. But this is something that you knew.
No way.
That I was coming to. You knew this was happening. You knew I wanted to see. So he shows me basically photos of Chris when they pulled him out of the water. In one of those photos, Chris had a mask. So he died clutching a mask. They never mentioned this to the public. They never say anything about this, literally until that day when I was in the room with the detective. And I was like, so where's the mask? Because if you're telling me that he died and he put himself in the water, why would he be clutching a mask? If a person is drowning or trying to commit suicide, why would they be clutching onto something so pointless as a mask?
Are you talking about like a face mask?
No, I'm talking about like the street term is a poo shiesty mask. It's one, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Right. That's exactly what it was. So Chris would wear masks because he just would wear masks, but it wasn't that kind of mask. When I saw it in his hand on the photo, and this is a photo that they won't release. I only have some of the crime scene photos. They won't give me all of them. He said that they said it was his mask, but when I saw the mask, it was like a tactical mask. It didn't look like something that he could afford because the ones that he would wear would be like, the cheap cloth ones with like a safety on there. It wouldn't be nothing too expensive that he ever had. So when I saw it, I was like, okay, but where's the mask? Did y'all get the mask? No, because we just assumed it was his. Nobody knows where the clothes or the mask. So I'm just assuming everything.
Wow.
What?
That's Did you
I guess
pull
they
that
just
off?
threw that in with him too when they cremated him.
Did he pull it off of whoever
His
was?
attacker.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what it seems like.
Oh wow, this is crazy. This one alone by itself. I'm saying mystery. Again, guys, I'm telling you, I'm standing on that corner of that rabbit hole, but I'll be damned if I ain't looking down in that hole deep.
Thing either got thrown away or burnt because that's what I'm being told. So then that was it. They closed the case. The detective left it at that. I didn't really want to keep talking to him because he wasn't going to give me anything. So there was nothing for me to say. He just showed me whatever he wanted and then he let it go. They closed the case. I still requested things, which I barely got, but it's just body cam footage of like when they went to the lake. So not, like I know exactly where he was found, which we were on point. We just didn't know the exact location, but they left it pretty much at that and they just closed it. They deemed his death undetermined. There's literally nothing. I did try to raise money to get his, because they said I have like 2 years to get the samples from the lab and try to do an outside lab. I tried to raise money, but it just wasn't successful. And I don't have money like that. I'm a single mom. I've been a single mom and it's expensive living here. So I couldn't just pay for it like I, would like to do. So now I've just been stuck with nothing else to do. I still try to do little investigation here and there. I mean, it's a year later. A lot of these people that I asked, which are the homeless community, the street people, they don't remember.
That's crazy.
And then
I'd like to have a conversation with her about Christopher Clark, just him alone.
Yeah, that would be interesting if we could get
his
her
story alone could make for a whole show. You know what I'm saying? Wow.
I wonder if anybody has a way to reach out to her.
Right. What did they say her name was again? Did you catch it?
I am horrible with names. No.
I'm gonna have to go back through my notes because I swear I wrote it down somewhere. This one here alone, I've got 5 pages of notes on already. Good Lord. I'm definitely gonna have to get her name. Okay. Sorry, I keep interrupting, guys, but I can't help myself. You hear something and everybody, your brain says stop. You know what I mean? So
Well, there's just so much in this case in particular that just doesn't add up.
right.
It's like every other thing she says, it's like, wait, what? What?
Yep. As soon as damn.
Really didn't do anything, but I honestly feel like it was the police. He had a rough patch with them, and it was just weird to me that they didn't really mention that they had the last encounter with him before anybody didn't see him again. In the videos that I saw, the encounter, like, they were called to the location multiple times the last time they saw him. In the last video, because again, they gave me what they wanted. They didn't give me all the footage. They gave me bits and pieces. So from the bits and pieces, the last piece that it's when he's walking across the street away from them. And the police is just like, I mean, we can't really give him a ticket to the security guard because he's not on the property. Like every time we come, he's not here. So we can't arrest him. I went across the street and I asked for video footage at it's like a gas station / car shop. They said they don't have any footage, that their footage expires after 30 days. I was just left with that. And now we just really don't know. And it sucks because I mean, like every day, I don't want to cry right now because my son's there, but like every day, like I literally cry because like, what is my son supposed to do? And it's just like, it's in the public, and it's not just because it's Chris. It keeps happening. My son's 13. He's on the internet. He's been on the internet. You know, they play games, stuff like that. Like he keeps seeing it. He Googles what happened at the lake. He Googles his dad's name because he wants answers. And that's what I kept telling the police department. Like, I just want to know. He's not coming back. There's nothing that nobody can do, but like, we want to know. And from the crime scene photos, I personally think that he was beat up and put in the lake. They tried to say on the autopsy report.
Now, what other reason would somebody want you to cremate a body for other than to not see if they were beat to death?
Yeah, to destroy evidence. I mean, he could have had under his fingernails, you know, DNA, something from fighting back.
What if his face was all beat up and, you know,
right.
When you pull the body out of the river, you could see, but you can't see by getting close to it. They didn't want to let her see these pictures. They didn't want to let her see the body for more than
they didn't even give her all the pictures.
That's what I mean. There are probably other pictures that show more of him and what was wrong with him. And anybody with any common sense could look at it and go, wait a minute, if he drowned, it's not going to cause that or that or that.
My heart breaks for his son too.
A 12-year-old child that has no idea. Exactly.
Oh.
Exactly. That's crazy. This alone, like I said, could be a whole other show. And it's starting to make me wonder, is this Ladybird Lake thing becoming is it an excuse for allowing things to happen? Is it a way to cover up certain things that are happening?
Sure as hell starting to sound that way.
You know what I mean? Is this a means to an end for certain situations? Do you know what I mean? Damn.
I'm interested in the mask. I'm going back to that because it does,
That
the
really
way she described it sounded like it was more something that a law enforcement
it sounds like
officer would have rather than somebody chilling in the homeless community wearing one.
It does. It sounds
to
like
protect their identity.
like
you know, it sounds it sounds like something that a cop had.
Balaclava, yeah. That's when they showed that picture, they do wear those tactical balaclavas. So I mean, if that's the case, why did you pull it off his head when you were being thrown in the water, fighting for your life?
I mean, I know people that are in the homeless communities will wear them as well, especially if they have to like go into a store to steal some food, you know, stuff like that. They might have to. That's the thing is like they have to commit some petty crimes to survive when you're living on the street. So they often will wear a mask like that, but they're not going to have this like really nice, expensive, as she described it, tactical mask.
Those things are not cheap. They cost those are $40-$50 at the most. If you're living on the street, you ain't got money for that. Sorry.
No.
And I got to go back to this. What she say was Latino guy that took off running, changed his shirt, got on the phone. Was this guy put up to something by a group of people or somebody else to deal with something? I mean, we can't look past some of these things, you guys. You can't just go, oh, well, it was a homeless person. But he really wasn't homeless. As she stated, he had a place to go, places to go. He chose to be on the streets, and people do that. You know, it's a thing. Just
Well,
saying.
a lot of people see it as like a freedom thing. They like not being tied down and to be able to just roam and do whatever they want. So
Absolutely.
maybe that was just his choice.
That's what I'm saying. Like 100%. Oh my God, I knew she'd do it. Doodle, that's awesome.
I love it.
That is awesome. Stop minding your business and do the right thing. Hell yeah. There it is. It's there, guys. Somebody better get one. If not, I'm going to. One of these days. Thank you, Doodle. That's awesome.
Is that the new shirt?
All right, back to what we's doing. Damn, you're quick too. Jesus.
I'll send you a copy that he had no like trauma, but from the stuff that I seen, there's trauma. They blamed it on the water, but it's not all water. It's not.
What you're telling me, I mean, it's very clear that it's not an accident, and this is a straight up murder that is completely bulldozed by law enforcement.
I'm gonna be straight up and I'm gonna tell you, I told the detective straight to his face, y'all only doing this because of who Chris is. I know there's other people that have been found in the lake, but like, I feel like him particularly was targeted because, and I hate to say it, because it's not like he didn't have a family that didn't care about him. Everybody cared about him and loved him. But who's gonna actually be able to prove that the police did this thing because of who he was? And that's where I told the detective, and he was like, no, we don't discriminate on the person, but it's a lie. It's all a lie, and that's what I kept telling him. He does have a son, you know, and I keep saying it, like, not just Chris. People have families, like, to not know, and especially me, like, I don't know about the other families, but I saw these photos. I have these photos. I constantly look at these photos of somebody that I grew up with that was around me a lot for most of my life. To see him like that, from what I know, it's not, he didn't do it to himself. I know he did it. I'm gonna be honest. At nighttime, and this is why I always say, like, I can't tell you if Chris was at the lake or not. I cannot sit here and say, no, he would never go to the lake. I'm not going to sit here and say that. I don't know. I don't know what happens at night, nor do I know where he hung out at night. But I can say the people there that hang around, and I'm going to say the street people, because I don't know what else to say, but the people who live on the street and hang out in the street, they got their own world. I do feel like the cops are connected to these people, because I do feel like they're crooked, and there's, you know, shady things going on between the cops and some of these people. So I feel like there's someone that knows, or he knows what happened, or knows who did it, and they're all keeping in contact, so nobody will get caught.
What did the authorities say at the end of the day, like, happened to him? What was their explanation?
The detective, he just said that when we met in person, he said Chris was dead before he entered the water. He said that. I'd have to, because I literally was taking notes. Like, after any encounter I had, I would, like, write it down in my notepad so I wouldn't forget. So it's been a while that I've read them, but he did say that he knows Chris was dead before he went in the water. And then they even tried to say, like, maybe he was walking on high on drugs and that he fell. But I'm like, Chris started his addiction when my son was 2. My son's 13 now. I've seen him at his worst. And I'm talking about his choice of drug, and I'm going to just say it straight. It was PCP. He smoked a little weed here and there, and he smoked cigarettes heavy. I've seen him at his highest, and he can function. He was a functioning person that was on drugs. Like, you could tell when he was high, obviously, but it wasn't to where he never had control of himself. Like, he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, I actually kind of have a personal connection to that whole world. I went to rehab in Austin last October, and I got out in December. I know what it's like to be in the midst of an addiction, and I was extremely high functioning as well. When it comes to an addict, in my mind, the drug angle can be tossed out because they've been doing drugs, or in my case, I was drinking so much that it's not like I was even getting drunk anymore. It was just kind of...
We can't blame everything that happens to people on drugs and alcohol, you guys. That has to stop too. It does happen, yeah, but it cannot be used as an excuse for everything anymore. It's being used just like this and allowing people to murder other people, to kill other people, and it was drugs and alcohol. And it goes back to the whole thing we were talking about minutes ago. I'm not going to get back into it.
Like they're explaining here, is when somebody's an addict, it gets to a point where you're not getting high or drunk anymore. You're just continuing to use so that you can just maintain and not get sick.
Agreed. Some people
you build up a tolerance. A lot of people will build up a tolerance, and like, yeah, you can tell if they're high or if they're drunk, but they're still able to function and they're not falling over. They're not
100%. 100%. This needs to be looked at by some higher authorities, in my opinion. It really should be. Some of these, I think each victim's case should be looked at separately, and they should very possibly look for any connections between these. It was connections within each scenario. It does need looked at, guys. This is just some bullshit. I'm sorry. This one specifically really has me floored. Just saying. And again, I'm grateful to him for doing this. This is an awesome show. Very good.
I could do everything that I wanted to do or had to do while I was drunk. So I would imagine it would be the same situation here, where after however many years, 10, 15 years of doing the same drug, it's not like one day he's going to do too much of it and then suddenly drown in a river. Like, that's just not possible in my mind.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I said. And when they first told me he was found in the lake, immediately I said the police. And then when I really found out about the encounters that Monday or Tuesday, whenever they had the encounter with him, I immediately felt like they followed him off the record. They put him in that cop car and they beat him up, probably so bad to where he probably couldn't fight back. And I feel like they waited and they dumped him. That's what I think happened. I mean, I don't really know like who would actually want to harm him. I mean, I did think of other things, like maybe he owed someone money, you know, maybe it was a drug thing. But at the end of the day, I'm like, no, because it just doesn't seem like that situation. I'm left with the unknown. And honestly, like this year has been rough for myself and my son, because not giving up, I just don't know where else to go. And that's why I've been on a pause, because I literally don't know what else to do. Like, I've done every single thing. I've tried every single thing. And to me, I just feel like if you don't have certain connections, you can't get certain stuff. I feel like Austin Police Department felt like, because of who Chris was, like, who's going to actually care? Who's going to actually keep fighting for him? But that's where they're wrong, because he had someone to actually care. Like, and we want to know. His family wants to know. We want to know.
So what do you think? I mean, what's the deal in your mind with all the other men that have died? Do you think that this could be connected to that?
I do. I feel like the police has something to do with it, because they're the only ones that are patrolling. I mean, not just saying there's people doing stuff, whatever, all night, but like bar situation, Rainy Street, like they're around. They know the ins and the outs, and like, so I do feel like it's an officer that they're trying to either protect or they just don't want to say because they enjoy doing this.
I mean, in my mind, it's all too similar to not be connected. And I mean, you've lived in Austin, what did you say, your whole life?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Born and raised.
Even me I moved there in 2015, and it's like these drownings were not happening to this frequency back then. So when you have all of these that are suddenly starting to happen, there's no way in a mind that can think clearly that there's no connection between at least some of these deaths.
Right.
It might not be all of them.
I think it's most of them. And honestly, that brings me back to when Chris was found in the lake. He was actually the fourth person, and like he passed away in April. So like January, I think one was found that January, February, like 2 people, and then Chris, he was like the 4th person. So I'm like, that's like a lot of people in a short amount of time for y'all not to say they just ended up in the lake or they got so drunk or on some type. Because I think most of those people, they tried to say they were drinking, they did some kind of drugs. And my thing is like, but what would make someone want to go to the lake?
The pitch black lake with no lights,
right,
at 3 a.m.
Unless someone is, and I did think about either somebody was luring them in.
Mm-hmm.
I did think about that as a possibility, because I'm like, somebody could be walking, and I thought about Chris. I'm like, he could have been walking, going somewhere, and somebody was like, hey, come over here, whatever, and then whatever happened. Who's gonna know? You can't see down there. I went there multiple times where Chris was found at night, and you can't see. And I did see that the city of Austin is actually in the spot where he was found. They're trying to make some kind of bridge, like over the lake for people to walk. And I'm like, but you spend so much money,
What's up, Sludie?
dollars, and that, I'm not even a politician. I don't care about any of that stuff. But like, y'all are gonna spend $10 million on a bridge to go over a lake where y'all can't even tell who's killing these people and ending up in the lake. So you want more people to actively walk around and be on this lake? No. If they do feel like, oh, these people are just wandering and putting themselves there, if you feel like that and you say that that's what's happening, then why don't y'all close the lake at a certain time at night or put up a patrol? I asked them that, and they said, well, we don't have enough manpower to do that. That doesn't make sense. So just continue, let people die because you don't want to go patrol the lake. You patrol downtown.
They got hundreds of officers downtown at that
same
time. Why not take 2 of them and put them down there?
Exactly. But they won't. I feel like they should be ashamed of themselves. The police department and the city of Austin, they should be ashamed of themselves, because literally all these people that have passed away in this lake, nobody has answers. Not one single person has an answer to what happened to their loved one.
Well, and it's a slap in the face too to hear them, I would imagine.
And that is one of the truest statements we've heard throughout this entire show, is none of these people who have lost any one of these victims in this lake have a real answer to what happened to them, other than it was an accidental drowning. I'm sorry. That's not the answer to what happened. Each person deserves the truth, the answers, and they deserve to not be ignored.
Yeah, that's just not acceptable, in my
No.
opinion, for them to just write them all off as accidental drownings. And like
Exactly.
Colin's saying, he lived there for a long time, and they never
Right.
had that problem until the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Right.
At least not to this
Exactly.
extent. I mean, there would always be one here or there, but now it's
Because
we're
the
up to
police
what,
don't like
13?
you. Right. And because the police don't like you or they don't want to deal with you. Here we are. Yeah, he does look like Jax from Sons of Anarchy, Sleuthy. I agree. He does. Oh my God, it's crazy. Absolutely. Again, for those of you that are interested, Miss Sarah helped us to create a new T-shirt that's in the True Crime Cafe merchandise. We've been throwing the link up if anybody is interested. We got a lot of different stuff in there, but we got a really cool new T-shirt in there. So go check it out if you guys are interested.
I'm wearing mine today, actually.
We got one
Obviously,
of them.
not the new one. Yep, I got my
This
gray
is
one of that.
I had the white one on last night, and we have another new one in there. And I like to throw these sayings and stuff on some of these shirts, like the one pretend like you like me for hit the like button type stuff. You know what I mean? Those things. I like to have some that just have sayings on them. So yeah.
I'm honestly kind of surprised at how well it holds up in the wash too. Like
these
this
are great.
shirt has been washed so many times already, and the design, like, it's not cracking or peeling or
No.
anything.
No, these are really good quality.
Great.
She picked the shirts she picked are really good. They don't shrink.
Oh, and they're comfy.
Yeah, they're very comfortable too. I love them, and I can't wait to get more. I'll just say that we're about to make some for the Paranormal Experience channel too. That's gonna be those.
Oh, I'm gonna be buying all the paranormal shirts.
Those are gonna be cool for sure. So yes, I'm excited about that. I'll have a whole new wardrobe one of these days. Nothing but shirts. I love shirts anyway. Anyway, again, thank you for the idea, Sarah. That was an awesome statement, and I loved it. And now we have it on a shirt. That's all that matters. On we go.
Constantly going on the news and saying, well, this is not a murder. Like, none of this is suspicious. And the fact that they even just refuse to acknowledge that it could possibly, in their mind, be something other than an accident is infuriating. And I'm not, I had my friend who I was with, but obviously I never had somebody pass away that I was close to that this happened to. I can't even imagine like what that feeling is like.
It really sucks. It just sucks. And I'll tell you, just like I tell everybody else, it's heartbreaking because it's like, this happened. There's nothing that I can do about it. My son, I mean, he's a kid. He was literally 12. And him and his dad, they were really like close, like super close. And it just sucks that like he doesn't have that anymore. His dad can like come see him play. He doesn't get that. He doesn't get to have that. And it just sucks.
So what would you like to see at the end of the day? I don't want to say a perfect world, but let's say something positive can happen in this case. What would you like to see happen? I
would like to see them do something about the lake. I literally would just like to see if they cannot or don't want to figure out what happened, or they never can figure out what happened or who's doing this, like, then just start doing something and protecting everybody here in Austin, even the visitors, because some of these people, they were just visiting and they just ended up at this lake. I just feel like they need to do more security. And like, I'm gonna even say it, screw the lights. Put people down there. You have police here. You bring the sheriffs here and the constables to give out tickets for people speeding. Why don't you put people down there at the lake, all around the lake, because it's big, to see what's going on, to prevent somebody else from going through this? Because I don't like wish this on anyone else. And I'm gonna keep saying it doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel real that I'm saying this, that I'm saying that Chris is dead and he was found in the lake. It doesn't feel real. I know it's real, but it just doesn't. Like, it's just baffling, like, that they're not doing anything. I just would like for something to be done. If you can't give me a simple, this happened, or a person, fine. Then close the lake or put something, a barrier around the lake, something to protect anybody else from getting hurt. But they won't.
And that's the biggest question, is why exactly won't they? Hopefully you can raise kind of enough right now where they would actually open it up and solve this stuff, or at least give people a reason, and then you can start moving on. Because with the grief, I mean, I imagine it's impossible to even try to deal with it when it's just like this big unanswered question.
Right.
And
it is.
It's a slap in the face to all the people who are affected by this, to deny them even the fact that they just don't look into it is just absurd to me. Right. But is there anything else you want to say?
That's awesome, Molly. Thank you for that.
Oh no, just thank you. Thank you for giving me a voice and giving Chris a voice, and thank you for caring enough just to speak on this, just for not him, but for everybody. I feel like every single person that has passed away at that lake, they deserve justice, and I hope that, like you said, one day somebody can get some answers. Even if I'm not here anymore for whatever reason, I hope my son can find out what happened to his dad.
Amen to that. Does deserve it. Regan Danielle Aparicio. I think that's
So that was in 2023. There were more bodies found later that year. There have been multiple bodies found.
That's her name, and I'm gonna try to reach out to her.
I feel so bad for the family.
Right.
And I feel bad for his son. I mean, there's no good age to lose a parent. Like, it's gonna suck no matter what. But at 12 years old, like, he really needs his dad.
Right.
Becoming a young man, he needs to have his father.
I was lucky, I lost my father when I was 9 years old, but we didn't have a relationship. My stepfather has been in my life since I was 5, and I don't even call him my stepfather. He's my dad. That's my father. That's my dad. So yeah, boys, especially boys, need a father in their lives. Not that they can't be raised the right way by a single mother, because I've seen so many.
Right, and like, there's other positive male role models within communities, whether it's at your church or a football coach, something like that. But this poor boy's growing up not knowing what happened to his father.
That's it right
and
there.
They were close, and he needs his dad.
It wasn't his father's choice to not be here. Okay, that's the thing. So that's what. He needs his dad. I agree. So good. I got her name. Thank you, Molly. Once again, great stuff. Molly's an amazing digger. I appreciate that very much. So I'm going to be reaching out to her and seeing if I can talk with her, because I'm really interested in following up with this case, especially Christopher Clark's case on top of this. And seeing what we can do for that situation to make some noise about it and make something happen, or look into it, if nothing else. You know what I mean? And maybe give her a little closure to be able to give to Christopher's son at some point. You know what I mean?
At least give her the platform to get his story out there and to, bring some awareness.
Yes, absolutely. Bingo. Thank you for that too, Molly. That's awesome. Good stuff. Molly's a hard worker today for sure. Appreciate you, Molly.
Oh, Molly's always on it.
She's
you
tearing
need
it up
anything,
today.
Molly will get it.
Right. Yeah, she's very good, very quick, and very talented with what she's pulling up. So I appreciate that very much. Like I said, guys, I would not, I should never, ever not try to do this without the Blue Crew, because they're amazing. Them and my producers, they make me who I am, and I am beyond grateful for all of them. So thank you to all of you, including you, Miss Andy, and of course, Miss Molly. So thank you all very much.
Well, you're very welcome.
When we go.
This year in Ladybird Lake, there was just a body found, I want to say 2 weeks ago in Ladybird Lake, or right off of the shore of Ladybird Lake. This one is interesting because it was initially classified as blunt force trauma that killed this individual.
This came out 3 weeks ago, by the way, you guys, just so you know, the actual date on it, July 15th. So he's on point with all this.
And then the police switched it and said that it was a self-inflicted wound. This person had taken their own life. But somebody I talked to that is involved very deeply in this case stated that from an insider, they heard that this person had been found with both arms and legs crossed, and they had been shot in the back of the head. Now, Austin, people for years at this point, these deaths had started in the early 2010s, 2000.
I want somebody to show me and explain to me how you take your own life by shooting yourself in the back of the head.
In the back of the head, and then lay down with your arms and legs crossed.
What the
and
hell?
somehow make the gun disappear too.
Here we go.
If that's true. I don't know for a fact that they didn't find the gun. It's just something that I've heard from other channels and articles.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, Andy. Honestly, what else? There's everything else we're seeing. Why is it? It's not hard to believe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this what he's saying is not a fact as of yet, guys. It's something he heard. It's hearsay. But at this point, again, it's hard to not believe it. So that's all I'm saying. It's hard to not believe it.
Just going to say, with everything else going on with all of these cases, it tracks.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate that. I don't consider myself that, but I do try to do that. But thank you very much for that. I do the best I can. I promise that. Hello, James Tate. Welcome, sir. Good to have you here, guys. So I am planning on shutting this down here relatively soon because I do want to do a late one tonight too. So make sure that you guys are, all you night owls and people that don't sleep very well, make sure you tune in to me tonight because I'll be back. Even if I only got to take a 15-minute timeout, we'll see what happens. But on we go.
And they reached a fever pitch, and everybody in the Austin area started talking about the potential for a serial killer. You have all of these men going missing, a lot of them from the exact same area. They're all being found in the same area. They're all dying the same way. A lot of these men have unexplained injuries like broken bones or bruises on the back of their heads. You have family members like Mitchell, who's actually going out and doing the police work for the police, or Regan, who saw a man by the river acting suspiciously and was told that her husband was seen with a man he'd never been seen with before, all this stuff. And they're telling the police this. None of this matters. The police are refusing to call these homicides or even look at them in a suspicious way. And in fact, it's the exact opposite. Family members of victims have gone before the Austin City Council pleading for them to make some sort of a change. And what they've gotten in response is statements saying there is no serial killer, there is no murderer, these are accidents. And yet they can't definitively prove why they're accidents or what happened. I mean, take Christian Pugh, the guy I was with. How does he end up away from Rainy Street by the river, completely beaten to a pulp? Oh, my light just died. And they don't acknowledge it. Same with all the other people that have been found with injuries that aren't consistent with just your average drowning. There are also users on Reddit who have showed that there's a list of people not necessarily found in Ladybird Lake, but victims that have died in similar circumstances in the surrounding areas. Now, I'm not going to go out and say that these people are connected to this, but it is very interesting because there are links between some of these victims, the ways that they disappeared, the ways that they died, and the similarities in all these cases are bizarre. Most of these victims appear to have had alcohol in their systems at the time that they died. A lot of these victims are either found in Ladybird Lake or in a surrounding river or creek. A lot of these victims were last seen in the Rainy Street district or in other nearby bar areas around Austin. And so, yeah, we're left with so many damn questions. So there are a few theories as to what could be happening here. I watched a very interesting video by the Law and Crime Network where the guy who made that video says that it's possible that these people are being killed as a part of robberies gone wrong. The drug that these men could be being drugged with, it's out of your system within hours. And with the time frame of when these men are going missing and when their bodies are being found, the drug has more than enough time to leave their systems and be completely undetectable by toxicology reports. So if these men are out at a bar being drugged, what's happening? Well, there have been these rings busted around America recently. A lot of them are being ran by women, where these men who look to be somewhat wealthy are drugged. They're lured in by a woman or maybe by a fake Uber. They're way too drunk. They think that they're drunk even though they've been drugged. So they're sent to this fake Uber or they go home with this person and then they take advantage of them, rob them, log into their phone, send them thousands of dollars through their bank accounts. I'm actually going to let a guy who that happened to in Austin explain it himself.
Yeah, so I was out with a group of friends downtown Austin. We had been at a couple bars, was, in no way to the point of blackout drinking.
Ending the night.
So I guess this whole thing has the little bits and pieces of all the other stuff I have in it because we just watched this too earlier, but that's okay.
I'm going to have to check out that Reddit.
Yeah.
Because he's making it sound like there's a ton of victims all around that area, not just being found in the lake. And that they could all be related. So we're going to be falling down some rabbit holes, Alice.
It is what it is. I did actually look at the one Reddit on this a while back. There's some stuff, guys. There's definitely some stuff, and there's some links. So yeah, this is ongoing. As you guys know, I've been on this for well over a year now. It's not going to stop now. So, did you show the budget for Austin's, Elliot? You was going to, but then no, I didn't get a chance to. Did you send me that? Hold on a minute. Oh yeah, there it is. Hold on. Yeah, look at this, guys. This is pretty crazy. $496 million, Austin, Texas, Wednesday afternoon. Austin City Council heard public comments about the proposed $5.9 billion city budget. Earlier, members looked closer at what's in the budget, including the Austin Police budget proposed set at $496 million, an increase of about $18 million. But they don't have the resources to do this.
Yeah, they're going to say they don't have the resources and they're underfunded. Come on.
We don't have the manpower. You got the
Nah.
money to hire them. What are you doing?
You're just not doing your damn jobs.
Bullshit.
We
Thank
need
you.
to figure out why.
Yep. I call bullshit. Sorry about
Yeah.
that. I do.
Bullshit.
Sorry. Not sorry. Yes.
A bullshit. A bullshit.
A bullshit.
A bullshit. A
Yes.
bullshit.
100%. And then, oh my God, guys. Well, I just don't understand this. How do you claim to have no resources, but you have this money?
Almost $500 million for one city.
A bullshit.
Yeah. Bullshit.
For sure. That's insane. Thank you again, Molly. Good God almighty, that's insane. Yeah, that's a good point too. Sarah just put up there. Maybe they should stop getting new vehicles every 3 to 6 months, or
Yeah.
give themselves raises and stuff like that. Put a little bit of money into the things that are going to protect the people, which is what your job is.
It's just
Jesus.
so crazy.
At Estelle's Cocktail Bar off 4th Street.
The last kind of memories I have were, hanging out around, the DJ booth upstairs near the dance floor, dancing.
I had ordered a beer and drank that. I'm a bigger guy. Usually, if I was out drinking with friends, it would take me a pretty substantial amount of drinks to be drunk. So I had only ordered a beer, and then we got 2 mimosas. The last mimosa my friend got, she just didn't like the taste of it, and so she asked me if I wanted it. And so I drink it, and so I, at this point, am 3 drinks in, and not very high ABV drinks either, pretty normal. And I don't remember a thing from the time I drank that drink to the morning that I woke up. Woke up, didn't have my phone, couldn't figure out where I was. I was in my bed, but I walk out of my room and I go over to my friends. I'm like, hey, what happened? They started telling me that I was ballistic that night. They had to carry me inside. But when we left the bar, apparently, I started acting really irate and was yelling at people, and even at one point banging my head against the window. We stopped at a red light and I jumped out of the car and just started running down the street in downtown Houston. I don't remember any of this. All the people that I was with just thought I was drunk. And they said I was acting crazy, but towards the end of it, they me running out of a car. I'm not the kind of person that would do that. They started noticing that this wasn't me just being drunk. There was something else going on. I ended up passing out in their back seat. My friends had to carry me inside, but I mean, I've told everybody, it's seriously like someone took my memory from that time that I was drugged and just threw it away. I cannot recall at all what happened that night, from that last drink that I took to it was 11 o'clock in the morning when I woke up. I have zero recollection of that time after only drinking 3 drinks, which I mean is scary. Because even thinking about it, that drink wasn't for me. That was a drink for one of the girls that I was with. If that's what that drug did to me as a bigger guy, there's no telling what it would have done to her, being a 100-pound girl. I mean, more than double her size, and that was enough drugs to knock me out for good.
How did it make you feel after figuring out you were drugged? Did you feel violated?
I felt very violated. I mean, that's a very scary feeling, that knowing that there's people at the bars that are willing to do that. And some people are even accusing the bartenders of doing this, because they walked from the bar, they ordered the drinks, walked from the bar to our table, which is about 10 feet away from the bar. And in the time frame of them ordering the drink to it getting to our table, someone had drugged that drink. So it makes you really weary about going out to bars like this, because, I mean, it's very unsuspecting people that are doing this. I didn't look at anybody in the bar and think oh, this is a terrible person that's trying to take advantage of people. And, I mean, everybody's subject to be victimized.
So has it made you more careful going out?
It's made me way more careful. When I go out now, I really only drink bottled drinks, just because I don't trust people making mixed drinks, and it's a little bit harder to spike a bottled drink than it is an open glass. It's made me really cautious about just being aware of anybody who's around me, and very cautious if I start seeing someone acting weird that usually wouldn't act like that after a couple drinks. I make sure that keep them handled, because I know what it's like.
Not yet, but I'm going
to be in that position.
And you called the authorities afterwards and they didn't do anything, right?
Called and they said that there's really nothing that they could do about it.
at the end of the day, you would say in that state of mind, if somebody had come up to you and offered you a free Uber ride or taxi ride, or a police officer came up, you would probably be more inclined to trust them and go along with what they were saying?
Yeah, 100%. That was another part that I forgot. I actually ran up to some cops.
Wait, can you pause
when
for
they
a
ran
second?
out of the car at that red light, and they didn't even do it.
So that's interesting that he mentions, would you have gotten in a car with a cop? Because if you're like very, very intoxicated, wouldn't you trust a police officer saying, like, coming up to you and saying, "Hey, buddy, I can see how, you know, how wasted you are. How about I give you a ride home?"
You should.
Most people would. Like, you see a police officer come up to you and say, like, "Hey, I know you're really intoxicated. I'm going to give you a warning. I'm not going to give you a ticket for public intoxication. Let me just give you a ride home, bud."
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to be. When we can't trust that, there's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Do anything, which is terrifying. But I'm glad, because if they did do anything, I probably would have been arrested. I mean, I was doing things that I had never done before. Banging my head on glass. I mean, if I'm willing to do that, there's no telling what else I would have done. I mean, it's truly terrifying knowing that there's possibly someone out there using these procedures to lure young men, to their death. I mean, it's truly scary.
So I personally have a lot of memories on this street. This bar, Empire Garage, I saw boys here back in 2016, and over here there used to be a bar. I could include some videos. I used to have a miniature rap music career here in Austin, but I used to play this place all the time. Through Brody's Fault is what it was called. It's very strange because I have so many memories on this street of this place, shows I've been to, shows I've played. My favorite bar before I got sober used to be over here called Barbarella's. But right here, this place is called the Sidebar. And something really disturbing is that there are lots and lots of reports of people online being drugged at this bar. I'm not alleging that anybody here is guilty of doing anything that is associated with this bar. And we are not saying anything criminal has happened or that the Sidebar has anything to do with anything criminal. But when you have hundreds of reports of people being drugged in the same place, that more than likely leads someone to believe that there may be an employee that works there that has their hand in something like this. And it's strange because apparently people have brought this up to the management of this bar, and they've kind of been a little defensive about not really being proactive about trying to stop these druggings and, you know, things that happen after these druggings from happening. But I don't know. One of the main theories that people have with this whole thing is that there either might be a ring of people at bars that are drugging people.
I want to show you guys something. All right, hold on.
I also just want to point out that, like, I believe it's GHB, the drug. Somebody could be carrying just a tiny vial of it. It's just a clear liquid that most people can't even taste, and all it would take is a second of just somebody looking away while somebody else just dumps that little vial into a drink. And it is a substance that would not be detected in testing with it. I think it's out of the system within like 6 to 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I hate to interrupt that, but I do want to show you guys this real quick. KXAN is tracking the deaths that are happening within Ladybird, guys. Okay, where the bodies are found. Thank you for reminding me of that, Captain. And I looked at this earlier, and this is supposed to be part of this, but with this whole thing we got involved in, I just got backtracked on it. But again, it says that the series of deaths in Ladybird Lake in recent years have spurred rumors and conspiracy theories. 11 deaths, excuse me, have been reported since 2022, most of which were not deemed suspicious by the Austin Police Department, which we already know that. There's a lot of allegations that there's a serial killer, but there's no proof for evidence in any of our investigations to sustain that. APD Assistant Chief Jeff Greenwald told KXAN in April of 2023. Texas expert explores why conspiracies swirl around the Ladybird Lake deaths. Okay. The circumstances, exact locations, and demographics of each case varies, APD said, but that one common theme of the drownings in Austin is the combination of alcohol and easy access to Ladybird Lake. And look at the map of this, how this is set up, guys. 2022, 23, and 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And they hadn't had the other two at that point, okay? They're all right on down the river, folks. Right on down. Let's see. 23, there was 1, 2, 3,
I want to
4.
dive into Reddit and see about all the other mysterious deaths where the people were not found in the lake, but the circumstances were similar, to kind of see if there's like
We're going to.
where, how it triangulates and like where the center of that is, to try to like narrow down the quote unquote hunting grounds.
Or well, earlier when I looked into Reddit, when I started, before I pulled this up to do this today, I saw some stuff that I definitely wanted to add to this, but it was too late. I had already set this up. There's going to be more shows of this and other things, but I want to dedicate one actual show to just the Reddit things that have been put up about this, the way it's all linked. Andy's got a great point, and it's going to make a great show, guys. So I just wanted to show this map to you guys real quick. And these other things here that are saying, okay, this was the article put out by KXAN about, they spoke with an expert in regards to this scenario. Says, because they explored why the conspiracies popped up and why they're swirling around the Ladybird Lake issues. Okay. I'm trying to find where it went. This one here is about Christopher Clark, the one that we just looked at, that, you know, with the little boy. It says that the rumor's been fueled in part by 2 drownings earlier this year prior to Saturday's recovery. While both cases remain under investigation, operators have said preliminary evidence indicates they aren't rooted in foul play. Dr. Karsten Anderson, this is who this guy is right here. Hold on. Of course, I'm going to get a commercial.
It's just a rumor, though. It's nothing to worry about. Just drownings. Okay, dude.
The more we look at this.
Yeah, not buying it.
For everyone in your home. Breathe easy with IntelliPure.
It has a lot of the same MO, Nancy. I get it. Welcome, by the way.
We've heard several times from Austin Police Department regarding these specific cases at Ladybird Lake that there's no indication of foul play. They don't suspect anything suspicious happened regarding these deaths, but we still see, like you were just saying, there's just this constant circulation of these rumors. What sort of impact do these sort of conspiracy theories have on law enforcement investigations into these cases?
Well, I imagine it could be, I imagine it's distracting and it's something that they have to deal with. Hopefully they have, you know, somebody that deals with the press. Hopefully they have sort of civilian staff that can come in there and sort of talk about that. But and I'm not sure what other police departments have done to be able to sort of put these rumors to rest. And I'm not sure how long this will go on. You know, this has been going on about 3 weeks that I've sort of seen it blow up a little bit, and people in my orbit have talked with me about it. But I imagine that it won't stick around too long. If you think, I mean, men are notoriously they engage in at-risk behavior, very dangerous behavior. Austin is a city that, even though we don't sort of put this in the tourism bureau, we have huge issues with substance use. It's not just, and it's across all levels of society. I mean, if you look at how much alcohol we sell per capita, that is just increased every year, and we are just a party zone. So I'm assuming that there is not a serial killer operating out there. I don't think that we've seen anything that would lead one to conclude that there's a serial killer out there, but we do know that people drink to excess in Austin, and that men often engage in at-risk behavior. So if you look at this sort of other activities associated with high-risk activities, you're going to see that men are disproportionately participate and are disproportionately the victims. It might have been that the victims are male, that's attracted a lot of attention in Austin.
So he's really just saying like, they're all just really drunk. That's all that happened. They just got too drunk. Nothing to see here, folks. Just drunk people.
Yeah, I can almost guarantee you that certain people don't want certain things said. So some of these people have to watch what they're saying, or they're being told, in my opinion, to say certain things to keep things quiet or to keep the drama down so nobody gets worried and upset and they stop showing up on Rainy Street to spend money. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it's definitely, they don't want to lose the tourists. And if people think there's a serial killer, they're not going to go there anymore.
Yeah.
Well, even in Colin's video, he showed that a lot of the bars when he went were empty now. And he's thinking that it's because people are scared.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't know what's going on.
You can't blame them. Honestly. That's it. In other words, tourists, please don't stop coming here. We're okay. It's okay.
Nothing to see here. Just drink your drinks and listen to music and be happy. Nothing's going to happen to you. It's fine.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
People, then there are other people that swoop in and rob them when they're leaving the bar through a fake Uber. And there's also that theory that I talked about that we got the insider knowledge on, that there might be somebody at a bar drugging people, acting like they're being overserved, saying the police are coming, and then that police officer could be taking these men and murdering them. But this is like very odd because I've been to this place 1,000 times, to Empire Garage.
That's one of the emails I got as well about what he just said. Just saying. On we go.
I've been all up and down the street, absolutely pissed drunk. Right at this corner, this is where a lot of the Ubers and Lyfts come at night, which is kind of weird too. I have so many videos and photos of me on my phone waiting for Ubers right here because 6th Street is the big entertainment district and it's one street over. This is 7th Street. But who knows, man? It's really strange. I think they should be looking into the security cameras here and trying to fix this if it really is happening at this rate. And who knows, there might be something evil that's happening here. We're not alleging anything. This is just purely speculation and from people's reports online. This place might hold the key to unraveling this whole thing if they were to get proper security cameras and be entirely honest about these events as they're happening. Tonight we're going to go.
And just so you guys know, this bar here itself, the sidebar, has been mentioned more than once in the Ladybird Lake deaths. That's fact.
Down to the river. Try to search for some sort of a truth ourselves. I don't know if I'm ready. It's definitely a little spooky. This is like the urban legend that's been haunting Austin for years now. And it might be starting here. You don't know.
Hey everybody, it's Colin here. Thank you for watching today's video. Hello to all the new subscribers and hello to the rest of our beautiful, wonderful, spooky family. As you know, every single week here on the channel, we give away a free gift bag to one lucky viewer.
Okay, so that there is where I think the Ladybird Lake stuff stops and they go into what he typically normally does. So
I like this part of his content though. I'm just not a big fan of the paranormal stuff.
No, I get it. But I'm going to stop that there because this is not about the paranormal thing. So that was a great show. Okay, this what they did was amazing, and it was really, really delving into what's going on with each specific case that has happened. I loved it. I'm grateful for it, and I'm glad I could bring this to you guys. I appreciate the email that I got on this a while back, which is how I found it. I believe it was Butterfly.
That's an interesting theory he has, though, that a bartender or somebody working at a bar might be working with a cop to do this. That they're drugging people and then calling this police officer to say, hey, this person's too drunk.
That's a good point. A very good theory.
It's interesting. I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying it is an interesting theory.
Sure thing. And that sidebar, like I said, is mentioned in a lot of these cases where they're finding these people. That's the last place they went. That's one of the places they went. Just saying. It does show how dark it is at night. Well, I can show you that, but I don't want to mix this with the paranormal type things. So here, let's see here real quick.
Whatever's going on, it definitely sounds like a group effort sort of thing.
Oh
Like,
yeah, there's more than
multiple
one
people
person.
working together to do this.
If it is something that where there's people involved, then it's more than one person for sure.
Absolutely. If it is
No,
something nefarious, then it's definitely more.
yeah, yeah, and the words networking were
Mhm.
brought up a few times. Sure, I'm with that. Some form of a network that's doing something, if they're doing it, you know, I can sit here and say, yeah, guys, they're just drunk and they're falling in the water. Okay. Explain all the other things that are going on within that, though. That's what doesn't make sense to me. That's why I'm looking at this sideways instead of just straight on like I was. It's a bigger picture, guys, than what we're hearing and what we're seeing. Why APD is just shutting it down is the question here. Why are they just saying, "Now, just look the other way"? That's not what this is. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Let's move on. You know, if it was one person, sure. We got 13 deaths, you guys. A lot of them were within 1 year's period of time, and a lot of the circumstances are very much the same and very shady at the same time. So that has to be looked at, okay? And we have this going on in other places too, guys, which is where I was following this from. Chicago, this is happening. New York, this has been happening. Cleveland, this has happened. There's a few other places. So you got to. I looked into a story at one time that was showing the possibility of which they talked about at some point, a group, 2 or 3 women that were together working in this, traveling state to state, going to these bars and doing these things, and then robbing these people. That's not far-fetched to me. Okay, I know it sounds like, who would go through all that trouble? Somebody that is able to get that kind of money out of somebody. That one guy that didn't end up in the lake, but was robbed for tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, people are going to spend the money to go to travel to do these things if they have the ideal that they can get that kind of money. It's insane. It is crazy, but it's absolutely positively plausible, folks. It really is. Now, the other parts of this that are pissing me off is that these families are not getting the answers, and they're knowing that there's something that's different here, something that's off, something that's not just a drowning, and they're not getting answers to that. There's the problem. Just saying.
Well, with the Austin serial drownings or killings, whatever you want to refer to this string of crimes as, this is kind of an important apex because you've had multiple victims wash up on the right side of this bridge if you're looking towards Riverside, and you've also had a number of victims wash up over here to the left. So my thought is, right here, we're in a rather large uninhabited parking lot that, as the night goes on, will get less and less crowded. So this would be a place where I could see somebody coming to dispose of something. But we're going to begin our investigation by walking over to the left side of this bridge into the woods, analyzing the scene of these crimes, and we're going to employ some investigative techniques. Now, throughout this video, we are going to be using some paranormal investigation as a guide, as a tool. We're not claiming that this is 100% legitimate. We're not claiming that we're talking to anybody in specific, no victims. We're just trying to get answers in a way that we know how to, and that's through these tools. So if you doubt this stuff, that's totally fine. If you believe in it, that's great. We're just doing what we can here. Let's get going, man.
Very eerie. Very loud. See this name? All right.
Just so you guys see, I'm only showing this part here so you can see the darkness, okay? Because it's nighttime now. And when you know how big of an area this is and stuff like that. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to get into the whole paranormal side of this stuff. As we're sitting down, a man walks by us pretending to talk on his phone and stares at us. See? You know, there's some people out here.
I feel like a lot of the people in that area know something's going on.
He was carrying no light and was walking on the trail alone and in the total darkness.
So as someone who's familiar with the area.
Mm-hmm.
Like the guy that Reagan ran into?
Yeah, right. Thank you. That's what I was thinking. This same man then turns around on the trail and walks by us again, still staring at us. What are you doing here? They're in a place that they're not supposed to be at this time of night, obviously, because certain people have things that they do in these areas, I'm thinking. So, yeah, that's pretty wild, you guys. I gotta wonder. I'd like to be down there myself one of these nights, just walking around, seeing who comes and goes and what goes on there. You know what I mean? Pretty wild. Pretty wild.
I would definitely say if anyone plans on going to that area, make sure you're armed.
Oh, 100%. Well,
Be ready to protect yourself.
Yeah, I wouldn't go anywhere without that anyway, especially not like this. So I don't know. Does anybody have any questions, comments, feelings about this today? I'm gonna have to bring this to a close. We've been here 6 hours. So, Andy, do you? I'll check it out, Jaded, after the fact. But do you have any thoughts? Any more thoughts on this at all?
No, I'm curious to figure out, like I was saying on Reddit, with all the other deaths that seem to be sketchy as well, where the bodies just didn't end up in the lake.
Oh, we're gonna go back to this. We're coming back to this another day, guys. We're gonna do a show. We're gonna look into the Reddit posts about other possibilities around this, and we're gonna talk about that stuff coming up here soon. So be ready for that, because there's more to come from this, quite a bit more. I'm not just gonna let this lie. We're not just gonna let this rest and just say, okay, it is what you said it was, and move on. It doesn't work that way. So more to come for sure, guys. This is something I've been obsessing over for well over a year now, and it just gets better and better every time. And I am gonna definitely try to reach out to Regan and see if she would want to have a conversation and come up here and talk about this, maybe a little bit more than what she's talked about, maybe the same stuff, but either way,
if she'd like the opportunity to just have a platform and try to get the story out and bring more attention to it.
That's what I want.
I feel like if we make enough noise, maybe the law enforcement will actually do something.
100%. Yes. Like I said, guys, we started this off with a very sad situation. But I think we closed it out the right way. I'm very, very happy with the way the show went. I'm very grateful to you guys, for those of you that have been here through this whole thing. It's a long one. I know it's a long one. 6 hours is long, but there's a lot to this. I probably should have spread this out between 2 shows at the minimum, but I just kind of wanted to pack all this one video here into one show, because it's a great video, guys. It really is. So I really appreciate you guys supporting this and supporting me as I look for answers in this case, and each other. And Andy, it was great to have you up here today, as always. I didn't expect it, but I thought it'd be a good idea.
Yeah, no, it's great to be able to have a discussion and
yeah. So I'm going to be having an open discussion where I'll open up the phone lines and the panel, and we're going to talk more about this as well. Okay. See, Dash, I was supposed to have Dash on the show, and I'm still supposed to, I think. We just had to reschedule because he had some issues with his internet one night. And Dash is supposed to join us, guys. Dash has a lot on this case, and I really want to talk to him. I think Mom set that up for me, and then things happened, and we didn't get a chance to do it. But I'm still looking forward and hoping that Dash can join me up here and tell you guys what he knows, his experience, and how this all worked, and how things have gone with this. So yeah, that's something I'm looking forward to as well, for sure. So I can't wait for that.
I think it would be nice to just have him come up, because he knows, he's more knowledgeable on the topic than I am, but to have like multiple people and just kind of brainstorm and try to, come up with theories and see what we come up with.
That's what I want to do.
There's definitely something going on, and it seems like law enforcement doesn't want us to know.
That's how it's coming off. You can call it a conspiracy theory, whatever you want, but that's sure as hell how it looks to me. Sadly, but it's true. Yeah, I will be live tonight, Mittens. I can't give you an exact time, but I will set it up here relatively soon. I got to see what's going on back here first. But thank you guys for the compliments. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I did very much. And like I said, there's more to come. Don't close the lid on this one yet, guys. We got a lot more to go with this and a lot more different angles to look at it with. So I'm excited about that too. Yeah, Butterfly, if you don't mind, let him know that I'm still looking, wanting to do this as soon as we can. So, and that'll be great for follow-up with this too. Just let him know, have him reach out to me or get me the info and I'll reach back out to him and we can just go back and forth between ourselves and get it set up. I want to do it soon for sure. But other than that, yes, guys, I'll be back in here in just a little while for the late show or the late show or the late show, whatever it ends up being. Yeah, definitely Flickery, definitely. So it's been awesome to see the new faces in here. I appreciate you guys so very much. Let me see if I can show you guys something real quick here. Hold on.
And real quick before we end, I just want to say again, rest in peace to Matthew Glynn and
Absolutely
Matthew's family.
Yes.
Sad. Just really heartbreaking.
Keep them in your thoughts and prayers, guys. Keep him in your thoughts and prayers. Such a sad scenario. That was so very disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping that I was going to do, an awareness video on him and
then by tonight it would be like update found saved.
That's what my thought was. Yes. Yeah. And it didn't work that way, unfortunately. And again, we do have sad endings to these cases in a lot of senses, unfortunately. And we have to be able to be okay with that sometimes because that's just what we do. It doesn't make it okay. And it doesn't mean it's okay, but it does happen, guys. And we have to be able to handle that. Unfortunately, it's part of what we do. So Matthew Glenn, again, rest in peace, my friend. It's so sad. It really is.
In peace, sweet boy.
Yeah. It's heartbreaking. So there is that shirt, guys, for those of you that were interested in it, that Miss Sarah helped us put together, Doodle put together in a matter of minutes. Stop minding your own business and do the right thing. I love it. I love it. I love it. And there it is on the Printify account. If you guys jump in there, if you're interested, grab yourself one because I love it. I'll be getting one. So there it is. And there's so much more stuff in here that we've been working on. So much of it. There's the new coffee mugs that she put in there. Crime and Buffet, the True Crime Cafe. I don't know. And all this stuff comes in different colors. I think you can even get the pink one on that too. Yeah. So there's a lot of different stuff in here for you guys if you're interested.
I love the mugs, but I don't use coffee mugs because I drink so much coffee. Like they're so tiny. So I just have like a giant, I have a 36-ounce travel mug that I use for my coffee.
These ones are bigger than the first ones we had. So those are a little bit, I like that. I might want to get that too. It doesn't come with the Macron or whatever those are called. Sorry. I wish it did. Those are awesome. Macron, whatever they are. You can get a 15 ounce or an 11 ounce. So yeah. And the 15 ounce is probably the one I would go with. But I do like these. The colors are pretty neat looking.
We've also got the True Crime Cafe coffee. We just need to see now if they offer, if they have like, we can make our own biscotti to go with it.
100%. Yeah, we do have the coffee. Where did it go? Let me see if I can find it. We have candles.
Oh, you know what I would like? I am such a sucker for a great pair of comfy lounge pants.
I think we have those.
Oh, you do have lounge pants?
I think we do. Hold on. We have these are the board shorts. I swear. I know we do have the ability to do lounge pants because I've seen it in here, but there's the coffee right there. Copy, grind, copy. It is ground. There you go.
I would love a pair of lounge pants if I could get them in like black with the logo like all over them.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be pretty sweet.
The soup
Just
bowl with
saying.
handles. Oh yeah, that'd be a nice one to have too, Flickery. The big bowl. I wonder if they have those. I'll have to look at it. Yeah, we have soy candles in here as well. The lounge
Yes, lounge pants. I'm not the only one.
I use the pods too, Whisper, but I like with this one, this cup here, because this is a bigger cup. I just run it twice with the K cup pods. And this coffee here, they sell the plastic one that came with my thing, my machine, that you can just put the coffee in the plastic cup and run it that way if you have one of those. Either way, just saying, I couldn't believe that we had a coffee brand too. The hat, there's the candle. I think those are kind of cool. I actually want to get one of those to have here. It's Comfort Spice.
Ooh, I love candles too.
So do I. Big time.
Just all things cozy. I'm like, give me the sweatpants and the candles and some coffee.
And then, of course, there's underwear. I'm just saying, I couldn't imagine ever wearing these, but hey, somebody might.
Well, you know, when we do paranormal stuff, we should see if we can make like a sports bra with ghosts on it that says boobies.
There you go. There you go. Absolutely. So there's that stuff. Miss Sarah, take care. Thank you again so much for joining us today. Again, guys, anybody that is taking off now, if you're a night owl or like to hang out late, we will be here late tonight for the late show for sure. And I am looking forward to seeing you then. Uh-oh, what's this? Oh, wow. That's awesome. It's in here somewhere, isn't it, Doodle? Or did you not put it
what
in?
Doodle do now?
I don't know if you guys saw this one, but this is from the toy channel that I don't do anything with yet, but that's already been made. She did a great job on that. The heavy metal toy box. Pretty cool looking shirt. I like it.
That is cool. It looks nice in the blue too.
Yeah, I like it with the blue too. There's a red one.
Yeah, I like the blue.
Green. I think they look good that way, either way.
You got purple?
Dark heather. Nah, I don't know if there's purple or not, but I don't see it.
The blue looks really nice, so I like the blue.
I'm looking for that other shirt she just showed up. We have one paranormal shirt as well, she said, for Paranormal Fridays.
Ooh.
I'm looking right now. I'm trying to find it. Let's see here. Show. Bingo. There it is. Kabling.
Nice.
Looks pretty cool.
That is cool. Ooh, I like that shade of green.
Yeah, these green ones are kind of cool. There's a pink one.
I like the nice sage green.
Yeah.
Which is fitting. It's sage for Paranormal Fridays.
I like that one there too.
Mm-hmm.
Have a great night, Butterfly. Thank you so much. You did a great job with sending that to me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, that was awesome.
There we go.
That is pretty cool.
All right, guys. So once again, thank you guys so much for joining us. Appreciate you guys very much. I hope to see some of you guys. Yeah, we're gonna do the booby one, that's for sure. That'll be cool.
Thank you for having me up. This was great. It's nice
Oh,
to have
absolutely.
a discussion.
That's a good idea. If we
Oh
can do
yeah, the fleece blankets.
that,
Those
would be cool.
really nice.
I'd actually get one of
Little
those to put
fleece
on my
throws.
chair. That would be cool. I'll
Yeah,
have to look
I
into
would
those if I
definitely be buying.
can. For sure.
Wait, what booby one? Wait, did you make a booby shirt, Doodle?
Like for like Halloween or paranormal booby, like ghosts type things.
Boobies.
Lounge pants, yes, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pair them myself.
Oh yeah, I am an absolute sucker for lounge pants.
Mm-hmm. Especially in the winter months, yes.
Oh, you thought he said booby shirt?
No, she was talking about making one for like Halloween or for the paranormal stuff that has. How'd you say? Explain it. How you explained it again?
There would be two ghosts on the chest, and in between it would say boobies.
That would be funny. Too funny. But again, guys, thanks for joining me. Andy, this is great to have you up here. I appreciate the conversation.
Oh yeah, I love coming up here.
Very much appreciate you. Mods and producers, thank you for everything you guys have done today. Molly, you've been on point today. I appreciate everything you've thrown out there for sure. Doodle, everybody, thank you so much. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, guys. Don't change anything about yourselves. You guys are absolutely amazing. You're the reason why I'm sitting here right now. And that's a fact, guys. So thank you once again for all that. Everybody have a great rest of your day. If I don't see you tonight in the late show, have a great rest of your night. And I will see you tomorrow. For those of you that I will see you here very shortly. Other than that, guys, good night. God bless. Much love to you all. And I will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This is what I need.